Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Warren, you up in here at 8:57.
Got the belt today. Congratulations to Warren.
Hello,
Good morning,
Tino
everyone.
Lee, Scooter, Wheezy.
Lotus and Johnny in the building. Will Z is here.
Wait,
Oh, Coach Molly. Hi.
do we actually have something to talk about? Yeah, I'm with you, Scooter. What is that? What is Kenneth Williams talking about? And Chris had showed like, what exactly do you mean by making moves? Just wondering.
Are we missing something? Did we miss something major?
I don't think so. Just gonna go through and look. Maybe a quick Google search.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Russ Dog, Lotus Prime, Mark, Scooter, Casey Tucker, Bryce. Good morning, Wheezy.
Good morning, guys. We're just okay. If you're tweeting about Tobias Harris or messaging about Tobias Harris, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Or are we just throwing out random stuff? Hi, Charlie.
Oh.
Hello.
You got more stuff for us?
More stuff.
Is it about Tobias Harris?
Is this spam? I feel like I'm being spammed this morning by Charlie.
Hey, I'm gonna turn off the mics to say something to you, and I guess to you as well about non-basketball things.
Okay.
All right, and we're back.
Like when we go live, if you follow the channel, if you subscribe to the King's Beat, you get notified that we go live. Yep, this is exactly what just happened, Johnny G.
Mm-hmm.
I was here for that right there.
He's so concerned with whether or not he could. All right, since we did a little pre-show mound visit, James there, I'm Kyle, Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you till noon. So if you're listening to this program on the radio, 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, or if you're on the free Odyssey app, download the Odyssey app today, search ESPN 1320, favorite the station, and when you open up the app, we'll be right there. You can listen to us anywhere in the world. This won't make sense to you because when we go to break, there's commercials that play. On the video side, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Good morning, everybody. Everybody watching, everybody in the chatty house, we appreciate you. Make sure to subscribe, hit the little notification bell so you get notified when we go live every day at 9:56-ish a.m. And please like the video as well while you're here. So we don't go to breaks on the video side. We just kind of talk to the chatty house and people in the stream. And sometimes we kind of continue the conversation or we talk about something completely off the beaten path, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we do what's called a mound visit. And that's where we'll turn the mics off and discuss something, just James and I, that nobody can hear.
We're trying to keep everybody out of the loop. It's what we're doing.
999 times out of 1,000.
Yep.
It is something office related. Like, hey, do we have to go to that meeting? Or, hey, did you do your timesheet yet? or hey, did you get this email from someone?
Yep.
Or hey, did you see John and Sale's dumbass outfit today? I'm joking. We love John. I just wanted to mess with him. No, so it's usually something like that. And so I did one before the show, and it's always dangerous this time of year because you're James Ham of the King's Beat, thekingsbeat.com. Subscribe today. So when there's a mound visit, people assume you're telling me something that is not public about the Kings.
They do. Everyone assumes that.
I bet that's happened in the almost 2 full years we've been doing this program, the 1 year and 10 months we've been doing this program.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably happened twice, maybe 3 times, where you've been like, cut the mics, I got to tell you a Kings thing.
Oh, yeah.
It is always us doing something. And so people were in the chatty house saying, hey, pre-show mound visit, what the heck? I was saying that John Hollinger, who is on the Zach Lowe podcast, there was a video that came up on Twitter. I was saying that John Hollinger looks like John Dickinson mixed with J.K. Simmons.
That's amazing.
That's what I was saying. I could have just said that on the stream, I guess.
Okay.
But anyways,
it's funny.
That's the extent. If you want to know the silly things we say to each other with the mics off, it's that.
I'll say this, John Hollinger, like in Sacramento, because he is like taking
well despised
barbs at the Kings, like throughout the course of the last maybe 15 years, 10 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
He is one of the nicest people ever.
Yes.
Like every time I've ever ran into John, he's always so nice. He always says hello. He's just a down to earth, very like kind of introverted, quiet guy, but very, very nice. He just can be, like widely despised here in Sacramento for his takes.
Well, okay. I don't want to get into a John Hollinger thing. We got Kings to talk about. And I want to remind everybody that you can now listen to the ESPN 1320. This is a thing that I was given today by Charlie. He's like, hey, like, make sure to do this. It's pretty rare that Charlie is like, you got to do this.
Yeah.
So if everybody could help us out and do whatever this thing says that I haven't read yet, I'm reading this live for the first time. You can now listen to the ESPN 1320 Insiders and D-Lo and KC on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Wow.
So maybe you're an iHeart app person.
Yeah.
Or a TuneIn app person. You can listen to us live there as well. Also, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show and the D-Lo and KC Show are now available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show is this program. We just couldn't call it the Insiders for legal reasons. Anyways, the Sacramento Kings, free agency. James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil's over there. I saw, so D-Lo and KC yesterday got into a discussion about the idea of tanking and should the Kings tank.
Mm-hmm.
And Kenny's entire argument is it's not the only way to build a team. That's not there's not one path to a championship. And he cited that Nikola Jokic was a second round pick. Giannis Antetokounmpo was a 16th pick. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was 11. You've got a guy like Steph Curry who was 7.
You drafted Tyrese Halliburton at 12.
That happened. That's also a thing that happened. So look, no, I don't disagree with Kenny that it's not the only way that the Kings are ever going to be good is if they bottom out and become the Wizards for a couple of years. I totally agree with him. But on the other hand, I think it is unavoidable that the Sacramento Kings, if they're going to ascend and get back on a winning track, I don't think they can do it from at the combine. They do your standing vertical and then your max vertical.
Mm-hmm.
Standing vertical is you stand there 2 feet flat on the floor and you jump. Your max vertical is you get a run up, couple of steps, and then you get to jump. Two-step jump. I think the Kings cannot, from a standing position, from where they are today, get back into the top 3-ish in the West, or consistently a top team in the West, a top 6 team in the West on a consistent basis. I think they need to back up a little.
Yeah.
I don't think it necessarily needs to be tanking, because when you say tanking, to me, that says tear it down to the studs. We're winning 14 games next year. That's tanking to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Kings, it is to me unavoidable that at some point they're going to need to get off Domantas Sabonis' contract. They're going to need to get off Zach LaVine's contract, in my opinion. They're going to need to get off of DeMar DeRozan's contract. And that will inescapably lead to a step back. And I've decided I'm going to call it a rewind instead of a rebuild because I don't think you need to do the whole tear it all the way down. But I do think that at some point there's going to be a logical step backward to get moving the right direction again.
No, I'm with you 100%. Like, look, I think it's really complicated to blow this thing up.
Yes.
And, I talk about it all the time, like blowing it up. Like if you decide to blow it up, like just the financial ramifications of being horrific again are very tough.
Okay.
But they're already there.
I don't, but that doesn't concern me. Like, I know it's the reality of the situation, but my bigger thing with, like, I don't care about the Kings and ticket prices and why they do this and why they do that.
Of course.
Like, that doesn't matter to me. I think the financial aspect of it is, I don't think the Kings could right now say, hey, league, Zach LaVine is available. Just give us anything. We'll do a second round pick swap. And there would have to be matching salary. You're then taking on the player. It just, I don't know that the deals are out there for them this year.
We do have breaking news.
Oh, okay.
Mike Brown has been named the head coach of the New York Knicks.
Hey, congratulations to Mike Brown.
Former Sacramento Kings head coach, Mike Brown.
Kings legend, Mike Brown.
Good for Mike Brown. Okay, go ahead.
Back in the head coaching ranks. All right, salute. Maybe those deals just aren't out there, but I think that at some point, and this is where I get a little bit stuck, because let's just say you do want to, like, hey, at all costs, you got to get rid of Zach LaVine. Just at all, if that's what somebody said. I'm not saying that, but if that's what someone said, I think just simply getting off the contracts isn't going to be enough. You have to be getting something back for it, right? You have to be getting something of value back.
Yes.
To facilitate this retool or rebuild or rewind or whatever you're calling it. Like, there has to be something of value in there, preferably draft picks. But if you can get a rotation player back, a young rotation player, maybe like a player who's a Cam Whitmore type, who's just stuck on a bench and like just isn't gonna find his way. Can you find a way to facilitate a move that gives you assets that you feel better about 2026 and beyond? So it defeats the purpose if you're just like, yeah, hey, we'll give you Domas. Will you give us 2 seconds and whatever kind of bloated salary you want? Like, that doesn't help. You can't just do it just to do it. There has to be, the move has to be in service of something.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and this is tough. Like, I understand your premise, and I agree. If it comes to Domas, you have got to get value back. If it comes to Zach LaVine or it comes to DeMar DeRozan, I disagree. I think at those points, yeah, you want to get as much back as possible because that's about building stuff. But the fact is that that's just not going to work. Like, this group of players, like, maybe we'll be proven wrong. Maybe that adding Dennis Schroeder and Drew Eubanks is going to change everything, and this is now a 50-win team.
Hey, I'm gonna say that word
with your chest.
I'm gonna say it with my whole chest. They're not. Yeah.
So I'm gonna get back to the point, though. The point is, you made an egregious error. An egregious error when you traded De'Aaron Fox and took back the contract of Zach LaVine.
I would agree.
Right. But here's how because we like to use like odd comparisons here, right?
Sure.
We always talk about like franchise building blocks. And I still believe that Domantas Sabonis is a franchise building block for almost any team he goes to. He leads the league in rebounding. He averaged almost 20 points a game. He between 6 and 8 assists a game. He's still a top 20 player in the NBA, in my opinion. I think he's still a tremendous player. But he was the other guy standing next to De'Aaron Fox, holding up like the franchise. Those were your cornerstones of the franchise, right? When you took out one of those cornerstones, I now look at this as, like, if you were to trade Domantas Sabonis today, and I don't know what you're going to get back, but if you were to trade him, if you can find a place for him, because, like, look, he makes a lot of money. It's not every team can build their team around him. Not every team is going to build their team around him after the draft and the first couple of days of free agency.
Right.
But if you were to take out that leg of this table, I'm going to almost guarantee you this. This is not a table with 4 legs. It's a table with 2 legs. It's screwed into the wall on the back edge.
Right.
But it's not really screwed in. So as soon as you take away one of those front legs, the whole thing will just fall. And that is
a classic dilemma.
If you want to be a 25-win team, you just trade Domas. That's the easy answer. You trade Domas. And then this becomes worse than just a collection of misfit toys. It becomes like completely scattered.
Sure.
Which is what we saw last year.
Sure.
Like you took out De'Aaron Fox and this thing just looked like disorganized and a mess. And I don't put it on the coaching staff or anyone else. There's nothing you can do. You take away your best player, a guy that you literally for 7.5 years called the head of the snake. You lopped off the head of the snake and you didn't replace it with another head of the snake.
Plan.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, you just signed Dennis Schroeder, and like
I have some new thoughts on that. I've done some thinking.
We'll
get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. But like, if you're going to bring in a player who is on his 10th team in 13 seasons, and people are like, oh well, he's played for 4 teams in the last 12 months. It's like, okay, all right, the 7th team in 13 seasons. It doesn't change the calculus.
No.
He's not the head of the snake. He's a player, a rotational player for the last 10 teams he's played for. The last 9 teams he's played for. He's a rotational player. He's a good player. But that he's not a franchise cornerstone guy that you build your offense around. He's not that guy. So like, how do you move forward? And like, I think it's a complicated situation.
So I was going through, I was listening back to some of our show yesterday. I was listening to D'Lo and KC yesterday, and then I was following along as Kenny was going back and forth with people on Twitter today, because I really wanted to try and get my arms around the extent of the discussion. I don't even want to say arguments, because I don't think there's necessarily a right and wrong here. I think it's just everybody is rowing the same direction. Everybody wants the Kings to be good. There's just some disagreements about how to best make them good, right? Everything comes down to this. Whether you think they should tank, whether you're upset that Scott Perry didn't blow everything up this year, whether you're upset that Scott Perry didn't make a move to try and build around this core, whether you're cool with a wasted year. People keep saying gap year. I think that's too nice. I'm calling it a wasted year. If you're cool with just a wasted year in 25, 26, that's fine. No matter what, the end result and the answer to how do the Kings get good again, how do the Kings get back on a postseason track, it's the draft. You have to hit on draft picks. That is the very bottom line to all of this. Whether you're tanking or whether you're trying to win this year and being cool with picking sometime in the late lottery or shortly after, you have to hit on a draft pick, and not hit on a draft pick like, oh, hey, that's a rotation guy. That helps. That is immensely helpful. Finding Keegan Murray in the draft is immensely helpful. But you need to find Giannis. You need to find Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You need to find a Anthony Edwards. Even if I would take a Trae Young at this point, you need to find that perennial all-star, all-pro, all-NBA caliber player via the draft. That is, whether you think they're tanking or should be or shouldn't be, or if this is a guy, that is what all of this comes down to. The future of the Sacramento Kings doesn't ride on expiring contracts of Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis. It doesn't ride on Dennis Schroeder. It doesn't ride on Malik Monk. It doesn't ride on Keegan Murray. It rides on whether the Kings and Scott Perry can find quality players in the draft and a superstar in the draft.
Yes.
That's what all of this comes down to.
I agree 100%.
All right, show's over.
Should just drafted Luka.
Well, all right. I didn't. Okay. See, that was him. That was him. I didn't do that. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you. Okay. We got to step aside. We got to pay bills on the radio side. We'll do that. Malik Monk has also been a massive topic of conversation. How do we think this ends? We'll talk about Malik Monk next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matson. Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you till noon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Ah, dang, we forgot to talk about Drew Eubanks. Hey, if I told you one of these players had a moment this year, like where we came in the day after a game and went, hey, all right. Is it Dario Saric or Drew Eubanks?
It's Dario Saric.
Yeah, I think it is by like a lot.
I just, up until the moment you said that, I completely forgot that they'd also acquired Dario Saric.
Hell yeah.
And it should tell you everything you need to know that I have to look at my notes to remember Drew Eubanks' name.
Boy. Drew Eubanks. Oh, I've got a good one here. Drew Eubanks. Hang on. We're going to get there. Let me get the right name. Drew Eubanks is the Miles Plumlee of Zach Collins's. Not even Mason Plumlee. Not even a good Plumlee.
There's a third Plumlee brother. There's Miles, there's Mason, and
it's hang on, don't tell me. It's like Ryder or
no, it's oh no, yeah, I got it. It's Marshall.
Marshall. That's
Marshall.
It. I knew it was a college.
The dress for less version of a Plumlee.
Damn.
Well, Marshalls.
Shout out to Marshalls, dude. We love Marshalls. There's nothing. One of my wife and I's favorite little like silly little day dates. Also on this, the Dario Saric Kings jersey is gonna go crazy at Coachella 2030. But one of my wife and I's favorite little like day dates where we just kind of go out and run errands is hit the coffee shop, grab a little coffee, and then head over to the shopping center in Brentwood that has a Ross directly across from a TJ Maxx directly next door to a Home Goods. Oh my God. It's just the best. Spend 2 hours walking around Ross, TJ Maxx, and Home Goods.
With like you come home with like a giant bag of clothes for like $38.
Yeah, dude, clothes, got a cat bed, got a new garbage can for the upstairs bathroom.
A cat,
A new cat.
Yeah, a cat. Yeah.
Dug a cat out. It had some new fall decorations.
So I grew up yard sailing and also going to like thrift stores or antique stores.
Yeah.
So even when I was young, my mom let me and my brother, we would have like a couple of bucks. When we went to like an antique store, we both have sets of dishes that we collected. And so I have like these square, dark green depression glass, like a full entire set of dishes that I collected as a kid going to thrift shops. And you like go in and be like 10 cents for a cup. I would look everywhere for my green dishes and I might find like 2 pieces and then I'd be all excited. And my mom would give me like a quarter and I'd go and buy my dishes.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's funny.
What was...
It's funny now. I have an aversion to, I will go to a yard sale, but I will never have my own yard sale.
Oh, dude, it's so much work.
Nah, I don't want because you open your house and people are like, "Hey, how much you want for that?" It's like it doesn't have a tag on it. It's not for sale. Well, what's it here though? Like, no, leave.
You go on an IKEA date and then have to fight later.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Nothing ruins a fun day at IKEA with your significant other. You have a nice time going through there. Nothing ruins that like building IKEA furniture.
Oh,
You just have the best day. You find the new dresser you want. You're like, oh, it's going to look so cute. We got this and that. Oh, we got a mirror for above the dress. Oh my God. These fake little plants to go on it. We got a little accents. Oh, this is so fun. And then you're 3 steps into building that dresser and you hate each other.
You're like, this is great. I can't wait to go home and hate you.
Yeah, 1,000%. Here, have some meatballs.
okay.
Like,
Exactly.
So I'm different. Like I'm a builder. So putting together IKEA stuff, like I can do.
Sure.
There's nothing worse to me than going to IKEA and pushing around that stupid cart that all 4 wheels move all day long. It's the worst.
Oh, it's my favorite thing.
It is literally the worst.
You just got to Tokyo drift around corners.
Yes.
Oh, it's the best.
But then if you load some stuff in it, then all of a sudden it gets heavy and now it's all squirrely on you. And, then you turn around and your wife has gone around a corner and you don't know which corner. And then she's gone and you're like,
it's Narnia, dude.
You're lost in the IKEA by yourself.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I love IKEA. We have such a great time there. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is with us. You can hit us on the Elk Grove PA Talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Malik Monk's name has come up a lot over the last couple of days.
It has.
I should say the last couple of weeks, because it started with these weird trade rumors with Toronto, and there was Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett talks, and Malik Monk was involved in the Pascal Siakam talks, and maybe Toronto wants it, but then Toronto lets go of Masai Ujiri. And so, okay, it seems like that's kind of dead. But then we hear that Dennis Schroeder won the sign-in trade, and it's going to involve Malik Monk and this and that. So it looks like now that it's no sign-in trade. At least it looks like it might still be that.
Okay.
But it looks now like there's not going to be a sign-in trade. So Malik Monk is on the roster. He is not currently involved in any active trade rumors. How do we think this ends? Does and let me I guess clarify. Do we think that Malik Monk is getting traded before the deadline? Do we think he plays out his contract with Sacramento? Do they revisit trades next year? How does Malik Monk's tenure in Sacramento end?
I think this is it's probably the most confusing transaction that I've seen happen with the Kings. Look, Malik Monk wanted to be a starter. They made him a starter. That was a mistake. And, at the end of the season, they tried to rectify that by going back to the bench and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But last time I checked, everyone in Sacramento loves Malik Monk. Everyone thinks that Malik Monk is the heart and the soul of the team. When Malik Monk gets injured, your team goes downhill quickly. When Malik Monk moved into the starting lineup and you didn't have that pop off the bench, the team struggled. Malik Monk is an extremely valuable player. And not only that, but Malik Monk gets paid what he gets paid because he is, without a doubt, the best 6 man in the league.
I wouldn't say without a doubt. He's up there, though.
I
don't want to get into an argument about 6 men, but he's very, very good.
It's fine. The reason why he wasn't in the races here is because he started too many games.
Yeah.
The reason he didn't win it the next
Nasri,
year was just garbage. Whatever happened there, that was just weird and awkward and garbage, right? For me, he's still the same player that he was before. And maybe you've got to work around it, but this whole thing that he's not worth anything on the open market, everyone knows in Sacramento, you got to pay a premium, right? So, DeMar DeRozan, the reason why he signed in Sacramento is because the Kings paid him more money than he was going to get elsewhere. The reason why Vince Carter came to Sacramento a few years ago, the reason why Zach Randolph came to Sacramento a few years ago is because the Kings paid him more than anyone else was going to pay him. Trevor Ariza, Marco Bellinelli.
I was messing with my microphone here. Did you say Dennis Schroeder?
And that is exactly. Dennis Schroeder just got just went to Sacramento because no one else was going to pay him $14 million a year, or what amounts to 15, whatever it's going to be. Look, you pay a premium when you're the Sacramento Kings, and that's because of dysfunction. It's because of stacks and stacks and stacks of losses. It's because the franchise is known as a place that you're probably, if you go there, you're risking that be the last place you ever play as an NBA player. You want to get depressed? I could sit here and tell you the list of names that I can pull off the top of my head that this was their last NBA stop. Because that's what Sacramento is for a lot of players. So, like, the problem is when you have to overpay as a Sacramento Kings franchise to get a player, you've now overpaid for a player. And then other teams on the market don't want to take that player because you overpaid for that player because you are the Sacramento Kings. So it's this perpetual cycle that kind of consumes itself. Malik Monk is an excellent player. He would be in the rotation, I would say, on 29 other teams.
Yeah.
He's an excellent player. But I don't get this whole, like, over the last 48 hours, how all of a sudden Malik Monk is some pariah that the Kings can't get rid of and all this stuff. Did he get overpaid? Yeah, he gets overpaid. Like, maybe he did get overpaid a little bit. He's overpaid as a six-man. He's, I believe, outside of what Naz Reid just signed, probably the highest paid six-man in the league. That doesn't change the fact that he's not extremely good at what he does. And you have to build a team that makes sense for everybody, and I get why they might need to move him to get better. But if I'm listing the Sacramento Kings that need to go, he's not number 1 or number 2 on the list. He might not even be number 4 or number 5 on the list.
I think I'd agree. The question, and I say question because I don't know the answer. The question for me is, does Scott Perry believe that? Because Malik Monk's name being in all these rumors really makes it seem like the Kings were eager to like sending Malik Monk out to get Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
Sounds insane. And again, I know they didn't, but that's wild.
Well, yeah, but they probably would have. I mean, when you hear
which to me signals that the new front office, and we've said it with Jake LaRavia and there was another person. Jonas Valanciunas that they just traded for Dario Saric and $5 million in cap room. That signals to me that Malik Monk was on the list of people that Scott Perry went, okay, this guy is not part of what we're building here.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree.
And I think that's where this comes from. So this idea that this player who is as good as Malik Monk is, and I agree with you, he is awesome. There are so many teams who would get better with him as their sixth man. And I think there are a lot of teams that could just use his scoring off the bench. I think it's I don't know if it's a reflection of Malik as a player necessarily, but it's not easy to take. Was he 17 million?
18.
It's not just easy to just fit in an $18 million contract.
Well, it's an $18 million contract that is a bonus player. You know, like that's what a six man is. It's the sixth starter.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a bonus player. You have to have the other players in order to usually capitalize on the fact that you have one of these guys. But again, like, look at the history of the six man and how valuable they are, and how, you know, can you find a cheaper six man? Sure. Like, could Russell Westbrook walk in the door and be a decent six man for a year or two? Okay. But he's not going to be the same dynamic player that Malik Monk has been for this team. And he's not going to mean the other things to this team. And so, like, look, whatever happened here where Malik Monk got on the outside looking in, I'm not sure what happened.
Sure.
But I think we're also heading towards a point where it's very possible that Malik Monk is the player who's left standing. And so my other problem about this is it's not just about, like, personalities and all that stuff. It's about play style. Like, again, we say that Malik Monk can fit on 29 other teams. It's because you just put him in the game and he goes crazy and explodes and does his thing. And then he goes and he sits back down, right? Where Domantas Sabonis might work for 8 teams.
Right.
DeMar DeRozan might work for 5 teams. Zach LaVine might work for, 6, 7 teams. Like, everybody in the league would like to have a player like Malik Monk. Now, again, at the price that you have him at, that's going to be the issue. But that doesn't change the fact that he's, like, a highly impactful player that can play with anybody in any style at any time. Is he going to be a defensive stopper? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But outside of that, that's where I just get kind of lost with this, because, again, the team was willing to trade him for Dennis Schroeder, who is, again, on his 10th team in 13 years. And, again, no one else is paying Dennis Schroeder $14 million a year either.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, he's a little bit better defensive player. Malik Monk is like, in my mind, a better NBA player.
Let me ask you this, because I think this is less about Malik Monk specifically and more about the idea of the six man. Because you say that we've seen how valuable the six man can be. Well, my brain immediately went to Jordan Clarkson. What's Jordan Clarkson ever won? Then you go, well, Lou Williams.
Lou Williams was on some great teams, though.
Yeah, but I don't. Who was?
Okay, I'll just say, like
Indiana,
Bobby Jackson. They didn't win the title, but Bobby Jackson was a six man of the year.
He was very, very, very good. Naz Reid obviously jumps out as a quote unquote six man, who won a six man because of his contributions as a starter, which was weird. I don't know that teams view him as that valuable. Like the Knicks just signed Jordan Clarkson for whatever because he was a free agent. I don't think the Knicks were going to clamor to go trade for Malik Monk, and that's where I think if.
Well, yeah, but we're looking at a 33-year-old Jordan Clarkson. I mean, Jordan Clarkson's made a lot of money in his career.
Yeah, no doubt. I guess my question for you is like, where's the market then? If the Kings have decided we need to trade this guy, and if he's that valuable, then why aren't there teams out there going to acquire him?
Well,
why is he still here?
No, that's part of the problem, right? And I would say there are a lot of reasons, but like the aprons are playing like a huge role in what's happening.
Just awful, by the way, that those exist.
It's awful, but it's also one of the reasons why 7 different championships and 7 different teams winning championships in 7 straight years. Like, that's part of it.
Have the aprons been around that long?
Well, I don't think it's all of the aprons, but teams were preparing for the aprons. Yeah. No, they've been around for a few years, and like they're afraid of them, and they're making moves. But like, look, you have to have the right roster in order to have a player like this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you should be a winning team. That's why I keep saying that Malik Monk makes sense on a winning team. Winning teams have nice things. They have extra things like a Malik Monk. But like, look, at this point, I'm just very confused by the way that this thing has been derailed, because I watched the Sacramento Kings play last year, and I did not think that Malik Monk was the answer at the point guard position. And that was a problem. I think starting alongside De'Aaron Fox was a bit clunky as well. But I didn't feel like that Malik Monk was the reason why the Sacramento Kings weren't very good last year.
No. I
think they had plenty of other reasons why they weren't very good.
Maybe this is semantics, but in a roundabout way, you could, what you just said, say, yeah, because they had to have him as a starting point guard, they weren't very good.
Yeah.
But that's a roster problem. That to me isn't.
No, of course.
You can't miscast a guy and then go, that's his fault.
Yep.
No, that doesn't play to me. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Would love to have you hop in on the conversation on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Let's get out to TC. You know, we love a trade idea. And TC's got one. What's up, TC?
That's my guys, Hammer Kyle. So, hey, I'm being serious with this one, bro. Like, that's my dog and all. We're talking about Malik Monk because he's a conversation, right? But I'm doing that in a heartbeat, bro, that sign and trade for Kuminga. I know you might feel a different way, Kyle, but it's in my opinion, James, it's a win-win for both reasons, right? Monk can help Curry out. You get that scoring punch. He can help the Warriors out. Also, Kuminga can help the Kings out with that young wing. He'll figure it out once we get here, right? You can do the sign and trade. Him and Keegan can run the 3 and 4. It's a win-win, bro. And I'm taking a shot. Like, so if I'm trading him, I'm taking a shot on Kuminga like that, dog. In my opinion, I think that's the way to go.
Thanks, TC. I don't. In a vacuum, I don't hate the Jonathan Kuminga idea. I like I said, I am of the belief that if you want to maximize what you're getting, then you need to just build around him. He needs to just be your guy. And you're going, the gamble we're taking here is that he is going to be a 1A first team All NBA type of guy, and this is the swing we're going to take. It's a massive gamble, but I understand the logic behind it. I don't think, hey, you can plug him in and he'll fit into this free flowing offensive system. The Warriors have tried that for 4 years and it hasn't worked. He wants more than that. He wants to be more than that on the basketball court. And so I think if you're going to take that gamble, you need to lean all the way in. The other couple things with Kuminga, because I know Sam Amick was talking about this on another station today, but the Kuminga King smoke kind of keeps just lingering, just keeps kind of hanging around. I'm interested to see, before I give my say with my chest yes or no, I need to know what Kuminga's deal looks like.
Yeah,
because at 25 to 30 million a year, how confident are you that you can make him your bona fide 1A by next year? That would be a question. And
I need to see a way in which he's a bona fide number 2 or a bona fide number 3 before I can start thinking he's going to be a bona fide number 1.
So okay, and that is where there's nuance here, because I'm with you. Can you fit into this specific role? So far, it's been a no, because that's been his problem with Golden State. It's why Golden State is wary of paying him, despite his immense talent that we saw in the playoffs. When Steph Curry went down, they turned to Kuminga and they said, "You're the guy," and he went and scored 30 a night or 25 a night, whatever it was. He was really good, but that was as the focal point. He was the guy. And so for me, I'm with you, but I think any team that's trading for him has to be willing to gamble and go, okay, we don't know if he can be a 2 or 3. We're just going to bet on him to be the dude.
Yeah.
We're going to get him the ball on offense and get out of the way. We're going to surround him with shooters. We're going to surround him with good defenders. We're going to hope to maximize his talent that way. I don't know that the Kings are ready to do that. But if they want to, like I said, I understand the logic behind it. It's a significant risk. And the money aspect of this for Kuminga, not for the Kings, and for the Warriors, is what complicates this. Because of that base year compensation, because his money is going to reach a certain number, is very likely to reach a certain number, where the Warriors would only be able to take like 50 or 60% back in the deal. So you have to have room to bring Kuminga in, because you're not sending out a matching salary.
Of course.
So
yeah, it's tough. Like, look, like Kuminga is an intriguing talent, but
without question.
But that's what he is. He's just intriguing. He has yet to take his incredible potential and turn it into productivity on a consistent basis.
On a consistent basis is the key word there.
Yeah.
The Kuminga stuff, I don't think is going away. So we'll keep talking about it as long as it's there. We got to step aside on the radio side before Drew starts yelling at us. I have a salary cap question for you. But I've also been doing some thinking on the Dennis Schroeder stuff, and I think I like it less today than I did yesterday. And I'll tell you why next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. While on the phone. That's such a gangster move by Joe. Hey, is that our guy? Oh, okay.
Is it?
No.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Mike Brown.
Hell yeah, man.
Man, there's so many crazy things going on.
Yeah,
I don't even like.
But you know what? Hey, F&A.
Yeah, do we have an update on Red Panda yet?
I have not seen one. Anybody got a Red Panda update? It was honestly the video of Red Panda falling was like when Optimus Prime died.
No.
Spoiler alert. For those of you not up on the 80s Transformers.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like I saw photos of like reactions, And I saw the photo of her sitting on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, no way. Like, what? She must have tripped walking out there. But yeah, she fell off the unicycle.
Yeah.
What?
That's brutal.
That's a halftime performance GOAT. The GOAT halftime performer. And she just missed.
Nobody's perfect. Everyone has their off days.
Oh, man.
Right?
I hope she's back. I hope her injuries are not too serious and she's back soon.
I think we all fall off the unicycle every once in a while, right?
Well,
Word.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, dog guy. Here's the thing. This is how I know Red Panda's the GOAT. We know Red Panda's name. We're calling the other person that one dude with the dog.
What's the dude who stacks chairs? The great I can't remember.
See?
Yeah, but he's spectacular. Hey, do you have the remote right there?
Yeah.
I
I was looking for this earlier.
I was gonna see if we could find the A's.
Must be nice, Joe. Sick brag. You've got it on in there. I'm learning how to work YouTube TV on the fly. I feel like a grandparent.
There it is. Just go down. Go down one.
Louise. Oh, is it changing your TV? Oh, you can.
No, it's not changing my TV, but it is changing the TV behind you.
Oh, that's all.
I think I was reading that Denzel Clark tried to grab a home run again and instead hit the wall and ended up being inside the park home run because of it. That's why it's 2-2 at this point.
Brutal.
That field is the lighting is horrible.
It's really bad. It is. You can tell it's a spring training field.
Yeah.
It is not. Oh my God. My ball.
It's
God, that was pissed on.
Oh, you guys must be ahead of me.
Oh, sorry. Hey, this guy is about to hit the holy hell out of this pitch.
Diaz?
Watch this. Yeah.
No, there's a slider outside.
Why are they panning to Kotze? Something.
Are we behind you?
Where are you at right now? What
it's 4-2.
It's 4-2?
Bottom of the 6th.
Oh yeah, no, you guys are ahead. He's about to hit this ball very far, I think.
Yeah, he's about to smoke it off the scoreboard.
Oh.
Yeet! Oh, nope.
You hung that. Oh.
You know how hard he hit that? He bat flipped on a pitch or on a line drive that never got more than like 10 feet off the ground. God, that was tattooed. Holy Christ.
You guys are way ahead of me. He's still hitting.
Yandy Diaz?
Yeah, it's 3-2 right now.
Oh, here we go. Are they showing? This has got to be it.
Are you looking at the reflection?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
My ball.
Oh, yeah.
Get off me, ball.
It is a spring training stadium. Not a minor league field. Although spring training parks and minor league parks are largely similar.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
A's ahead 4-2. Excuse me, down 4-2.
Down 4-2.
Down 4-2.
I blame us because we put the game on.
I know, yeah, that's our bad. I have a quick A's thing, and it relates to the A's specifically and Sacramento.
Okay.
So bear with me for 2 seconds before we get back into the Kings and their offseason and what lies ahead for them in the Scott Perry era. I'm looking at this article from The Guardian, which I have not read yet. To be 100% transparent, I haven't read this article. The headline, it's by David Lengel, and the headline is "Debacle in the Desert. Will the Athletics' $1.75 billion stadium on the Vegas Strip ever be built?" The subhead: It's been over 2 years since the A's were awarded public funding for their new ballpark, but despite last month's quote-unquote groundbreaking, its completion is anything but certain.
Yeah.
So those of you hoping for the Sacramento's scoop and score on the A's, there's hope. Despite the groundbreaking ceremony that took place.
Well, that and I mean, I've heard the stadium went up to $2 billion.
Yeah, because of tariffs and steel costs.
And it might even go up to $2.5 billion. And the Fisher family has committed $1.5 billion, and then they have like $345 million in like state money. But then, like, where are they coming up with the rest of the money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it feels like there were going to be investors in Vegas. They'd have gotten that money already.
Mm-hmm.
And now John Fisher has selling the San Jose Earthquakes.
Okay.
So
maybe that gets them over the hump.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So those, like I said, it's very much worth keeping an eye on the A's situation in Vegas. Because if you came from the future, if you came from July 2026, let's say July 2027, and you said, yeah, hey, shovels never really got in the ground in Vegas, and the A's wound up just playing at Sutter Health Park until 2035 because baseball couldn't figure it out.
Boy, that would be weird if it was that long.
I wouldn't, but
I mean, I've heard the most recent update, most people think it'll at least be 5 years in SAC.
Yeah. The other thing, and again, I haven't read this Guardian article all the way, but it does sound like Major League Baseball is going to bend over backwards to make sure John Fisher doesn't mess this up.
Yeah. Okay.
But
yeah,
it's worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah. I mean,
worth keeping an eye on.
Someone who covered bad owners in Sacramento and the Maloofs.
Covered?
Yeah.
That was mean. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Anyways, the Sacramento Kings. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is here. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hey, here's an interesting thing I saw. Heard, and then went and looked up. ESPN's reporting that the salary cap is supposed to only go up 7% next year and not 10%.
Yeah, that's weird.
So we were all operating under the idea that the TV deal, the new TV deal, we talked about the cap smoothing, right? 10% every year instead of a cap spike and then it comes down 10% every year. Well, it turns out that was just kind of a concocted thing. The league never came out and said that. The league never said, we're going to do 10% raises every year. No, that was just kind of the guess. Well, now it turns out that the 2026-2027 salary cap is only going to go up 7%. And this becomes a problem because teams have been building contracts based on 10% raises. So players are getting 8% raises.
When they sign with their own team. Yep.
When they sign with their own team, that deal is X amount in 2025. In 2026, it is X plus 8%. And then the following year, it is Y plus 8%. Right? Okay. Do you think that anything the Kings are doing right now has to do with that? That any move they're making or not making has to do with the fact that the salary cap is not going to go up at the rate they said it would, or at the rate they thought it would?
I don't think so. Again, like someone asked in the chat, like, hey, the Kings just signed Dennis Schroeder. Do they still have their mid-level? The Kings don't have their mid-level. That they use that to sign Dennis Schroeder. Without any question, that's how they acquired him. Yeah, I don't think so. Because I mean, it could be the reason why you're looking to move off of a guy like Malik Monk, who has 3 years left on his deal. But the Kings are really primed to not just next offseason, but the offseason after that to be like free of all of this stuff. And so I get the question, but I think it's a surprise. Like, I don't understand the league just signed these massive contracts. Like the television money, like the players union is going to be like, hey, where's the money going? We're confused because not only it was established that it was a 10% bump, right? That it was going to go up a maximum of 10%. Right. But also when the season gets done, if the basketball related income, the BRI, it isn't distributed the right way, which is, I think, 51-49, 51 players, 49 owners.
Mhm.
If it's not, there's supposed to be an in-pound account with a whole bunch of money that is then redistributed back to the players.
Okay.
So that's why they're saying this smoothing. Basically, it's so they're going, the percent was supposed to be 10%. And then if there was a bunch of overrun, it goes into a giant bank account, and then every team gets a giant check to redistribute back to its players. So I don't know how that can't be the case, because the television deal is massive. They signed multiple deals. So we're going to have to, like, I'm confused. I'm confused.
I'm sure there will be additional reporting on it. It was just, that was such a weird thing to see, that all of a sudden it's like up just 7% in 26-27. So that'll be on top of all the aprons, on top of everything, on top of teams dealing with injuries and trying to get off of contracts or find new paths for their team. The salary cap only going up 7%, I think could have a substantial impact in the way this season, this trade deadline, and next offseason go. Yeah,
I think the one other thing I would add to it is, oh, my brain went sideways.
Does this
Go ahead.
does this also potentially impact a Keegan Murray extension?
That's exactly where I was going. It's just going to make Keegan Murray's extension less. Like, if he were to get max money, I don't think he's getting max money. Who knows? Like, right? We saw what Jabari Smith Jr. got. It was like $122 million or whatever. It's possible that Keegan gets like 122 or 125. Keith Smith has had him at 140, like projected for a while. But the maximum money he can get, I think, is like 165 or something.
Okay.
Maybe 170. That probably just went down. But again, 3% off the cap, and then it would be based on percentage of the cap and all that stuff.
All right. I just, like I said, I heard that, and anything cap related, anything financial, I
just go ahead and send it to my desk.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did here.
Yeah. So there's also, like, I think that the impact of what's happening right now on this team, the fact that you just signed Dennis Schroeder and you still have Malik Monk. Like, if you walk into the season, that's your 1-2 punch at the point guard spot. Actually, I don't think that's a horrible thing. And then you've got Zach LaVine and you got Keon Ellis, and then you get to the small forward spot, you got DeMar DeRozan, you got Domantas Sabonis. I think, again, Keegan Murray is going to be one of the guys who's impacted greatly by all of what's happened so far in this offseason.
Yeah.
Because you added more scorers, not less.
Great.
You did not add another player who's a 6'8", except for Drew Eubanks and Dario Saric. Like, even even Neek Clifford, he's 6'6". So, like, Keegan Murray is like, hey, we might have to ask you to play all the defense one more year. It's like, okay, wait, what? We'll pay you, but we might ask you to do something that you're probably it's not gonna help you.
On the Dennis Schroeder front, this is probably a longer conversation than what we have in this segment. Man, that D'Angelo Russell deal, 2 years and $13 million, taxpayer mid-level for the Mavs. And then you look at Tyus Jones, 1 year, 7. Trey Jones, 3 years, 24. Trey Mann, 3 years, 24. Kobe White makes $12 million. TJ McConnell makes 11.2. Peyton Pritchard makes 7.5. This is annual. Why the hell is Dennis Schroeder being paid $14 million a year? Would you? What?
So he would sign Sacramento.
What? Then make it 10, and you'd still be overpaying him.
Then he might have gone back to Detroit.
Fine, then go get Trey Jones and Trey Mann. I would way rather have the two younger guys at a combined $16 million a year. Pay them 10 a year if you have to.
We don't make the news, Kyle.
I don't.
We just
what?
We just report it. I'm with you.
He's gonna. Dude, I was low key in on the Dennis Schroeder thing. Like, yeah, okay, I get it. They need a guy to kind of run everything. They need a guy to organize everything. All right, hey, 14 million is his market. All right, so be it. There's no way 14 million was his market.
Yeah. Well,
And if you're just looking
he's-
for a guy,
almost 32. Yeah.
I hate it now.
All right.
Whatever. All right. I might hate this more later. If the Kings' current roster stands, which player stands to lose the most? We'll talk about that to open the second hour. Plus your phone calls on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. He's James Ham. Joe Brazil's over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube, Omnipresent. They sponsor the show. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of the contract. I don't. It is what it is at this point. So I really want to know.
For a point guard?
Yeah, I
disagree.
really want to know what that last year looks like.
Yeah, I'm just saying 15 just on an average annual value basis.
Yeah, it's a 14.1 million starting salary. Now I will say this. The deal isn't done until the 6th. I mean, the deal is done, but the deal is not done. So there is a possibility that the Kings actually make a trade with Detroit, even if it's nothing going to Detroit, like the future draft rights to, some random player that we've never heard of that the Kings have draft rights to, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the Kings were to trade Schroeder into the Kevin Huerter trade exception and allow for a sign-in trade with Detroit, it would hard cap the Kings, but they're not getting there anyways. But it would retain their mid-level exception, and the mid-level exception is more valuable than a trade exception. Trade exception expires right around the deadline, and it's higher, but a player has to fit into that.
Sure.
Where the mid-level, number one, can be broken up into multiple pieces. Number two, it can be for up to 4 years. You can either sign or trade for a player with it. It's just a more versatile exception than a trade exception.
Also, I totally disagree that Daniel Gafford getting 20 is overpaying for Daniel Gafford. Again, it's about the markets. It's not. Jared Allen makes 20. Ivica Zubats makes 19.5. Wendell Carter, 19.5. Jakob Poeltl, 19.5.
People keep asking what are the odds that the Kings can make it. I don't know. I mean, I keep hearing that they're in it, and I also keep hearing that the Warriors really want no part of it. But, what are you going to have to give up to get him? And will they take back Malik Monk? Or were they more in line with, hey, we'd much rather have Jonas Valanciunas expiring contract and Devin Carter?
I don't think this is necessarily up to the Kings in terms of what are the odds they get him.
Yeah.
It's going to depend on A, what he gets paid, B, what other there's been several teams reported in the kind of in the mix and monitoring the situation. And maybe the Kings do want to go out and go, yeah, hey, we'll sign you to this offer sheet, but I don't think they can.
Once you send well, they don't have any money now.
Right. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the Insiders hanging out with you till noon. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And those guys will take you up to 4:00. Just a reminder, short week this week. No show Friday on 4th of July. We will have baseball for you, though.
Oh.
11:30 a.m. Coverage begins. Little Subway Series action. Yankees and Mets. And then we'll have game 2 of that series on Saturday at 12:30, Yankees at Mets right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. Another housekeeping note before we dive back into King stuff. You can now listen to ESPN 1320. That's the Insiders and D'Lo and Casey on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. We are everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
No excuse not to take us on the go. Whether you're a YouTube viewer, a Twitch viewer, a radio listener, a podcast listener, download one of those apps so you can listen to us live wherever you are in the world. Preach. All right. I asked you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I guess technically you asked this question and then I repeated it. Now I'm going to ask it to you. Let's assume that the Kings roster just kind of stays where it's at. There's no other big move to be made. They sign a couple of kind of fringe rotation free agents and we move. Who stands to lose the most in a scenario where it is Dennis Schroeder, starting lineup, Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. Off the bench, you've got Malik Monk and Nick Clifford and Maxime Raynaud,
Keon Ellis.
Maybe
some Devin Carter.
Well, Devin Carter action.
Maybe some Isaac Jones.
Sure. Isaiah Crawford.
You forgot, did you mention Drew Eubanks?
Oh, no, I forget.
Dario Saric.
Oh, man. Who stands to lose the most on this? On a version of the Kings that is kind of just the same as what we saw last year.
Oh, it's a player who lost the most last year. And that's Keegan Murray. For me, the Kings have had the 4th pick in the draft a couple of years ago. And your climb out of where you were should have been focused on bringing him along with everybody else to make sure that he's taking the logical steps.
Mm-hmm.
He took it and, logical step in year 2, went from 12 points to 15 points. And then, I hate saying it this way, it's almost like he made a mistake by becoming the team's best defensive player. Because then he became like their only defensive player until they stumbled upon Keon Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
And so now he gets to defend the most difficult player and run around like a crazy person defending that person.
Mm-hmm.
And, and one night, again, we've talked about this, one night it's Steph, one night it's LeBron James, the next night it can be Jokic that he's defending.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's great. He's a versatile defender and all that stuff. But when you draft a player in the top 4, your hope is that he will ascend to being either a two-way player or a great offensive player, but an all-star, an all-star level player.
No doubt.
You cannot be an all-star level player when your points per game go back from 15 a game to 12. That's just
as a wing for sure.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
All-stars don't score 12 points per game.
Nope.
And so, look, I think that that when they decided to bring in DeMar DeRozan, Keegan was impacted greatly by that, and the fact that DeMar DeRozan's still there, and now you're bringing in another scorer and Dennis Schroeder, and you're still going to ask, is he a pesky defender? Yeah, we'll call him pesky. That's fine. Like, Dennis Schroeder's not an elite lockdown, lights out defender.
No, he is a we'll pick somebody up 92 feet, might get a steal, jump in a passing lane. He'll gamble here and there.
Yeah.
You'll get effort.
Yeah, effort, and he's a good defender, right? But he's not great.
No,
and so Keegan is still going to get asked to do all these things, and who's giving up their shots to him? And the answer is nobody. Nobody's going to say, "Oh, all right, yeah, Keegan, you can have 2 of my shots. I'm good." And someone else goes, "Yeah, I got 3 more shots for you." That's not happening. So, for me, he's the guy who's probably going to be the one that, again, he'll probably get paid this offseason. But even if I'm him and his people, I'm a little leery on it. What is my path forward?
Sure.
What is my path to being a major role, a major piece to what's happening? Because there was all this conversation that Keegan was going to take a step and be the team's 2nd or 3rd leading scorer. And it looked like that's where he was going in year 2 and year 3. It's a dramatic step backwards. So I would be, again, if I'm his people, I'd be like, all right, we'll let this play out one more year.
I would be so much more inclined. I saw somebody bring up the name Shane Battier. If that's what Keegan Murray winds up being, if he has Shane Battier's career,
Yeah.
you've got an awesome career.
Mhm.
But that works fine when you're on a team that is going on deep playoff runs. And hey, you know what? This team's just loaded, and I'm going to go take a back seat over here. I'm going to be a great defender. I'm going to do the little things. I'm probably more talented than that, but you know what? We're winning, and I'm going to do the things it takes to affect winning the most.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing that on a team where hey, there's not much winning to affect. And it's just, I'm going to call it disappointing for lack of a better word, because he's good. Like Keegan Murray is a really, really good player.
Mm-hmm.
But in relation to what it looked like his ceiling was after year one, and then he goes into year two at the California Classic and he just looks like a man amongst boys. He's his frame is filled out. He found some athleticism that didn't look to be fully there in year one. It just, oh man, he's ready to take this massive leap. And then nope. And then last year, nope. And so while yes, he's really good. He has a ton of value on an NBA roster. It's short of what kind of I think the ceiling that we all saw for him was. And the fact of the matter is he's not 20 years old.
No.
Or 21 years old. He turns 25 this year?
Yes.
He turns 25. So you're in a situation where, hey, you know what? You're kind of running up to your ceiling and your room for growth as a player. You're lowering every year that Keegan Murray stands in the corner while DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine do all the primary scoring and ball handling. That brings his ceiling down another rung.
Yeah.
And then another one, and then another one. And I think I agree with you that he stands to lose the most, because it's just very clear this is not a knock on him as a player. I think it's just kind of where Keegan is as a person, and with his fit on this team, he's not going to be the player that's like, F this, I'm going to break structure. I'm going to go demand the ball after a made basket. I'm going to go demand the ball and I'm just going to go do this myself. He's not.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think what you're seeing is not him becoming a bad player. I don't think it's him becoming worse. I think it's his ceiling coming down and his role from what we thought it was to, hey, what it is realistically changing. And I don't think there's a path to him getting back on a all-star track on this roster.
Oh no, at his current construction. And like my point would be this, the most that Shane Battier ever made in a season, $7.4 million.
Mm-hmm.
He made $56 million for his career. I don't hate the player comp, because Shane Battier was an excellent defender, super versatile.
I didn't want to seem like, hey, you're Shane Battier, you stink.
Yeah,
like that was what I was trying to get across.
Yeah. No, but the problem is that Keegan's going to get paid this summer, most likely, to be like a $25 million player at least.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you rectify that situation that, a $25 million player that might score 12 points a game, and he's scoring 12 points a game, not because of himself. He's scoring 12 points a game because you're limiting him to that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what players typically make that score 12 points per game.
Right.
And so, I mean, it's tough. Like, I really think Keegan is in sort of a bind here. He's in a weird spot with the Kings. And, we keep seeing his 3-point percentage drop. We see these things, that he's not taking the necessary steps forward. But I don't feel like it's his fault. I feel like it's circumstantial, and that's tough. But,
the per 100 stuff tells the story. Keegan's rookie year, 15.7. This is per 100 possessions. 15.7 field goal attempts, 10.1 3-point attempts per 100. That's a really, really nice track for a rookie. The next year, 18.3 field goal attempts per 100. The 3-pointers came down a little bit, 9.6. But hey, you'll take the additional 2-point attempts. Typically, that means more creation, getting smarter and more effective at cutting, maybe getting some steals and getting some runouts. So yeah, okay, good with that. 3-point volume down some, but overall field goal attempts up. The notion was in 24-25, Keegan Murray would take this lead and take this ascent and become the number 2 or number 3 scorer on this team. And instead, 15.4 field goal attempts per 100 possessions, career low. 8.4 3-point attempts per 100 possessions, a career low. That's not changing.
Yeah. Like, I'm going to pull out, like, Scout here in the chat says, who's limiting him? It's a bad take by me. Who's limiting him? His teammates are limiting him. His entire organization is limiting him. What do you mean? Like, when you bring in a guy who averages 17 shots per game to replace a guy who averaged 9 shots per game, who loses the 8 shots?
Right.
It's basic math.
Yes. It's easy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's him.
Look, and here's the deal. You can blame Keegan for not going, hey, give me the ball. You can blame him for that. But to me, and this is where the argument, let's bring Jonathan Kuminga back in. This is where the Jonathan Kuminga Warriors, Steve Kerr, whose fault is it? This is kind of where this gets. Mm-hmm. At some point, you have to go, hey, we value Keegan very highly. We think Keegan is a piece of this core going forward. How can we maximize Keegan Murray, the player? Okay, we know he's not going to demand the ball. We know he's not that type of personality. We know he's not that play style. So how can we ensure that he's getting shots up? How can we ensure that he is getting the runway to become that player? Adding DeMar DeRozan, adding Zach LaVine, not doing it. And so if you want to blame him for not being the guy who's going to be like, give me the damn ball, I'm shooting it 20 times, to hell with your offense, I'm the ISO guy now. You can't do that.
Well, I'd even like further your point here, the Keegan Murray versus Jonathan Kuminga deal, right? Mm-hmm. Kuminga, the Warriors don't want him because that's who he is. He's a guy who's just me, mm-hmm. and won't listen and won't go play the defense that they want him to play, mm-hmm. and won't learn the basic play sets to make them solid defensively when he's in the game. Mm-hmm. You got another guy who is doing all that, but because he's not vocal, because he's not screaming and yelling at everybody, who are you going to scream and yell at? Like, again, your point guard's De'Aaron Fox. He's shooting 20 times a game. They replace him, but you got a 6-man and Malik Monk who's shooting 13 times a game. Mm-hmm. You got a center that everybody wants to shoot more, who's mm-hmm. shooting 12 or 13 times a game, and Domantas Sabonis. Yeah. It, like, realistically, you swapped out a small forward that was shooting 8.9 shots per game, and I don't know what the final tally was on DeMar DeRozan, but I'm going to guess that it's much higher. Yeah.
Probably double.
Look at that. It's 17.
Oh,
17.
Almost exactly double.
Yeah, exactly. So again, it's just tough. I want to say, oh yeah, he's got to work more off the dribble, or he is not put in that position by the team to do that.
I watched this closely last year. Mm-hmm. I can't off the top of my head come up with a pattern or a bunch of plays where, because Keegan does put the ball on the deck, guy hard closeout, he'll put and he will get to the rack.
Yep.
It's not like he's sitting there and getting all these opportunities and passing them up. It happened a couple times, catching the corner and all of a sudden he's swinging. It's like, brother, you need to just put that up. Mm-hmm. But it's not like that was happening 4, 5, 6 times a game.
No, it's once or twice, but it stands out. It does. When he doesn't pull the trigger on a 3 and you're like, what are you doing?
Right. But it's not, but that does not explain the steep drop off in shots.
Yeah.
It's way easier to look at the math the way you did. And if you're Keegan, you're a 23-year-old, 24-year-old who grew up watching DeMar DeRozan be awesome at basketball. He's on your team now. You're expecting that guy to go, to hell with you, it's my turn. Mm-hmm. That's just not real. That's not a realistic thing.
Well, look, I've said this a million times. It's not that DeMar DeRozan's doing anything wrong.
No.
He's the same exact player he has been every other stop in his career.
Every other time.
So that's where, you have to expect a player to be exactly who he is. And especially when they've been in the league 16 years. Yep. When a kid has been in the league 3 years and he's trying to make his way, and you realistically take away a ton of opportunity. You took him from the potential to be The year before, he was the third option.
Mm-hmm.
You made him the fourth option. And then when you put Malik Monk in the starting lineup, he became the fifth option. So I don't want to hear that it's Keegan Murray's fault for not being aggressive enough. When he's the fifth option, that's it. Like, what's he supposed to do? Fifth options don't get 14 or 15 shots per game.
Yep.
They get that once every month.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
And then they do it, and you go, hey, why doesn't he do that more? And it's like,
Yeah.
well, because there's a Hall of Famer and Zach LaVine. And
Well, because somebody took a night off and he got to go out there and shoot the ball more. I don't know. It's interesting.
All right. I'm going to step aside just for a moment. Where are the Kings in the West? After all this, where do the Kings currently reside? We'll talk about that. And we might look at some of the quote-unquote best available free agents left. The list is a little bit grim. We'll get to that as well. But where do the Kings currently stand in the Western Conference? We'll talk about that. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Sorry if I jumped all over your take, Scout. But, like, the math of it just... You're a team who's trying to develop a young player and have him become one of your stars.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just detour for an entire season with something that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, absolutely no sense at all. I will guarantee you this. There's no way we can argue about it or not, but the Sacramento Kings would have won more than 40 games last season if they still had Harrison Barnes on the roster.
Ooh. That's kind of interesting.
They would have been a better defensive team. They would have been a better three-point shooting team. They would have had Keegan Murray develop, but that's not what happened.
I'm trying to... Oof. Bad look for Keegs there. I'm trying to find... I wish there was an easier way to do this. I do. The other part of this is I think there's an element of Keegan isn't aggressive enough at times. I definitely agree.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying that for 2 years now. It's been a worry for me. Like, maybe he's just not that. I don't think the Kings helped the situation by bringing in DeMar DeRozan and by inserting Malik Monk into the starting lineup and by trading for Zach LaVine.
No.
I don't think they made it. I don't think they made it easier. And I think that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
Keegan's not that dude who's going to be like, I'm taking 25 shots tonight, to hell with you.
We didn't even talk about the difference between how many shots per game Kevin Huerter took, even in the good season, versus what Zach LaVine, 8.8. Well, no.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, it's us. James over there. Kyle here. Joe Brazil there. We're the Insiders. Hanging out with you till noon. I want to pick up the Keegan Murray conversation because we kind of continued it through the break on the YouTube side. And then I want to talk about where the Kings currently stand in the West. I do think, as with all things, when arguments happen, you exist, or when discussions happen, things exist in black and white. In reality, there's a pretty substantial gray area that almost all things exist in. And with this Keegan Murray thing, I will concede, while I do think that the Kings made a mistake in adding a player like DeMar DeRozan and then trading for a player like Zach LaVine. Less with Zach LaVine. I'm going to keep Zach LaVine's name out of this for now. By adding a player like DeMar DeRozan, I do think they hindered Keegan Murray's growth a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason that is what the other side of this argument is that guy is not aggressive enough. That guy does not believe he you have to have immense self-belief to make it to this level of
course.
sport.
Mhm.
So Keegan Murray knows Keegan Murray's very, very, very good at basketball. But he's not going to be one of those players who's like, I'm the next Michael Jordan and I'm going to go show everybody on a nightly basis. No, he's going to be more passive. He's going to make the right pass. He's going to pass up shots, sometimes frustratingly so.
Mhm.
And so I do think that that's true. I agree with that argument that he needs to be more aggressive. On the other hand, I don't think that additional aggressiveness makes up for everything lost by inserting DeMar DeRozan into the equation. A player with DeMar DeRozan, I shouldn't even say DeMar DeRozan specifically because it's not him. A player with DeMar DeRozan's play style, I think further hindered or further exacerbated the issues that left Keegan Murray with something to be desired on the offensive end.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, we could go through like a long list of players that if you would have moved this player into, signed this player or made this trade to get this type of player, how it could have been different. But like the guy that stands out, Cam Johnson is a guy that everybody in Sacramento thought was going to land in Sacramento, and the Kings were never able to get the deal done. There was even last offseason, there was a push to get him before they signed DeMar DeRozan. In his best season, which was last year, Cam Johnson shot 13 shots per game, 4 less. You take those 4 shots, you give them to Keegan Murray, and Keegan Murray is at least Cam Johnson. Like, that's where he would be. And it's just it's one move, and again, you compound these moves. Again, you take Malik Monk and put him in the starting lineup, and a bunch more shots go that way. Over Kevin Huerter. Like, he takes more shots than Kevin Huerter. Then you replace that with Zach LaVine, and all of a sudden more shots going to Zach LaVine. Like, when you take a player who is supposed to be probably your third option, growing towards potentially being a second option, a second offensive option, like Keegan was coming out of year 2, and you make him your 5th option, I don't care how aggressive you are, he's still the 5th option. Like, that it's not like he had some opportunity to go grab the ball, bring it up the court, create for himself. It's not like they kept calling play after play after play for him to go get more shots. They just didn't.
I get it. I'm going to now argue against myself here. Here's what needs to stop. We have Keegan Murray, opening night last year, 17 field goal attempts, 10 3-point attempts. We got on air the next day and went, there he is. There's Keegan. And I think this is where people on the other side of this, now there's a lot of you in the chatty house, so let me argue for your position here. The next night, 11. The next night after that, 9. We've got in here a 10, 11, a 7, 11, 6, 9, 11, 11, 9. I just got to the end of November. That is way too many nights where the 10 and 11 nights I'll take as okay. Like there's some the De'Aaron Fox scores 60 and has 35 shots. Like, okay, you're not going to get a ton of shots up. There are too many nights in here where you've got 1 for 9, 4 for 9, 3 for 5 in 25 minutes, 3 for 9 in 27 minutes, 3 for 9 in 28 minutes, 2 for 7 in 28 minutes, 2 for 8 in 36 minutes. Those can't happen. That to me is not roster related. That to me is where, okay, maybe he's not getting the shots, but I know Keegan Murray is touching the ball more often than that. I know Keegan Murray can create more than 7 or 8 or 9 shots. The single-digit field goal attempt games, they're going to happen in the league. They happen way too often for me to put, and again, this is where I'm living in the gray area. It doesn't all go on DeMar DeRozan or De'Aaron Fox or Zach LaVine or whoever it is. There are too many nights where he just doesn't, where we go, Keegan took 8 shots in the first quarter and finished with 10.
Yep.
Like, what the, dude, though, that is, to me, those are the nights that are on Keegan. I think season long, when you start looking at the dip in field goal attempts, it's like, okay, that's roster. But on those, there's just too many nights where he's aggressive coming out and then, oh, nope, went away.
No, I get that. But again, I'm going to keep saying opportunity. Like there are certain nights where, of course, he's going to have more opportunity because somebody's hurt. Where whether it's De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis or DeMar DeRozan steps off the court for a game. Like there are going to be games where, yeah, he doesn't get a bigger opportunity. But there are also nights where he was incredible in the first half. And his teammates didn't look for him. They did not find him. They did not set him up for additional shots. And you're just sitting there thinking, like, what in the world? And then you go back and you look at those games and you're like, huh, look at that. One guy had 10 field goal attempts in the third quarter because he wasn't getting his. And he came out at halftime and went and got his.
Sure.
And you're like, okay. And then not only that, I'll bring, this might sound like a small number, but the difference between not only 17 field goal attempts, but 5.7 free throw attempts, because a game is about possessions, how many possessions there are, versus a guy who averaged 8.9, not only field goal attempts, but 2.4 free throw attempts. You're losing one little possession, 2 possession, 8 possessions and that's just one player. And so that's where, to me, it's just like, we were hoping that there would be a moment during the season where it balanced, where you started to pass the torch over. Never happened. In fact, it got worse as the season went on. And again, I don't blame DeMar DeRozan for being who he is. I'm blaming the situation. Like both guys, like it was situational. Like DeMar, like, hey, I can still shoot 17 times a game. All right, I'm in.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Like, why not? If you're DeMar, like, hey, look, if you guys are just gonna let me have the ball every time, like, why not? But like that last season, like the offense was broken, everything was broken. And that's why, like, look, if you're gonna have a flow offense, then everybody has to play a flow offense. Not everybody except for one guy.
Sure.
And because what happens is that one guy messes with the flow.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing doesn't work. And so I feel like that's what we saw more than anything else last season.
Let me get to, why did this page change? Hang on. I want to just to get off DeMar DeRozan's back a little bit. DeMar DeRozan missed November 15, 16, and 18. Minnesota, Utah, Atlanta. That was when De'Aaron Fox went crazy. Had the huge game in the OT loss against Minnesota. Had another huge night against Utah the next night. And then Atlanta a couple days later. Keegan Murray in those games had 15 shots in the overtime game against Minnesota with no DeMar DeRozan. 6 in a 4-point win against Utah.
How many points did De'Aaron Fox score?
That was he had 50.
Yeah.
What, 50 something? Okay, no, but I'm there. I'm with you. 30 shots. He had 49. 30 shots for De'Aaron Fox that night. Trey Lyles figured out a way to get 9 shots up. Kevin Huerter got 14 shots up. Jordan McLaughlin got 5 shots in 22 minutes.
Yeah, one less shot than
Keegan Murray played 39 minutes and had 6 field goal attempts.
Yep.
That is where I fall off of it's roster construction wagon. That is where, like, brother, you got to figure it out.
Yeah,
if you can't figure it out in a starting lineup, you're Keegan freaking Murray, the number 4 pick, the guy who is part of the core. You're going to be that dude. You're going to get paid. And you've got Jordan McLaughlin. Alex Len had 5 shots. Trey Lyles is going to get almost done.
Let's be honest. Alex Len missed his own shot at least 3 of those times, got the rebound and put it back up.
He was 4 for 5.
Okay, I'm wrong. It's all Keegan's fault.
Thank you. There it is. Come on.
There it is. It's all Keegan's fault.
It's not.
De'Aaron Fox took 30 shots in a game.
No, it's not. It's not. But it's not the 30 that I'm worried about.
Yeah.
It's that there were 53 other shots, and Keegan in 39 minutes took 6.
Yep.
That's where I have a really hard time going, well, DeMar didn't even play. That's where Zach LaVine wasn't on the team yet.
No, I get it.
De'Aaron Fox took 30, but that is where I am like, bro, you have to figure out a way on nights like that to be that dude, to be the number 2 option.
No, I get it.
Domas didn't even play. Doug McDermott took more shots than Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
The hell is that?
I get it, but
I'm fully on the other side now.
The other side of that coin, just so you know, their star player, Lauri Markkanen, scored 25 points that night. He took 8 shots, and he took 8 shots
Hun-
because Keegan Murray was all over him and would not let him get loose.
No, totally. And this is not a question about like, because if Keegan Murray can only play one side of the floor, that's what we're talking about. It's like, okay, cool. Now you're Shane Battier, which is well short of the expectation for him. There are players who are very good defenders who also score points or put shots up at least. So I think part of it is roster construction for sure. But I also think that there's at least some blame. You can pick the percentage.
Yep.
Laid it at Keegan Murray's feet on those nights where the opportunities are there, and for whatever freaking reason, he doesn't take advantage.
Yeah.
And that's I think where the frustration kind of sets in.
No, I get it. I just like, for me, it's a young player, and you're supposed to foster growth in young players, not stymie them.
I agree. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil behind the glass. I think Jesse Tapia behind the glass as well. Jesse here. Hey, shout out to Jesse. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. This is Sacramento Sports Leader. Okay. Let's push our power rankings to tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I want to really dig into that.
Okay.
Because I think there's some interesting conversations to be had about what the West looks like. I wanted to get to the best available free agents because this could change literally any second, and it might have changed and we just missed it. But this is part of the reason why yesterday I was a little bit incredulous about the Jonas Valanciunas. Geez, here we go. Fix that in post. 3, 2, and 1. The Jonas Valanciunas salary dump is ostensibly what trading a $10 million player for a $5 million player is.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned, well, it gives you $10 million to work with under the luxury tax.
It's probably less because of bonus money, but yeah. But still, it gave you money to work with. Sure. And even if you didn't have that $5 million, then you probably would be really close to the luxury tax.
Sure. Here are the free agent. Well, I want to push point guards for a second. Free agent shooting guards. Don't think the Kings are going after any of these guys. This is according to Keith Smith's spot track. So if you want to quibble with the positions, I'm just reading Keith's list.
Cool.
Quentin Grimes, restricted free agent. Not going to go get him. He's going back to Philly. Cam Thomas, Brooklyn Nets, restricted free agent. Love him. Would be so psyched if the Kings got him, but they don't need him. They have 10 players like him. Dante Exum and DeAnthony Melton, who's coming off an ACL tear and has had trouble staying healthy his entire career.
Mm-hmm.
At small forward, Amir Coffey, Cody Martin, Jabari Walker, Torrey Craig, and Lamar Stevens. Power forward, Jonathan Kuminga is restricted. Chris Boucher, Trey Lyles, Precious Achua, and Bol. And then it's center, Al Horford, DeAndre Ayton, Mo Wagner, Jackson Hayes, and Isaiah Jackson. This is why yesterday on the whole, you want to free up salary. Like, for what?
Yeah.
Is Cody Martin?
Like
Amir Coffey?
Like, look, I think that, again, the reason why the Kings were hearing names of every King known to man being mentioned as part of potential trades, but specifically guys like Malik Monk, is so you can actually try to improve your roster in other ways. Like, this roster is still completely unbalanced. And I don't necessarily think that that's Malik Monk's fault at this point, but you're trying to find ways to balance the roster somehow. And when you look at this list, it's just uninspiring. Like, I think Kings fans would be super excited they got Amir Coffey. And that just speaks to where the Kings are right now. Like that, and he's not going to be the difference between you winning, 38 and 42 games.
The significance of an Amir Coffey signing would be, they recognize that they need more players like that. Cool. It's not moving the needle for me. Let's talk point guards, where Josh Giddey is a restricted free agent. Chris Paul is still available. Where are things at with Russell Westbrook and Malcolm Brogdon? Because it really felt like the Kings were lining this thing up where, okay, it's going to be Dennis Schroeder, and then bang, it's going to be also Russell Westbrook or also Malcolm Brogdon. They're having Zoom calls. This thing's going to happen. They're going to have this veteran backcourt. Here we go. It seems like all of that has died out entirely.
Yeah, I think their hope was to move Monk and hopefully for Schroeder to free up some money and have those contracts sort of cross cancel each other and then open up that other backup point guard spot.
Yeah.
They don't have the other spot now. and that's the problem. They don't really. I mean, if Malik Monk, if you haven't been able to move him at this point, he's your backup point guard. There's no reason to go sign a Russell Westbrook or a Malcolm Brogdon or anyone else. Like, you already have the guy. You just were hoping to get a much cheaper version. So then you had another like 14 or 15 million to go chase somebody else. Again, if you would have been able to pull off the Malik Monk for Dennis Schroeder, and like, personally, I don't love that. I don't like that at all, to be honest with you. But if you were able to do that, not only would you have retained your mid-level exception at 14 million bucks, but you also would have shaved another 4.5 million off your salary. And so it would have given you this huge runway, like upwards of 25 million bucks, to go out and shop for better players, using something like the trade exception from Kevin Huerter, using something like your mid-level exception. So it would have opened the ability to go do other things. So I understand why you might trade Malik Monk in that situation, just for financial reasons. But I also think, like, there are other players on this roster, maybe they can't trade. Maybe there isn't any market for player X, player Y. Maybe people, like, realistically are waiting to see what happens with Jonathan Kuminga before they make a decision on whether, a guy like DeMar DeRozan might be available or not. Because, I mean, what do you think this looks like if somehow the Kings are able, let's just do a hypothetical here, if they're able to do a sign and trade with the Golden State Warriors and bring in Jonathan Kuminga for Malik Monk? Who are your starters? Who's your starting power? Your starting forwards?
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So are we helping or are we hurting Keegan Murray?
Okay. Now maybe we're getting. Oh, look at the A's. Maybe we're reaching again. All of this is lining up with. Hey, would the Kings be better if DeMar DeRozan came off the bench?
Oh, okay.
I know we can't have that conversation because he's all of it. We can't bring him off the bench. Like, yeah, no, I got it. But that's the logical move there. Is if you trade Malik Monk for Jonathan Kuminga is now your starting 3 or 4, however. DeMar DeRozan replaces Malik Monk as your 6th man. And now you have a dynamite scorer coming into the game off the bench. That's the answer.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I'm going to let Kyle call DeMar and tell him.
I'll do it. He's going to go, who's this? I'm going to go, hey, this is Kyle Madsen from ESPN 1320. And he's going to go, how'd you get this number?
How'd you get this number?
Like, I don't know, man, but hey, you're coming off the bench, FYI. Buckle up. However, I know DeMar DeRozan doesn't listen to this program, but if anybody who knows him does and they send him clips or whatever, he's going to punch me in the nose. If you see me face down on the floor at a Kings game, you'll know what happened.
You'll know what happened.
I'm knocked out by DeMar DeRozan.
Right. Yeah.
That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Handoff coming up next with Damian Barling as we lead up to D'Lo and KC at noon right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom so bad, but I want to watch this bat.
Okay, so
we're gonna live. I don't even know if this is legal, what we're about to do, but 6-5 ball game, bases jacked, 2 outs. Nick Kurtz at the plate.
9th inning.
0-1 pitch.
A's down.
That's a changeup down.
Bases juiced. Kurtz took a big swing on that first one.
Yeah, he did. He was.
Yep, trying to end that thing.
Yeah, well, not end it, but take a lead.
Oh, that's true.
Ooh!
Oh my goodness! He took a hack.
Little cutter in on the hands.
Yeah.
Just missed the barrel. Sorry, Joe and Jesse. We're way ahead of you guys.
No, I saw this coming and I fast forwarded, and now we are
good.
together.
Oh, good. I didn't know you were rewound. Oh, timeout.
Boy,
are we gonna?
This is fun.
Oh, I might even if we can. I just needed to hit a tank or something here, and I will time to run to the restroom.
What do we got? What do you got in your bag?
1-2 pitch. It's fine outside. That's a good take. That's a
really
good take.
Yep.
Whew.
I just struck out watching that.
I did, dude. I'm a righty, but same pitch on the opposite side. Oh, I'm whiffing at that. I think you go change up down here.
Oh, I think you called it.
I did. And he fouled it off.
Look at that.
Now I'm elevating a
Oh.
fastball like
I was
shoulder
about
high.
to say he's probably gonna.
Yeah.
Come back with it.
High and outside.
He might try and go back to the changeup and bury one in the dirt, but I'm now bringing a fastball.
Yeah,
back up to
actually,
the
because
eyeballs.
he might be looking for that fastball now. Yeah.
This is killing me. He broke a bat. I need this pitch to be the end of the at bat so I can. I have to go so bad. All right, here we go. Payoff pitch. Oh, missed inside. Went back to the cutter.
3-2.
Oh, bases jacked. 3-2.
A walk drives
Top
in the
9.
tying run. 2 outs.
The runners will be moving.
Oh, that's true.
Muncie waits on deck.
Who's got
Lucetta?
already has a homer on the day?
Hands at the belt. I shouldn't do this. This is definitely illegal. Oh, he went with the changeup down.
Oh, and his ball 4.
Son of a. All right, here we go.
Now Kyle's got to run. Wow.
He's got 2 minutes, you know.
This is funny. That's funny. Waterfall, swimming pools. Yep. Drip, drip, drip. What's going on? You know, I think it's funny too. Like I want to see what Keegan actually looks like as a ball handler, and you know, he's a guy who works extremely hard and who does care, and I'm sure he's gotten better and better and better, right? But you have a guy like Nick Clifford who goes back to college, and they give him the opportunity to become who they thought he could be. You know, they put the ball in his hands. They taught him. They worked with him on getting to the free throw line. They do all of these things where he looks like a completely different player from his 4th to his 5th season at the college level. And I honestly think that Keegan could have had some of this similar like improvements in his game, but it's just not in the cards for him for whatever reason. The A's are, I got to be honest, they are more interesting, but not in a good way, to be honest. Like the Giants can be like super boring, but the A's, they're interesting because you never know what kind of little league error they're going to make that costs them a game. Or when some guy is going to come out of the bullpen and just give up 5 runs in like 3 minutes. And you're like, what in the world just happened? Oh, Shooty looks not happy.
The Shooty's just in a hoodie.
Yeah. Are they at the little tiny tables? I don't understand what's
imagine.
happening. These yeah, they are. The tiny tables. I don't understand.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. No show Friday this week. It's 4th of July.
Yep.
Then you're off next week.
I'm off.
You're heading to Cabo. You're celebrating with the hat.
Cabo.
Salute.
I cannot
I'm
wait
so
to go to
jealous.
Cabo.
I'm so jealous. It's all right. Joe and I will hold it down. It'll be fine. Chris Ochoa. There it is. Asked in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you'd like to join the program, you can jump in there. Damian Barling will join us for the handoff here shortly. He said, whenever Mike Brown's press conference is, do you think anyone will ask what happened with the Kings? 100%.
Yeah.
There will be at least 1, probably 4 questions about Mike Brown's time with the Kings.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to get probably pretty diplomatic answers from Mike. I don't expect him to say anything
Like, what do you
Like-
mean? I'm still getting paid $8.5 million a year
Yeah,
from them.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
You might get a veiled comment here and there, but I don't
Yeah.
think you're gonna. He's like, I got screwed out of a job.
No,
You're not gonna get anything like that.
no,
It's gonna be very diplomatic about it.
no. I mean, if anything, he'll say, that he believes you got to stay the course. Like, there are going to be ups and downs in the season. There are going to be ups and downs with a franchise, but the people who value stability and stick with a plan are the ones that usually reap the benefits.
I hope Mike's listening, and I hope you wrote that down.
All right.
It's the right answer. It's a good answer.
I may have covered 10 different head coaches in Sacramento.
You may have done this exact press conference a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah, I could probably just sit up there and tell you what they're going to say.
Very good.
Yeah.
in for Mike Brown, James Ham.
Go to the
Gonna
pen.
be his
Go to the pen.
proxy.
Give me the righty.
Gonna give you
Go to the pen.
gonna give you the answers you were gonna get anyway.
You go ahead and take this one, James. Like, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been through it before.
Want to remind everybody you can now listen to The Insiders and D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and the TuneIn app. No excuse to miss anything.
Nope.
You got the podcast available on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. It's D'Lo and KC. So even if you do miss something, subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, and you can go back and listen. So whether you watch on YouTube, whether you listen on the radio, or whether you listen on an app, we are available in all of those places. And
you know
he's
what's
available
amazing?
right now. D'Lo,
You know what's amazing about the iHeart app?
what's that?
It works.
Get out of town.
Sick
What?
Yeah.
burn.
Yeah. It's not trash that shuts down every 5 minutes. I won't say which one of those apps you named is trash, but one of them is trash. As someone who listens to it every single day, I've used iHeart the last 2 days. Didn't have to reset it. Didn't have to close the app, start over. Didn't have to shut my phone down to get it to work. Like, you want to listen to the Insiders and D'Lo and KC uninterrupted? Use the iHeart app. It works. That should be their slogan. The iHeart app. It works.
Functional.
Anything else about apps before we talk about the Kings?
I mean, appetizers. Buffalo wings are a solid appetizer.
Is that are you a Buffalo wing guy?
No.
I was gonna say, that would be shocking to me.
No. Like,
You're a Buffalo cauliflower guy.
I've been known to. I did make you a buffalo chickpea dip once. That is
Ooh,
fire.
was fire.
Many
Yes.
years ago. That was. I
Yes.
think those were Natomas years.
Oh, definitely.
If I recall
For sure.
correctly. But yeah, that's one of my favorites.
I'm gonna need
Buffalo
the recipe for
season
that.
is
That
elite.
sounds good.
Oh, it's terrific. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it was really good.
It's a winner.
If you order an appetizer at a place, what do you order?
Depends on where we are, man. Q1227. They've got lobster bites that are phenomenal.
Ooh.
We were at Scott's Seafood.
Man,
was it
we
Scott's?
live different lives.
They had a
like Chili's Triple Dippers fire.
they had like an ahi nacho.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, that's good.
Oh
Nachos,
my
yeah.
god.
So I love a good seared ahi. App.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
yeah.
that. I love ceviche.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those are both winners.
Yeah.
Both winners.
There's a restaurant in Brentwood called I can't even what the hell? Doesn't matter. There's a restaurant in Brentwood.
Terrific.
They have
Just
an
one, though.
appetizer. It's
Mhm.
just the one restaurant we have. They have an
Mhm.
appetizer called a crab tower,
Okay.
and it's like I don't even know what's in it,
Mm-hmm.
but it is literally like a tower of crab and other mix-ins
Mhm.
with chips on top and
Mhm.
around the sides. I don't even like seafood, and I rock with the crab tower.
Oh,
Okay.
It's delicious.
Okay.
I could
What the
bring
hell
in.
is that place
Maybe I'll
called?
bring in ceviche one day.
Oh,
Ceviche
do that.
and guacamole and fresh
Yeah.
salsa. I'll just.
I'm a
Yeah.
seafood guy now. Like I'm a
Oh,
big
yeah.
seafood
I love that
fan.
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's outstanding.
I'm a big seafood fan.
Okay.
I'm not going to be productive the rest of this show because I cannot, for the life of me, think of what the hell that restaurant's name is,
Oh.
and it's really annoying me.
Well,
Anyways.
There's very easy ways to find out.
Yeah, we have the technology.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe the iHeart app has it.
GTS.
do you think the Kings are kind of done here? Like, there's not this kind of big move we've been waiting on.
A big move? No, I don't believe there's
It's
a big
just
move.
going to be.
I think they're no, do I think they're done? No. Do I think a big move is ahead? No.
Is the Russell Westbrook thing still on the table?
I don't know. I don't know. I put that on. I thought a lot of it was kind of centered around what they were doing with Detroit. It's to me, and I could absolutely be wrong. after the Duncan Robinson deal yesterday, there's no upcoming, there's no continued negotiations, there's no idea of Malik in Detroit. They went with Duncan Robinson, and that's it. So it's like, okay, I don't know how you pull off the Russell Westbrook thing and maybe fill out this roster a little bit more without a deal being done. Like the Sacramento Kings have to find a deal. They have to find someone to trade with, be it for Devin Carter, be it for Malik Monk. Like entering the season with the roster they currently have it's a little sketchy at best. I do feel like the Russell Westbrook thing is still on the table. Obviously, Russell Westbrook is still very much a free agent, but they've got. I think something has to be done before that deal gets done.
Well, yeah, because they have like 2 point guards that both play a lot.
Right. They're going to now have too many point guards.
They have a lot of guards as a whole.
Well, who's the second one?
Well, I mean, Malik's going to play your backup.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean,
I just feel like that's the deal you have to make. Like, I would love to see them move Devin Carter. I don't know that they can. I'm not against seeing if Devin Carter has anything to I don't know. Maybe he can blossom somewhere. I don't know. KC said he saw it at the end of the year. I didn't, but I kind of went in. I was already really agitated that he was drafted because he was hurt. And like everybody knew he was hurt. Like James knew he was hurt. And it was like, wait a minute, what are we doing?
Right.
Like
that's a luxury pick.
Yeah, that's not, we don't, bro, do you know where you're at? Like, this is Sacramento. Those are not luxuries that are afforded to the Kings. Sure. And so I think I took, plus I don't think he can dress. So I think I took a little bit of my frustration out on him. And maybe that was unwarranted. So when he started to show signs, it was like, okay. But in the end, when the season was over, I was like, man, whatever. I'm not buying it. Whatever. Yeah. But full off season, training camp, healthy. All right.
He's going to play in Summer League, which was
he
like
needs
questionable
to.
first.
It shouldn't even be questionable. He should have played in the goddamn California Classic.
Yeah.
Even if you had to march his ass out there to play one-on-one with somebody at the Golden One Center, do it. Yeah, I don't need a coach. It's fine. Just let me do this.
Carter running.
Yeah, no. Okay, everybody show up at 11 and watch Devin Carter practice. It's fine. He needs the run.
Yeah, man. I just on the Russell Westbrook, Malcolm Brogdon front, whatever. Yeah. I was in on the Dennis Schroeder thing initially because I went, Dennis Schroeder, not a bad player. You get a minute. But then I see D'Angelo Russell signing for $6.5 million. And then you go look and you see all these point guards that make like less than $10 million a year. Mm-hmm. And Russell Westbrook is going to get less than that for sure.
Yeah.
Malcolm Brogdon's probably going to get less than that. I'm like, why was Dennis Schroeder it? Was it just a panic of we need to get a guy? Let's make sure to get him. Oh my God, what does he want? Okay, the full mid-level, sure. And now we're sitting here and going, I way rather would have had Russell Westbrook for $5-6 million, however much he's going to make.
Yeah,
for a year than tie up Dennis Schroeder for 2 years.
I would have rather had Russell Westbrook too. I think the idea. Yes, thank you. Dennis, obviously, I think the plan with Dennis Schroeder is 2 years. I also think at least of the names that you mentioned. And maybe Russ too at this current state. I don't know. Like whatever my opinion is going to be jaded anyways. Mm-hmm. I think Dennis is better than all of them. So is he twice as good as all of them? Like in terms of finance?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I get it, but
the answer is no, he's not.
Is he twice? No, he's not twice as good as them. But I do think he's the best of the bunch.
I agree.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know why it was $14-15 million. But I'm fine with the acquisition. Like sure. I'm perfectly fine with Dennis Schroeder, the player. I just had really wrapped my brain around a few more things happening, small things, and none of them have happened.
You mean?
And I'm getting
Drew
my
Eubanks and Dario Saric
on social media for it.
What?
Drew Eubanks didn't move the needle for you?
Didn't.
It didn't move the needle?
No, I don't.
Dario Saric?
I don't even understand the Valanciunas trade. I guess it was to free up money.
Yeah.
I didn't understand it.
I mean,
I don't get it. Like,
yeah, because when you take into consideration bonus money for Sabonis and a couple other contracts, they really have no cap space left.
Lamar Stevens isn't going to sign himself, you know?
Who?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great.
Anyways, D'Lo and Casey, what do you
Lamar
guys
Stevens on a 80s
Maybe.
That was the guy. That was the Dynamite guy, wasn't it?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
Johnny Walker.
Johnny Walker.
No.
Isn't that rum?
We've lost our mind.
Or is that or bourbon?
Yeah, it's whiskey.
Johnny whiskey. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna get it right at some point.
Yeah.
Jimmy Walker,
Jimmy
I believe
Walker.
is the
There
name
we
we
go.
were looking
That's
for.
it. There we go. That's
good.
it.
No, end the show.
That was the Jay Walker. We were okay. D-Lo and KC. Joe, please to help us. Drink water.
Be nice to people.
All right, chatty gang. Appreciate you guys. Good show today. We'll talk tomorrow. Oh, you did all that stuff already. There we go.
Oh, it's
I'm
just
trying to
you.
help. What's up, Jesse?
What's up, guys? What's up, Chatty House?
Yeah, what is that? What hat is that?
That's Sac City.
Oh man, it's a collab with Phenom
Sacramento High, man.
and shout out Sac High. Phenom and Daniel Liu. This is the best hat I have. This hat is crazy. The detail, look on the inside, man. This is like silk, bro. This is crazy.
That's rich people stuff.
They got a zipper on the hat.
The ultimate needle mover.
That's the wrong button. No, I got you. I'm gonna hit the right button this time. Y'all ready? In 3,
Kind of fit.
2, Young Zale.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo. KC, D-Lo. KC, D-Lo. D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. Let's let it ride one more time. What's good? We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, July 2nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling one more time.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of
With...
Sacramento. What are you doing with him?
He rides with us, man. That's what we're doing.
What are you doing with him?
We appreciate you so much for being with us. So much news has broken over the last 24 hours. That's not true, actually.
I thought you saw something that I didn't see.
Well, I mean, there was news. It wasn't related.
Well,
This is more for KC, I guess, because this has been his take. But is Shams the Cody Rhodes of all this right here?
wait
wow.
a minute.
They gave him the ball to run with it. It's been kind of
Man.
Well,
it's a lot better when Rose was here. It's a lot better when Roman Wojnarowski was here.
You're not wrong.
Roman Wojnarowski. Wow. Roman Wojnarowski is spectacular. Goodness gracious. Shams is Kevin Owens. Oh, man.
Is he Cesaro?
No.
Oh.
I don't even want to name someone Cesaro. It'd be disrespectful.
Yeah, that is tough.
Oh,
Tough.
I mean,
There was news this morning.
well,
It just didn't pertain to basketball.
no, not at all. And
And if you've been listening, it wasn't news. We could deal with that later.
yeah.
Because I'm not the type of person to say I told you so. I am.
Well, it was kind of.
I
I
am.
don't want to say it was clear as day, but
It was.
there was red flags.
It was
Before-
clear the second it started.
Well, to me, it happened. We're there. We're here.
the second they said RICO charge, it's like there's no goddamn way.
Hey,
There is no way you're going to be able to prove a conspiracy.
the whole thing fell apart for me personally. Not saying I knew it was going to happen, but red flags were raised. Is when they offered a plea days before the trial started.
Yeah, and his
I said
and,
you offer and
and
what?
his attorney emphatically said no.
Yeah, it's
And this is why.
This is bad.
The-
This is bad for them.
The prosecution went on for weeks. The defense went on for days.
Mhm.
The reason the defense went on for days is because there's nothing to defend. Let's see what we've established. Diddy's an ass. He's a freak. He's a horrible human being, and he's violent. Great. Which one of those 4 things that I name is a charge? Domestic violence wasn't a charge.
Mhm.
Y'all try to y'all try to prove conspiracy
Got too
on
thirsty.
the basis of baby oil orders. Like, man,
They got way
this
too thirsty.
was such a catastrophic failure by the federal government and the prosecution. They got thirsty, just as you said. They got thirsty and started reaching, didn't have it. And I think they knew as this trial was going on, they're cooked.
Mm.
They proved nothing other than Sean Combs sucks as a human being.
them
Again,
boys,
That's not something they send you to jail for.
nah, them boys
And poor
offered that plea. I said, oh,
Poor
no.
Cassie. Cassie went on the stand for like 3 days and had to relive the nightmare of that relationship with that man.
Mm.
All for what? Absolutely nothing. Oh, I feel so bad for her. I feel bad for some of those other people that testified. And that man is leaving jail with all of his money. And if you think he's just going to go away,
Oh no.
you do not understand this man's mentality. His first step into the spotlight, people died. The very first thing he did as an entrepreneur, people died. He didn't he didn't curl up in a ball and go away. He was fired from Arista by Andre Harrell. Didn't curl up in a why? Why was he fired? Because he was violent and hot-headed. He didn't curl up in a ball and go away. He is not going away.
Well, he ain't going away. But I'll also say this. Anybody he got anything on, we're going to find out. Because I promise he is going to, and I'm not saying it like in a positive way. I'm just saying he going to remember everybody that walked away from him during this moment. And if he got something on you, this thing ain't over. This thing is not over.
Yeah.
Whether he says it personally or it gets out somehow. Anybody that walked away that didn't defend him, that he's gonna remember that. He's an evil guy.
He is.
He's an evil guy.
Yeah.
This is exactly what he's gonna do.
Yeah, he is an absolute.
He's an evil, vengeful guy.
So, after all of this, did he or did he not order the murder of Tupac Shakur?
From everything that he may have ordered it, but the actual killing of it, from everything that I heard, I haven't found the connection to Puff yet.
Well, the connection to Puff is the guy who's on trial. That's the connection to Puff. It's just whether you believe him or not. He said for years that Sean ordered the hit.
Yeah, I think he ordered the hit, but when he actually got killed, I'll put it to you like this. If he doesn't stomp out Orlando Anderson, you think he gets killed that night?
I don't.
That's my point.
Yeah, I don't.
Like the hit may have been out there, but what actually happened was not the hit, I don't believe.
But that's where I've had trouble connect. It's clear that this dude, I forgot his name, the one who's on trial, knows Sean.
Mm-hmm.
And he is very well connected. So it's just a coincidence he was there. I mean, it's a Tyson fight in Vegas. Like, that is a hot spot for, the rich and powerful of gangs. But still, I don't know. Keefe D, thank you.
I agree. It seems like an awful, interesting coincidence, but
I'm with you. That scene in the lobby doesn't happen. I don't know that happens to Pac that.
And I think that's what ended up getting him murdered that night. But that also doesn't mean the hit wasn't out. You know what I'm saying? So that man
blew up Kid Cudi's car in his driveway when he knew people were there because they wanted people to see it.
He's a maniac, bro. He is an absolute maniac. And like I said, and I'm not saying it in a happy way. I don't trust this dude.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that didn't show support to him during this moment or turn their back on him, I think he's going to remember that.
Mm.
And if he's got something to make their life a living hell, I think he'll use it.
It's gross. It's awful. It's just flat out awful. But if you listen to us here occasionally, if you listen to KSFM, we've been saying for weeks, this is not working. The prosecution missed. The federal government missed. They got a trial in front of a jury that they were not equipped to have. Just an absolute failure by the federal government. And now everybody knows. You said this perfectly. He's a maniac. Now everyone knows it, and he's free. There's no charge for blowing up Kid Cudi's car. There's no charge for beating Cassie's ass in the lobby of or in the hallway of a hotel room. No charges for that. But we all know he's capable of doing it. We all know he's done it, and now he's a free man.
The crazy thing,
or is going to be a free man. I don't know what's going to happen with the two most minimal charges, which were I don't imagine it's time served.
It's up to 10 years.
There's no way. There ain't no way.
Maybe another year or two,
because you know what they're going to do. They're going to ask, what is the standard for this? What is the standard for this for someone not named Sean Combs? And they're going to go with that. Mm-hmm. And once they do, it's not going to be 10 years. They're not going to throw the book at him, so to speak.
No, hell no.
It's not going to be 10 years. No. My gut feeling is it's time served. Incredible.
The other thing about it with Sean is he's got all his money still, or a lot of his money.
That's it.
But you'd be crazy to work with that man. He's a pariah. Like, I don't know how he continues to make money. And it may not matter, but like this thought that Diddy's home and, you know, it's just going to, like, you'd be crazy to be seen in public with that man.
Yeah.
If you're anybody, but if you got anything to lose, like if you're some of his rap friends or, you know, people in the industry, you'd be crazy to be with Diddy right now.
The people who will
Insane.
be with him are the lesser thans. You know what I mean? Not that, like, you know, what's your boy's name? The Drake podcaster. What's his name? The one who was on the live stream all of the time. What's the Academics? I could see Academics doing something with him.
He could do an interview,
but no one cared. But like Academics,
he could do an interview. But he's not going into a. What I mean is, he's not going into a partnership with. To like make money with them and stuff like he ain't doing that. No, you'd be crazy to do that.
Sean fooled so many of us into believing a lot of these, and this is why this is one of the best things that came out of this is Sean exposed a lot of these media partnerships, these not media, these entertainer partnerships. Like they had people convinced Ciroc was a black-owned company because Sean was the face of it. That is owned by some alcohol distributor in Europe. And now I'm like, okay, so that's not LeBron's. That's not Snoop's. That's not E4. They just slap a black face on it and like, yo, look, we're black-owned brand. Like, no, you're not. And that's when Sean exposed all of that because the second this happened, I forgot the name of the company. I was reading about them yesterday, but the people who own Ciroc, they're like, "No, this is over. This is over. Here, no. Here's your portion. You're out, dog. This thing is over. Same thing with the tequila spots. It's we knew we would get to this at some point. Didn't mean for it to be the start of the show. So we'll reset. That was the breaking news this morning. Of course, it had nothing to do with the Sacramento Kings. There's absolutely no news related to the Sacramento Kings has dropped, and it appears free agency is just over.
Well, Sacramento Kings news adjacent dropped a little while ago. Knicks got a head coach.
I have a question. It's regarding that. We'll get to it when we get back. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's D'Lo and KC. We're brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I want to give my people proper love down there for this hat collaboration, man. Talked to my man Hong, talked to my man Kenny. Talked about they connected with Daniel Liu. I guess he's a hat designer. This hat I talked about a little earlier. This hat is the most detailed hat I've ever owned. This is crazy. So you got the Phenom logo there. Dreams Don't Sleep. The 916 in the back. You know what I mean? The inside, the material's crazy. The silk on the inside. They have zippers on the inside. It's hard to get to it and show, but they got zipper pockets on the inside of this hat. It's crazy. There's only 100 of them made. They went on sale. They're going on sale tomorrow morning at Phenom. Sacramento hat down in Doco. Shout out to my dogs, man. They did a thing with this hat right here, and hopefully they have some more in the future. But go check it out, man. Only 100 made, man. Go cop that. I had to get me one. Had to when they told me about it. This is I was gonna say it's not for the radio, but every time I say that, it ends up y'all be like, "What? Oh, how did you not?
Whose voice is that?
Oh man, how did y'all not have that?
Whose voice is that?
It's the combination of both of you guys.
That's what the combination of me and Jesse sound like.
Run that back one more time.
Yeah, do that again.
Oh man, hey, what this guy?
I see it. I think that this guy was you, Dan.
So I'll say it on the radio, even though I don't know about this one. Not that it's bad. I just don't know if it's radio, but I'll say it. I'm going to listen to my guys. I didn't listen to them Look at Scott Perry. I didn't listen to them when in the back of my mind they were saying, no, take the picture with Patrick Willis. I didn't listen to him then, so I'm gonna listen to him now.
It's a good point, Kyle Raynaud. I did a little Dick Vitale in there.
Dickie B, baby.
Oh, you see, we're getting college basketball back.
I did. I want them to handle it the right way. EA hasn't done basketball in a while though, so I need them to.
Well, they did NBA Live. They revived that for a couple years, but that was trash. Do not bring back NBA Live, by the way. Just leave that to whoever. I didn't play those games.
I don't need those. See, I'd be much more comfortable. I mean, it's going to be dope either way because college basketball is back, but I'd be much more comfortable if 2K was doing it. Because last time they tried basketball, it was a disaster by EA Sports. That's not their bag. But I'll be first in line either way. I'll be getting it either way.
You'll get my money.
Mm-hmm. Nah, bro, stop, oldie, stop. Hey, look, I got love for Sakai.
That's what I thought it was.
Nah, man, I got love for Sakai, the old Metro League. You know what it is. Shout out to him. But it's CKM all day. You know what I mean? CKM all day. Did we get the bail back yet? Does anybody know if we got the bail back? We lost the bail my senior year, and I don't know if we've ever gotten it back. We need that's. I'll put $5 into recruiting to get the bail back.
I just found an article. Okay, let's see. 11 bids went in for those WNBA expansion franchises that were announced a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland, Detroit, Philadelphia are getting the bids. Let's see if we can count all of these up real quick. Of the rejected bids, Houston was one of them.
That's a bad job by the WNBA. That's disrespectful.
Charlotte was one of them.
That's ridiculous.
Both of those teams were backed by the NBA owners.
Of course.
St. Louis, Kansas City, Austin, Nashville, Miami, and Denver were the 6 others. We have hit the stage where Sacramento doesn't even present anymore. We've said this time and time again, and I will say it one last time. They are never coming back. The Sacramento Monarchs are never coming back. The Sacramento Monarchs are never coming back unless 2 things happen. The league expands to, upwards of 24 to 28 franchises. And Vivek is gone. I think part of this is absolutely Vivek Ranadive. If it boils down, we looked at it so often as the Bay Area versus Sacramento. I don't think it was. I think it was Joe Lacob and Vivek Ranadive. I think the Bay Area played a part in it. Warriors fans, all of that, no, they could support this. Right. Obviously, Kings fans are very passionate, but if you wash that, and it's Lacob versus Vivek, Lacob is going to win. I think Vivek loses most conversations with other NBA owners. I don't know who's behind St. Louis, Austin, Nashville, Miami, some of those other groups, but with 11 bids presented, 3 accepted, none of them being Sacramento not even being involved in the process, the Monarchs are never coming back.
Which is interesting. And I know we're paid by Vivek and all this other stuff,
they were in his pocket,
according to others or whatever.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, I wonder what Vivek has done so bad that they don't want anything to do with him. Obviously, the Kings haven't won, and that's one component of it. We say this all the time. That seems to be Vivek's only weak spot. When you talk about what he's had a hand in building and the vision that he had in downtown and the arena and things surrounding it and collabing with people around it. Hugely successful.
But that stuff is already built, though. Like, it's built, so it doesn't have anything to do with the W franchise coming in. Like, the groundwork that's already been laid.
Yeah.
You're essentially all you're talking about now is the basketball portion. You know what I mean? Like it's everything you just named it's a great characteristic of Vivek Ranadive. It's people they won't look at it, but that's absolutely on his resume.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to adding a WNBA franchise, it doesn't need to be. It's already there.
Mm-hmm.
He established that with the Kings acquisition and the Golden One Center being built. So it's like, great, got that. But we're asking you to, like, we talk about the Sacramento Kings being good, being a long time ago. It's not as far, but the Monarchs were a long ass time ago. And I don't know how many of those fans, season ticket holders are still in the area. I don't know how many of those fan season ticket holders are still with us. I don't know how many of those fan season ticket holders still love the league. Like, we're talking, fam, I think we're talking 15 years in November.
Wow.
Maybe 2008, maybe 16 years in November.
Wow.
That's a long time ago. Reese wasn't born.
No. Yeah.
That's
a while ago. But, and I'm not disputing what you're saying or arguing with you, but like, now they care about wins and losses. I thought they care about money. And money is being made here in Sacramento.
Maybe the belief is he's not the guy to lead the charge. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how you could ignore such a valuable fan base. Like, I lived it. I was here for it. Not just, like, I was here from it from jump. And I saw it. Like, this Monarchs team went to the Western Conference Finals like 4 or 5 years in a row. They went to the NBA Finals, WNBA Finals 2 years in a row. They won an NBA championship in 2005. Went right back in 2006. Should have won that one. The Maloofs and John Wisnick got in a pissing contest because Wiz was the lowest paid general manager / coach or general manager plus coach in the league. And he was like, yo, we just went to back-to-back finals. You need to pay me the rate of what Mike Tebow gets in Connecticut, what these other guys get. And the Maloofs flat out said no. So Wiz said, F it then. I'll be the general manager. I'm not going to do both if you're not going to pay me to do both. I'll be the general manager and I'll go find a coach. He found Jenny Busick. Jenny Busick obviously did some great things in Indiana, but as the head coach of the Sacramento Monarchs, each year they got further and further away from Wiz, the lower they got. In their last year, he fired Jenny Busick. They were preparing, I think, to draft second in what was the Tina Charles draft. And that Thanksgiving, get a call from the president of basketball ops saying it's gone. Just like that. They wanted to end it immediately that day. They called the league and said, we're done. We're out. And the league was like, what? When? Now, today. And they were like, no, like, I'm begging you. We have people who will keep this team alive. We're begging you. Give us time to find owners. Those jackasses said, okay, you've got 2 weeks. They said you got two. And in some sort of like drama on the USA Network said, you've got 2 weeks, and hung up on the league. Imagine trying to sell a professional sports franchise in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're almost on Ron Burkle status, bro. Don't come through here no more.
We were at the
no more.
We were at the All-Star game in Orlando, and I had never met Kevin Johnson before. Kevin Johnson walks over, sits at the table, doesn't say hi, doesn't say how you doing, looks right at Karen and goes, we had people who would have bought the team. We could have kept the team. And she just looked at him like, what do you want me to say? Like, they left all of us.
That's just a tragedy, an absolute tragedy. The thing with Vivek, and if you're the WNBA and you just don't trust Vivek, don't like Vivek, sure, like do what you got to do for your league. I'm not here to cape for the guy, but like I said, you look at Sacramento and compare it to all these other cities, and it's a plus and a minus. You've got the Kings are one of the highest average tickets per game, right? When that one, I think James always talks about that.
Ticket
Like
sales?
just like the ticket, like to get in the building is one of the highest in the league.
Okay.
I forgot what the average was or whatever, but I think it might have been $100+ on average to get into the league.
That's insane.
Money's being made with a team that isn't even good. Money being made.
Average ticket price says 153 for the Kings.
153.
It might have been 2024.
That's offensive.
Come on, man.
That is freaking offensive.
153. It is, but like if I'm looking at a league, I'm like, yo, the demand is crazy here, and this team ain't even good. The other aspect,
we'll see how that goes this year.
We will see. But the other aspect of it is, you're the only game in town.
Mm.
You going to the Bay Area, which is understandable. They got enough to handle it. You're down the street from,
and they're doing a great job.
They're doing
like
a fantastic job.
Lake Up and that organization is doing a terrific job.
Fantastic job. But historically, you're going to be going up against the Giants right down the street.
Mm-hmm.
You go to Cleveland, you're dealing with the Guardians. You go to Philly, you're dealing with the Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
And then when football season starts, you're dealing with the Eagles. Where else did they?
I feel like hockey runs year round, so you could throw in the Flyers. I don't know that that's true, but it always feels like hockey is on.
Detroit, you're going to have to deal with the Tigers and then eventually the Lions when that season starts, and Michigan football. Now you're dealing with college sports in those areas as well. So if I'm presenting an argument to the WNBA, you're turning your back on one of the few places that you could go that you'd have damn near 100%, at the very least, let's just say 85% of the market share, because I want to show respect to the Republic and the A's while they're here. But the summer is yours, and you're willingly turning that down. Like I said, if you just don't trust Vivek or don't like Vivek, that's a whole nother story. But when you talk about the average ticket prices of a Kings game, and then you got 100% damn near the market share in the summer for your product, that's somewhere that I don't know if they have anywhere else in the league. They got Connecticut, but Connecticut ain't going to be there too much longer. I think they'll go to Boston. That's just my prediction. Portland, I guess we'll have that. But everywhere else, you got to share the summer with somebody else. So,
man, learning more about this. Bill Haslam, brother of Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Cleveland Browns, and I guess the former governor of Tennessee, was behind the Nashville bid. His group included Candace Parker and Peyton Manning. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You talked earlier about
the Toronto Tempo.
That is awful.
That is terrible.
That is.
Come on, guys.
That's just garbage. Do better.
I'm trying to find out who was behind I'm sorry. I'm like in this rabbit hole. Because I'm seeing this article for the first time. I'm trying to see who was behind the Austin bid.
Austin would have been a good spot too.
I think
Austin would have been a good spot.
I think if you, man, you could. I think you could have done something special. I don't Jesse Tapia. I don't understand why we're doing Cleveland again.
Well, neither does Sophie Cunningham.
It was I saw that. That was Sophia.
Leave Sophie alone.
Sophie, she looked like she more worried about vibes than anything else. I mean, and salute, but
she's right. By the way,
Cleveland doesn't like. I think you could have done something special with like a Austin and Charlotte, a Nashville and Austin. Like you could have done. Hey, look, we're trying something different here. It worked in Uncasville, and I don't know why. I mean, that's the Mohegan Sun tribe. They can't be losing money. Right. So I'm not sure what has gone south with that organization, but
I'm a big proponent of them going to Charlotte. I
think
that would be
Rockers.
A great spot. And then Houston, if they wanted it, I mean, come on, man, show some respect to the league, and Houston did support.
And that's for
team.
Tita, like,
yeah, show some respect. But Sophie saying that while playing for Indiana was interesting.
Yeah, no, it did. Sophie said, no one wants to go to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Again, it's just like, what is she, your second cousin? Like, what is Sophie to you? Because y'all talking exactly the same about Cleveland.
Of course, someone who knows Cleveland.
Of course, she wanted Miami.
Well, of course she does. Yes, of course Sophie does. She probably wants another team in LA, 2 teams in LA, something like that. But you talked earlier about the story of losing the Monarchs and how they gave them 2 weeks. Kyle's right. They should have given them 6 weeks. 6 weeks was all they needed. Kevin Johnson sat down at that table. He sat down with you and Kara, and he said, look, we had owners. We were ready to go. I just needed 6 weeks. 6 weeks was all I needed. They would have just gave me the 6 weeks. We would have kept the Monarchs right here in Sacramento. Maloofs, they weren't selling. They needed my help. They needed 6 weeks.
That's one of my best finds right there. You guys told me, no, this one's horrible. It's horrible. And look, 2 months later, blue chipper.
Daniel, 916-909-1320. Daniel, please save me from this nonsense that is taking place.
Good. You know what? I'll save you with a good take here. Hey, regarding Vivek, regardless of what you say about the Maloofs, I know they spent a lot of money. They weren't good with their money, but they spent the money. And they had the money at the time. Maybe Vivek just, he's rich according to all of us. But when it comes to all the owners themselves, he's at the lower end. Maybe he doesn't have the money to have a WNBA team. Maybe he can't even get one and spend the money to have it here.
I disagree with that. He just tried to buy a soccer team.
Well, that could be deceitful, though. That could be misleading. Like, I don't think he showed a bank statement to say, like, hey, I'm trying to buy, like, because, I mean, if we're being, like, he was out of his price range with that.
That's what I thought.
I'm sure. No, but he might have been a lead investor in a team. He might have been the face of a team that wanted to like do something. I don't know. Daniel might be on to something. The Al Davis effect. Al Davis
or
Mark Davis. Excuse me. Yeah, well, might have been Al too, but Mark is I'm pretty certain the poorest NFL owner, and amongst the wealthiest of the wealthy,
right?
They look down on people like you.
Well, the NBA has changed now, right? Like Vivek, I don't think he was like the wealthiest, but he was probably middle of the pack. Now, when you're getting these corporations involved, throwing out $10 billion, well, yeah, now that's different money now. That's absolutely different money. But and to your point, like you said, he could have been an investor. He didn't show a bank statement, but he's been involved in the soccer team. He was involved. Wasn't he involved with Edmonton, the Oilers, or something like that?
I don't remember
Ottawa,
Edmonton, but the soccer team he was a minority investor in.
He tried to do something with, I think it was the Ottawa Senators. I think it was the Ottawa Senators, not Edmonton. But he tried to get involved in their ownership group. I think he's laying in the weeds for the A's. I don't know what that looks like. I'm sure he'd be part of a group, but I think he's ready for that when that becomes if that becomes a possibility. So, and we're talking, no disrespect, but I think we're talking the WNBA and not the NBA. I think he's got enough money to get into the WNBA.
But that's the thing. Sorry, Jesse. I don't know who the St. Louis, the Austin.
That's true.
But like Fertitta,
and that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
I can't, like, what bid did Houston put together?
Or hotels.
I think Fertitta's hotels, isn't he?
Mickey Harrison, I think, is cruise ships.
Okay,
that's right.
Houston, you got the Rockets or Fertitta behind. What did he face plant his presentation? Like, how is that not? Look, this is yours to lose. In fact, losing the franchise had nothing to do with you. We've told you that story before. It was an angry owner who was pissed at David Stern and said, "Oh, okay, F you, I'm out." And he left. He dumped the Rockets because he was pissed off at David Stern over Yao Ming, the split of Yao Ming's overseas earnings, not earnings as a player, like what Yao Ming was doing for the WNBA overseas. Houston wanted in on that action. David Stern said, "No, we're promoting the NBA." And they were adamant, like, Yao is our guy. You need to pay us for this. David Stern said, F off. And so the Rockets owner was like, cool, you too. Here's your comments back. and it was done.
That's to me that's a really they're fine. I guess they'll figure it out. But that's a bad job by WNBA commissioner. Is it who? It's who's the commissioner right now for the W?
Kathy Engelbert.
Yeah, bad job by her. Houston, one of your landmark franchises.
It might not have been a single person decision. I don't know that. I'd have to imagine for something this steep there was a committee. But
well, I don't. Yeah, I'm not the committee for sure. But didn't you say Charlotte and Houston were backed by the NBA owners?
Yes. Yeah, I don't understand how. I don't understand if it was best of 7. I don't understand how Houston didn't start the series 3-0.
Right.
Look, you just got to win one game.
Right.
Like, this is yours. Like, we've got jerseys that need to go in the rafters.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that could be your first home game. Tina Thompson, Cheryl Swoops, Cynthia Cooper. Hell, you can even put Dawn Staley up there if you wanted to.
Yeah.
All up in the Raptors game 1.
That to me, being fair about the situation, that should be rectified before any other city past city in the WNBA. Even before Sacramento. I mean, that's a 4-time WNBA champion, your first dynasty. They showed super support in Houston for those teams. If they want a team, they should be at the front of the line. But all this is crazy because I don't know how Cleveland got back involved. That's crazy. And I know you say, I know you know, and you say, and it's a fact that Detroit did a really good job supporting that team.
They did.
I still wouldn't put them ahead of Houston.
Oh no! Like this is no. Cleveland should never be back.
No,
Cleveland they dumped the Rockers in like 2 years.
Yeah.
You're immediately out. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking to you moving forward. But Detroit, absolutely, they deserve this nod. Philly is interesting, but I'm just so fascinated as to what if Houston presented with the backing of the Rockets organization. How did they?
Yeah, I need to know.
I don't understand.
I need to know. And I will say this.
You don't have to live in nostalgia, but there isn't a fan of this league that doesn't want the comments back.
Right. Right. And
if nothing else, to honor those players we just mentioned a minute ago.
Facts. And I think I don't want to speak for you. I think you would agree with this. Even however we feel about Cleveland, Philly, I think they'll all support. I think the turnout will be fantastic everywhere they go. I think the women's game is like that. I think those cities have evolved since having them before. Detroit, it wasn't really an issue, but I think Cleveland has evolved. I think they'll do fine. I think Cleveland will do fine attendance-wise and supporting the team and all this other stuff. I just don't think they should have gotten that opportunity before other places.
Yeah,
Portland's another place. Like Portland was
absolutely
gone immediately. I think they will support that team.
Yeah,
and I think it'll be perfectly fine. I think the landscape has changed a little bit, which is why they're able to expand. Looking
up at this video, I had the weirdest reaction to Red Panda. I refused to watch the video.
I ain't watched it.
I saw Trista post it because Trista's thing is she'll put her threads thing up and then you do the carousel and then she'll have the attached video. I will not watch the video of Red Panda falling.
No, sir.
To me,
not me.
No. So they just showed Panda on NBA Today. I like, I ain't watching. And I don't think they showed the video, but I'm not watching that video.
Not my job. Get well soon, Red Panda.
Shout out to the big homie Ben. He's only about 50 minutes late today. That's not bad. Well, Kyle and James were trying to say Jimmy Walker, and they said Johnny Walker, and it was like, isn't Johnny Walker a rum? And it was like, no, it's a bourbon. No, it's a whiskey. It's a scotch. There it is. Johnny Walker is some sort of.
I don't even know if I've had a scotch before. I'm sure I have, but I can't think of it.
Isn't that the thing that you downed last time?
Was that? I thought that was brandy.
Hey Kenny, you sip on this. Don't shoot it.
It wasn't brandy. It was bourbon.
Bourbon.
Yeah. Scotch is did you ever have the Deacon, the stuff from Sovereign Brands?
I didn't. I have it. I haven't had that bottle.
Okay, that's Scotch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a Scotch.
The like bronze one or whatever.
Yeah, with the weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had that. I might try it this weekend.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
You're
it's
not.
weekend, it's
You're
4th
not
of
going
July.
to. No, you might watch The Office too.
You know what I did last weekend because Reese promoted from 6th grade, and everybody, they have a weekend and like people are over partying, all this other stuff. Like, oh man, yeah, I was drinking it up. We had shots or we had drinks and all this other stuff. My version of that last weekend was soda. I drank so much soda. just like 4 cans a day.
Casey, like a 10-year-old, just soda.
Hey, we've talked about this.
It's in the house.
Got to get rid of it some way.
Hey, I took home a 12-pack of 7-Up home the other day. It's basically gone now.
Wow.
It's so bad.
So I say that to say last week was the soda. This week, maybe I'll have some. I'll try that scotch.
I've lived by that. Well, if it's in the house, because I'd always get it for gatherings and whatever. But now Abby, the 16-year-old, drinks Pepsi, so it's in the house, and so I can't just got to get rid of it. Like now, it's just like, come on, man,
it's gonna
just
come right back.
Just leave it there.
Yo, what's your girl talking about?
Who?
What's your girl talking about, man?
Who?
What's she talking about, man?
Kimberly asking, did you guys spill the tea yet? What's she talking? I don't know what she talking about. What's she talking to you?
I don't know. She said you guys. I don't know what she's talking about.
Well, Kimberly's gonna have to fill us in on what the tea is that we're supposed to. Aren't you supposed to be working, bro? Like, what are you doing right now?
Is Kim back?
Oh,
back where? Back?
That's what I'm at.
If she's back, I don't know if she's back.
I don't know either. Tell me.
She's over.
She's probably somewhere dressing pretzel.
Probably. Well, no, what she's probably doing is cleaning up pretzel, or cleaning up after pretzel. Pretzel just walking around.
Pretzel's so miserable in these outfits, bro. He's rebelling against her.
Well, yeah.
He's like, let me just be. I don't want to wear this Letterman jacket.
Soren says Kimberly heard taking shots and instantly started chatting. That's funny. That's funny. We'll find out what Kimberly is talking about and what tea needs to be spilled. And Scott, I see you on hold. Scott wants to talk. Scott, don't hang up. We're going to talk. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Kimberly just entered the conversation and like she's halfway through a conversation with us.
We just started talking about alcohol and she just pulled up. He might be on the line. I don't know.
Keep it real, G. I got nothing. Bro, what is that avatar? Hey,
in the goal.
Hey,
it's crazy.
Hey, what is that avatar,
it's
man?
Probably Velvet too. That's hilarious.
Come on, man. Would the Valkyries be the first expansion team in history to make the playoffs?
That's a good question.
Man, it's tough because I have names coming to mind. Like Connecticut was a relocation, I think, from Orlando. Tulsa stunk. Las Vegas was a relocation. Yeah, probably. Almost certainly. Yeah, almost certainly. Jim, yes, he would. He absolutely would.
They and they're not my team though. They're not my team. Aces for life. I don't I don't appreciate them indirectly blocking anything ever coming back to Sacramento. So even though I know a couple people that work there and those are my people, I'm against the Valkyries basketball success.
If runners come back, would there be any issues with the Valkyries using their colors? Oh, yeah, Andy, there'd be massive issues. I just don't think they're coming back. Wait, did Kim just disappear?
Yeah.
Oh, she said you guys want to spill the tea and then left.
Oh, man. All right. All right, let's get right to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here. Our man Scott has got some questions.
Yes, sir.
916-909-1320. What's up, Scott?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, brother.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I just had a question because my question is like, where is the evidence that Malik has no trade value? Because, I mean, I could be wrong, but from my perspective, it looked like the Kings were going to do a sign-in trade with Detroit for Monk for Schroeder. But it seems to me that the Kings didn't want to give up Monk, so they instead they traded Jonas so that they could sign Schroeder as a free agent. So that signals to me that they aren't actively trying to trade Monk unless they get a great return. It seems like maybe they're trying to keep Monk.
Okay. Can I present you with a different option? Yeah. The Kings tried to trade Malik in a sign and trade with Detroit. Detroit decided they'd rather go with Duncan Robinson and didn't. So the Kings traded Jonas Valanciunas to create that space and to get Schroeder here and figure everything else out later.
Okay, I see that perspective, but what about the perspective that the Kings didn't want to give up Monk for Schroeder? Because apparently, in my opinion, I think Monk is way more valuable. So maybe they halted that, and then that sparked the trade for Jonas to clear up cap space, so they didn't have to trade Monk, so that they could sign Schroeder as a free agent. Oh, because the Duncan Robinson trade happened like a day later, I think.
Correct. I mean, it happened yesterday, but yeah. Go ahead. Stay here with us for a minute, Scott.
Scott, I just want to ask you. I'm just asking you a question. Why do you think we're lying about this? Like, what incentive do we have? What incentive do we have to like put this out there if this isn't the things that we're hearing as well?
Well, we all know you're in Vivek's pocket.
Right.
Sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
It just seems that it doesn't seem like they're actively trying to trade Monk unless they get a great return. So I don't know. I keep hearing on all the different shows that he has no trade value, but I don't know. For some reason, I kind of disagree with that.
I hope sorry, Scott. I hope you're right. Look, I feel like haven't really sugarcoated the things that we've heard. Mm-hmm. We'll start with last year. We thought there was this big, massive, robust market for Malik last year. There wasn't. You can believe what you read on Cowbell Kingdom or whatever. There wasn't. There's at least 3 people in this building that have intel on the Malik Monk negotiations. I got one of them from everyone's favorite point guard. So if you want to challenge us, you can. The market was not there. It was one team with real money, like a real serious offer. Not, hey, come play with us. You could really grab the brass ring, pal. Like, no, there was one team who said, we could top Sacramento, not by tens of millions of dollars, but yeah, I mean, it was Detroit, and obviously he took the Sacramento offer. And the interest was minimal. The interest to pay was extremely minimal this year. And this is what I would have asked Scott. What would you do with Malik this year? What do you want? I don't think DeMar DeRozan's going anywhere. Maybe they pivot back when they realize they can't move Malik. Maybe they just go, Malik's younger. Let's you know what? We had this idea. Let's skip that. Let's throw that out the door. Let's see if we can move DeMar. I know I don't dislike Zach LaVine. I'm not with the rest of America. I do not dislike Zach LaVine. I don't think you can trade him either. I think there's difficulties. Like, if you can't trade $53 million LeBron James for 1 year, you probably can't trade $49 million Zach LaVine for 2. And I ask you, what do you do with Malik? You want to run him as a backup point guard? Okay, do you think that's where he's best suited? Is it be it starter or backup? Do you think he's best suited in the point guard position? Yes, he did play point guard at times when De'Aaron was here, but we're talking about stretches that lasted minutes, like literal minutes, before De'Aaron Fox would return and Malik would move to the 2. Or they were on the floor at the same time, and maybe it wasn't a defined 1 and 2, but they're on the floor at the same time. Whoever gets the ball is running. You want to do that again? I just don't know what you do with Malik. And for teams that needed shooters and scorers, they went elsewhere. You want to talk about value? Do you think Duncan Robinson is better than Malik Monk? I don't. I don't know if anybody listening to this does. Detroit did. Detroit thought that. So I'm not sure, man.
I asked Scott, I'll ask everybody else, because this has been a topic for the last 2 days here on Twitter, all that other stuff, is why would we want to falsely put out there that Malik Monk has low trade value? Like, what's in it for us?
Yeah.
Especially, and I know you like him as well, but come on, I love Malik Monk since he was 18 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I want to say anything bad about him or his game? I love his game. I love watching him play. So, yeah, I don't understand why people think we're lying about this, or that like we want to lie, like we want to push a narrative.
Yeah, maybe lying and pushing a narrative aren't the same thing. I don't know, man. It comes with the territory.
Well, one of the things, like I told somebody yesterday, that we're doing is we're just trying to give information on the things that we hear, so maybe you guys have a better understanding of why some things might be happening. I don't even know. I don't know why Scott Perry didn't want Trae Young or might be ready to move on from Malik Monk. I don't agree with him. I haven't had a conversation with him for it to explain. And even if he did explain it, I'd still say, Scott, I probably disagree with you. I see it. I understand it. I disagree. I would take a chance on one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I don't know why people feel like we're getting something out of this.
I think it really centers on, if we had
real quick.
Kyle's kidding.
Yeah, Kyle's in the chat. He said, everyone knows you guys are Vivek's mouthpieces. This is something, and he's joking about
that. Kyle's joking.
But it brought something up about, people talking about interfering. And I'm, once again, not trying to defend nobody, just observing and keeping the same energy. Vivek, get out the way, do all this other stuff. You think Vivek Ranadive wants to get rid of Malik Monk? Everything that you've seen from those two and the interactions that they've had, at least publicly on the court, all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You think Vivek Ranadive wants to move on from Malik Monk?
My guess would be no.
No, I don't think so either. But he's allowing this guy, Scott Perry, his new general manager, to, at least right now, construct this team the way he sees fit. So I just laugh at that when we're Vivek's mouth. Vivek don't want to get rid of Malik Monk.
I'd imagine he doesn't. Yeah, I'd imagine.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I
think we're catching heat from some Kings fans is because Malik is loved here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's legitimately loved. And if you try, and Malik was stuck in a tough spot last year. He started the season in one position, like literally and figuratively, shifted to another one when he became the starter, then had to become the starting point guard when his backcourt mate left, and then just kind of found himself in this awkward. Oh, by the way, there was a coaching change through all of this. Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, a ball dominant wing came in. So many things surrounding what made Malik really, really good, arguably great 2 years prior, have changed. The influx of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, different kind of basketball players than were on the team during the original Beam Team era. Like Kevin Huerter isn't that type of player. Like it's just a different group. Then you haven't even referenced yet the emergence of Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis, kind of hate this term, but it is a defensive first type of player. And so you have that, as being a part of this. Now you have, a guy like Doug Christie who's trying to find his footing as a head coach. Doug Christie, who's trying to earn a full-time job in the league as a head coach. And as you pointed out earlier in this week, is almost certainly doing it by himself. Jay's a professional. There's no doubt about that. He was supposed to be fired. Luke left. Other than Barbosa, I don't know who else Doug trusted on this staff besides himself.
And Barbosa got hurt.
Barbosa was hurt, gone. Which is crazy. Right. How'd he get hurt? I mean, wasn't hurt ever in Phoenix, and he got hurt as a head coach. So I understand when we're talking about trading Malik, and when you try to, and this is the difficulty of social media, when you try to, you hope rationally explain something. If you are negative on an idea, like if you're negative on the idea of trading Malik Monk, and you read if you read a tweet that says, "Hey, here's a couple of things about Malik," you're reading in a tone that's combative to you. Like if I go and look at some of the things that I tweeted in the last few days, particularly the stuff about Malik Monk. Let me scroll back. I've tweeted more in the last 4 days than I have in the last year. Let's see. A couple of things on Malik Monk. We've been telling you for weeks he's likely gone. Detroit was one of the only teams that made a run at him last year. This is how I'm writing it. His market is dry. That's how I'm writing it. Someone who does not like DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine is reading it like this. A couple of things on Malik Monk. We've been telling you for weeks he's likely gone. You're reading it like Stephen A. Smith, I guess. Detroit was one of the only teams that made a run on him last year. And I'm going to tell you, KC, boy's market is dry. Don't nobody want this dude. Like, that's how you're reading it if you don't like it.
Right.
And I think that's what is happening on social media. Malik is loved. But when you look at this roster on paper, I ask you again, just like we asked our man Scott, what do you do? We thought Malik would have trade value. He might not. Hell, this all could be birthed by the fact maybe DeMar doesn't have the value we thought. Jesse?
Is there any benching one of the guards and building Malik's value up, though? Because, again, I didn't love the fact that, like, giving up Monk for Schroeder. As far as like all that they got going on, like, do you maybe just keep someone like Devin Carter on the bench because you can't move anyone at this point?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. What else are you gonna do?
I mean, as opposed to just offloading Malik,
unless you skip the idea of signing a second point guard and you're asking Devin or Malik to do it. Yeah, that's what you have to do.
I think Devin would be the odd man out, and then when you do that though. It does. Look,
Devin and Drew Eubanks.
I believe in Malik, but now just being realistic, your defense takes a hit, and everybody always complaining about defense.
Right.
You don't have anybody at the front of your defense outside of Keon that can stop somebody. They say Dennis Schroeder is a willing defender. I want to watch a little bit more film on him to get a grasp of what he can do on a regular basis. But I don't look at him like Kawhi or nothing like that. And everybody was complaining last year about defense. I'm a believer that a good defense starts on the perimeter with your guards. And if you only got one defender out there, that's going to be a problem. And that's actually one of the things I feel like Devin can do. Devin can kind of get after it on the defensive end. And you're going to bench him.
Let's get, I know we got people on. I think Nick, hold on, 916-909-1320. Yeah, Nick, appreciate your call, man. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up? Hey, so I love you guys. And one of the reasons I love you is because you're introspective. You investigate yourselves and you're looking at how people are taking your message. But I'm just going to tell you that it's silly season right now. I'm going to flip the script on all this. It's the Kings fans that are overvaluing these assets in a league where there is no cap space. Like, you're going to be trading $18 million of Monk. You're going to have to take $18 million back. And people who are getting paid $18 million, you're going to have to look at it, Monk for X. What kind of value does that team hold with X that they're already paying $18 million for, right? Mm-hmm. So I just, this is not a league that would lend itself to an easy rebuild. The best thing to do, I think, hold on to these guys until people get injured during the season, until people get desperate and they need a shot maker like Malik, they need a shot maker like DeRozan, maybe even Levine, and people start getting antsy, right? You got title hopes, title aspirations. Someone gets hurt, who knows what they'll give up? But right now, there's no one, unless you're trading with the Nets, no one's got the cap space. You're going to have to take money back. So
I think you're spot on.
I don't think that this is not, people are trying to point fingers at you all saying, oh, you're wrong. No, you're not wrong. It's Kings fans need to get real with what the value of these guys is in this league context.
I think you're spot on.
When Nick started the call. When Nick started the call with "I love you guys," I was expecting the worst second sentence ever.
Thought he's gonna turn.
But you guys are idiots.
Thought he's gonna turn on us.
He was gonna hit us with the KC. No, that's my man, and then destroy us. Appreciate it.
But he's 100% spot on, and we talked.
This market's brutal.
Well, it is, and
brutal,
and that's what I try to explain to people on Twitter, on here. We talk about it. Jason Jones talked about it. I think the league is terrified of this CBA. Like, I think this is less of an indictment on Malik Monk as a basketball player, as it is more of a representation of what the league is going through right now. And the league, unless they're 100% sure who they want, what they want, and where they're at as a team, they're not taking no chances. I was talking to Jesse about the Kevin Durant deal. The Kevin Durant deal. Like, it was cool, but look what they got. They got a bunch of second rounders, Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green for Kevin Durant. 4 years ago, that's Rudy Gobert deal. That's 4 or 5 first rounders. Like, obviously, KD's in a different place.
Yeah.
But still, like,
market's a factor, but so is age.
You couldn't get 2 first rounders.
He's expiring. Like, I hear you. I'm not trying to detract from your point. Like, yes, like, it's different, but I think we all knew the Kevin Durant deal wasn't going to be the Brooklyn deal.
No, but that's Kevin.
But seeing
Durant.
that number of seeing that, like, you would think, and I get, this is where credit to Raphael Stone really goes, is we talk about teams going, the Desmond Bain in Orlando going, that's our guy. That's the move we have to make. This was the move Houston had to make. And you're on point. That's all they had to do. Yeah. Okay.
And you said it a number of different times. If a team, Desmond Bain, Orlando, Kevin Durant, Houston, those franchises are saying we are a Kevin Durant away from contending for a championship. We are a Desmond Bain away from contending for a championship. Yes, go get them. No disrespect. This is just the market. Who is saying they're a Malik Monk away from contending a championship? And once again, that's not a knock on Malik. It's the way the league is moving. It feels like, at least, they're looking at these things like, if we're not a player X away from contending for a championship, we're not moving on them. Like, we're not. The Abrams are too crazy right now. And like I said, it's not the player, it's this system that's in the NBA right now, in my opinion.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Hate the system.
Let's see what TC talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, man? How you
Good
doing,
boy.
big dog?
Oh man, just vibing Jesse in the back. So look, check it out, bro. I mean, hey, I get it with the CBA, the whole money, but if it's any legs, which it sounded like with Kuminga, bro, and Monk, I'm doing that, and I'm signing Kuminga to that contract, right? Whether it's I'm not going no higher than 30 for Kuminga, right? So it's either going to be anywhere between 22. I might even give him that. What was that? That Jabari? What was that? 5 years, 120, just to make it look good. And then the last couple of years you can play with, just to get him in the building with that talent, bro. At 24, you can pull moves with him. At the 3-4, interchangeable with Keegan. So like, if Perry has got his eye on that move, I'm all for it. I know how we get all antsy with Golden State Kings fans, but at this point, bro, I'm not caring. It's a win-win for both. They need Monk to help Curry out, and we need Kuminga. I don't care about the whole Warrior King stuff at this point. I'm talking about getting talent here in Sac, whether it's coming from Golden State, whether it's coming from the Lakers or whoever, bro. Just get the talent in here. I'm all in on that Kuminga signing trade. That's all I got.
Yeah, you can be all in, TC. I don't think it's real. Like I know Sam talked to Dave this morning. Like I don't even think Sam hinted that it was like, yeah, like sure, he wants to go to Miami. Like there's other teams out there. Could Sacramento wind up being a thing? Like, sure. I didn't take it as, yeah, Sacramento's a team to watch. That's not how I took it. Maybe I misinterpreted Sam's tone. Maybe I misinterpreted what Sam said, but I did not take what Sam said as a nah, man, the Kings, man, they're really in on this. I didn't take it that as I don't even know who's dictating the Jonathan Kuminga market right now, to be honest with you. Is it Kuminga? Is it the Warriors? Is it other teams? Like, I don't know who is really, I can't think of another word besides dictate, so I'll just say it again. I don't know who's dictating his market.
I'm trying to figure out where exactly that's where it came from. So it wasn't Sam. Jake Fisher talked about it again.
Okay.
And Jake Fisher they said Sacramento Kings would be interested in including Malik Monk in a trade package for Jonathan Kuminga. Sources say that Sacramento, meanwhile, would be interested in including Malik Monk in any ongoing trade package, but nothing substantial has materialized with the Warriors. So that's why it started popping back up again, because Jake Fisher mentioned it, I think, in the Substack, the most recent one. It doesn't really fit. It starts to bring up more questions for me, at least, because I could be off here, but I don't think it would make sense to have Kuminga and Keegan on the team with how the team is right now. Now, part of that is you got DeRozan still around. We think DeRozan's going to be here. And one of the things that Kuminga has talked about is wanting to go somewhere where he can start. And there's no place for him to start. And I'm always, my stance. I'll repeat this again. I'll always repeat this. People get caught up on the starter. I'm talking about who finishes. So even if you say DeRozan can come off the bench, and fine, he's your sixth man. Last 5 minutes of the game, what does that look like? I don't think DeRozan is going to be on the bench the last 5 minutes. So who's going to be on the bench? Keegan? Kuminga? Which Kuminga was upset about.
Why do you keep saying DeRozan? Is it like because you have the idea of putting Levine at 2, Keegan at 3, Kuminga at 4?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean? Like DeRozan? Because I don't think you're sending Levine to the
okay,
bench.
got you. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
DeRozan needs to be a sixth man.
I got
That's why
you.
I kind of bring him up. And I just, that's part of me would navigate.
You can't have DeRozan, Levine, Kuminga, Keegan.
Yeah.
Because you're back to the
Schroeder.
point guard
And,
issue.
Yeah, you got that whole thing. One part of me says, if you were able to get Kuminga, because while I'm not 100% sold on him as a player, I do think it's the type of player that a franchise like Sacramento should take a chance on. Maybe you look at it like, all right, Kuminga, Keegan, this is a little awkward right now, but it's only going to be for a year. DeRozan's going to be gone in a year.
Sure.
Then we'll have a little bit more of a comfortable setting, so to speak, with how we do the rotations in the team and all this other stuff. So that was one way to work through it, but it's still a roadblock. Like how does both Keegan and Kuminga for $25 million plus or somewhere around there? I don't know if that's how I would want to spend my money if I was Scott Perry. So then I went to another crazy.
But how do you what we haven't even gotten to is how you pull that deal off.
Depending on depending on what Kuminga's deal looks like, if it's with Malik. Someone said you only have to be, and we'll figure this out, I'm sure. But somebody said you only have to be $10 million within Kuminga's salary. So, say for instance, Kuminga signed for $25 million a year. Malik at 18 does it. You're close enough. So financially, I've seen enough where people think it would work in a realistic way. But I don't know, man. Part of me, the crazy part is, part of me feels like maybe the best way to use your assets or use the roster that you have is like maybe you get Kuminga, maybe you choose between him and Keegan. Maybe you trade Keegan for another piece that you would like, and maybe that can net you some draft capital. And I don't know. And I'm not saying that's what I would do, but I feel like that's something you would have to look at if you did bring Kuminga in. I just don't know how Keegan and Kuminga work
out. We'll come back. This was weeks ago, had a thought and opinion on Russell Westbrook's future. I just got confirmation I was wrong on that, as if it's not already obvious. I'll share what I'm talking about, and we'll talk a little bit more about Russell Westbrook, Dennis Schroeder, what this lineup may look like, and one reality that the Sacramento Kings and the Kings fans are going to be facing this year. Plus more of your phone calls, 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Chill, bro. This is not a Sac High Dragons hat, bro. Shout out to Sac High, but no.
KC, big Sac High fan.
Was a beat reporter for Sac High football one time at Sac State.
There you go.
Really cut those assignments close, having to get quotes and all that. Yep, Mish, I see all your nonsense that you be sending in the chatty house. I was at the A's game with Chatty House and all those guys and all that, and Michigan was just flabbergasted that we could see their comments before they delete them.
Oh, that's hilarious.
We see it all.
Yeah, we
I didn't even.
The comments said, I forgot. We could do this too. We've never really used this. Boom.
I didn't even know y'all delete comments. We see them all.
Do we care that Nick Clifford took Fox's number?
Not like you were going to retire.
Not me. Not me, dog.
Sounds
That
about
is
right
correct.
right here.
Yeah.
Sounds right on par.
It was probably Drew down too. I see you, Leezy. I see you. Leezy, you in charge. I'll move it. I see you, Leezy. My bad. Cole, I don't know what we're doing. I know some stuff on KSFM. We just took Brody off of it. Like More Money, More Problems is 2 verses. A lot of the mixed show records, we just took him out of it. I don't know. I don't expect that to change. Y'all do whatever you want with it. Okay.
You know, real quick, this won't take long. I said I would say what happened on the air yesterday. I had to go on my way home. I had to stop downtown because
Get your new hat.
well, I had to charge.
Yeah.
To
Fancy
make it
car
that
like
long.
yours. Yep.
So I had to charge. Oh, will you stop it? I saw you pulling up today. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. So I had to charge, and typically
Free agency news. Dante Exum to Dallas. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I thought you were being serious and something happened.
That's where we're at. Dante Exum to Dallas. That's
I got
the
so
big-
excited right now.
Dante
Give me a
Exum
break.
is he going back? I never even knew he left.
No, he's back to Dallas.
Where was he before?
Dallas.
Oh, he's just resigning.
I think
You
so.
say Dante Exum. I assume he's still in Utah.
That's a throwback. Well, he beat the Kings' ass.
That's what I was going to say. Dante
One of his
beat
4 threes in the fourth
Yeah.
quarter. Actually, he shot it 4 times. He made the one.
He
that
hit 47 threes. You can't tell me otherwise.
But I go downtown. You know, I had a charge. I'm like, well, I'll charge. Let me pick up the hat real quick. And I go down to where I park under the movie theaters. Or
Exclusive parking. Yep.
no, not at all. It's under Yard House, actually. Or maybe it is. It doesn't matter. So I go down there. Usually it's, what was yesterday? Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 6 o'clock. Like, should be no problem, man. I can get in here and charge and nothing's going on. I get into the parking garage, cars everywhere. I'm like, damn, what the hell? Is it a concert going on? It's crazy. Some concert must be going on. And then I park. I get up, go get the hat. You know, I go get a cookie from Insomnia. I like to do that every time I go.
Good luck. Yep. Good luck.
Now it's like, well, let me see what's going on around Doco. And I just see people, but it's clearly not a concert. Nothing's going on in Golden One. I was like, what the hell's going on? I go to that other little spot that I'm not going to mention right now because they ain't rocking with us. But I walk over there. There's a Love Island watch party that is packed. There was a line to get in. Absolutely packed Love Island watch party. You go to the little champagne bar right next to Insomnia?
Fizz.
No, not Fizz. On the other side, by where Phenom is.
Okay.
Packed. Another Love Island watch party. I go on the IG at Blue Q. Another Love Island watch party. Downtown was littered with Love Island watch parties last night. I mean, you would think that 49ers and Cowboys were playing last night, the way the people were out there last night for that damn thing. I can't believe this. What are they going to do when sports really start playing again? Like, are they going to be like, sports, you can wait. We got this Love Island watch party we got to do.
You're going to spend money on food, drinks, all that stuff for something you got at home.
Technically, we do it. We go watch a sports game.
I haven't been to a sports bar in a while.
Technically, we do it. But look, if you're an establishment and you see how this is popping off, new episode of Love Island goes on, or the Kings and the Wizards are playing. What you showing on the big screen? What you showing?
Love Island.
This is crazy. We got to stop this. We got to stop this. No disrespect to Love Island, but they can't be taking over sports bars now. They got to stop this.
Love Island's really running the world, right? Or
No,
this
Love
country,
Island
I
is-
guess.
yeah,
Whatever you want to call it. Whoever. I don't know. It's everywhere.
Love Island is fire. I don't know what's going on because Katie watches like 3 episodes without me, and then all of a sudden I tune in and like, who the hell is that guy? And who's she? So I don't know what's going on.
Does
That's
it never
one.
end? Is it like
Apparently not.
I think it's every day.
Apparently goes on forever. It doesn't air on Thursdays.
Somebody said Wednesday and Sunday.
Oh, okay. Wednesday and Sunday. Okay.
Yeah, I've lost my TV all week.
It's fine. That's one. Love Island's fire. So that's fine. Two. I want to salute Jesse Tapia and remind Kenny Carraway, you're the worst show producer that's ever lived.
What?
Why is this on the rundown?
No, of course it's not. I just want to point out, you brought that story to the air, but didn't think that shunning Patrick Willis for a picture was show-worthy.
No,
Well, he's
learned.
learned. Yeah, he learned from his mistakes.
That was how he started all this.
Dude is scared.
I was going to say it during the break.
Say that again.
Yeah, dude's scared. I can't remember last time he kept the story for a break. Like now it's just always on air,
Well,
whether
no.
it needs to be or not.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said earlier. I said, you know what? Because I remember I was about to say during the break, I was like, no, I'm going to listen to the homies. Let me just bring it on the air or whatever the case may be. But yeah, Doko was littered with Love Island watch parties last night.
That's crazy. That's cool. The LJ fight. How often do you go to sports bars? Like unless they're paying me, I don't. I'm not going to a sports bar.
Yeah, I got Sunday tickets, so
what am I gonna do that for?
It's cool to watch a game in a sports bar every now and then.
You remember that time we had a meeting? Oh, maybe I had the meeting by myself. We had a meeting somewhere. Maybe it was just me. I think it was me and you. It was the night of a Kings game. This was before Beam Team. And they weren't airing
Bennett's. That's
yeah, and they weren't airing the Kings game?
No.
Yeah.
It was me, you, and Danny.
We had
playing the Pelicans.
We had to ask, like, hey, could you turn off this nationally televised ESPN game and put, I don't know, the Sacramento Kings on?
It's crazy.
I remember when your boy Joe called me to a meeting at Yard House, and he called me into.
Joe.
I remember when I was with the Green Bay Packers.
Jesus Christ. He called to tell me that he wasn't going to make me the brand manager because we got to a point when Danny left where it was like, just let me do this. Like, I'm not going anywhere. Just let me do it. And it was the night of a Kings game. And same thing, Lakers and Clippers or something. And like, hey, I know this is weird, man. I got to work. Could you put the Sacramento Kings game on TV? And the guy looks at me and goes, I guess. Goes and gets the TV, turns it to the Kings game, then looks at me and goes, this? Yeah, bitch, that. God. And I'm looking around like, am I the first one to say something?
No, really, I think you were. I think you were. Things did change after Beam Team won, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like last year. They weren't even good last year. And you go anywhere and the Kings game is on.
Yeah.
But that was a regular occurrence.
Crazy.
Before Beam Team won.
Absolutely crazy. Just not showing Kings games at restaurants and bars in Sacramento. Did have fun when we did 49ers Eagles at that place that Oasis had rocking.
Yeah, Ice Cream Sundays was going crazy. They might have us back.
Was that Ice Cream Sundays?
It was, but it was with the original spot.
Okay, so we got a new spot. Yeah, that's why I'm not saying their name. Yeah.
But Nico was like, "Yo, we about to get that popping again.
All right,
y'all gonna have to pull
go.
up." That was
Let's
hopping. Yo, they had that game jumping. I said, "Wow." Shout out, Leezy. I see you, big dog.
You said we got, is it CJ on the line? You said we got CJ waiting for us. 916-909-1320. What's up, CJ?
What's happening, fam? How we doing today, y'all?
Good, man. How you doing?
Chilling, man. Chilling. I just wanted to say, I mean, I think I would love the Kaminga deal, but I agree with you. I don't think it's a realistic thing. I think the question that we need to start asking ourselves is, how do we unlock Monk like he was in that Beam Team year? And I think the answer is we got to get Zach LaVine to be more aggressive. And I don't know if it was because he was trying to find his way and fitting into the team when he came over, but there was plenty of games when I'm just watching and he's just standing and he's acting like he doesn't know what to do, you know? And I was a big fan when we brought Zach in because it was almost, to a degree, it was almost like the same player, minus some defense. Foxy is significantly better on defense. But if we can get Zach LaVine to be more aggressive, then that's going to open up the ability for Monk to be on the floor at the same time. I think the problem is all the attention when Fox left got diverted to Monk. and Monk wasn't able to deal with it. He wasn't ready for that. There was a lot more double teams. There was a lot more traps at the half court. If you can get Zach LaVine unlocked to where every single possession he's a threat to do something, I think that changes a lot of things for Monk, and it's going to help his value. But other teams are just watching everything that happened at the back end of last year, and they're like, Monk can't handle the ball. He's not reliable. He can't knock down shots. And like I said, that's not reflective as Monk as a player. That was asking him to do too much. But I think we need to start expecting more out of the all-stars on this team, and that'll help out a lot of things.
But CJ,
we're still not going to be a championship contender.
CJ, wouldn't that require, because you didn't mention DeMar once, like, wouldn't that require DeMar to be gone?
Man, DeMar's not going to be gone. I mean, I'm not looking at it here. My outlook right now is we're not going to be a contending team no matter what we do right now. We need to start building for the future. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's great that we want to win ball games, but at the end of the day, like, if they're not shipping out DeMar because they're focusing on building the culture, then we still have to start pushing responsibility on guys that we know are going to be here, just because we're not going to be able to get rid of their contract. We're not going to be able to get rid of Zach simply because of the contract. So, yeah, I mean, if DeMar goes, that changes a lot of things. But, I mean, we saw in Chicago, man, when they had a solid point guard, when Lonzo was out there and DeMar and LaVine were playing, bro, they were the number one team in the East until Lonzo went down.
Yeah. Nah, CJ, okay, we appreciate you, CJ. Thanks for that.
CJ was cooking. CJ, with all the calls so far today have been cooking. That CJ, this is something that doesn't get talked about enough, and we talked about it during the season.
Yeah.
I think the problem with Zach LaVine isn't that he's this ball dominant chucker. It's that he's not. That's my issue with Zach LaVine. Shoot the ball. How many times will we come into?
And to be clear, we talked about that when he was in Chicago. That didn't just happen when he got traded to Sacramento. It happened in Chicago.
Yeah. I think CJ was 100% on point with Zach LaVine needing to be more aggressive. Now, this could be a situation that is just him. Like, people might have been saying this about Zach LaVine his entire career, and now we're seeing it. But what was always portrayed to us of who Zach LaVine was is he was just a shooting guard who just wants to shoot the ball all the time, doesn't play defense, nothing. That's actually not accurate at all.
That's right.
I would love Zach LaVine to shoot the ball a lot more.
Yeah.
Remember, every time they got an opportunity, Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan would say last year, yeah, it's about time he starts shooting the ball.
Right.
We keep telling him to shoot. Yeah. Like, I would love for him to start being this guy that just is a shooting guard that shoots the ball all the time. And CJ's 100% correct. If he can, one of my issues with Zach is I can't trust him because of what I saw is at the end of this season and the passive nature of his game. If you told me, man, there was just an adjustment period getting here to Sac, he had some personal things going on that had his mind off the game a little bit, and going into this year, he's a lot more comfortable. He's going to be more aggressive on the offensive end. I would say I would be like proclaiming, yo, watch out. Zach is perfectly fine. He about to cook this year. If I knew his mentality was going to be a little different. I don't know that, which is why you guys haven't heard me say much about Zach, because people pile on, he's a bad ball player, all this other stuff, bad contract. If he's not going to be aggressive, I can't defend that. I will defend the Zach LaVine acquisition, him being on this roster, if I know he's going to be aggressive. That may be who he is, though. That may be just part of, like, the Zach LaVine experience. He's just never going to always be aggressive, and that is a problem. But, yeah, I agree 100% with CJ.
It's one of those things where when you talk about the circumstances of last season, Mike Brown, congratulations, by the way, to the New York Knicks head coach. I do have a question I want to ask about that, so we'll get to that at some point. But Mike Brown is the new coach for the New York Knicks. But you have the Mike Brown situation, the impending De'Aaron Fox situation. You have the acquisition of Zach LaVine. You have all of these different things. You have the things that Zach LaVine was going through when he got here. right prior to his trade, and of course in the immediate aftermath all the way through the season. Dude never able to settle in here. I think lived at the Sawyer or at some hotel the entire time he was here in Sacramento. And I know it's not like he was here for years, but like February to April is a long time to live in a hotel. Being in a hotel, I don't care how nice the room is. Being in a hotel for 4 days is difficult for me. Being in a hotel for 4 months, again, no matter how nice it is really, really difficult. Then you start talking about, you know, a wife and a kid and all of that stuff being involved. Like it's tough. And it's one of those things where you go, okay, none of those things are a factor this year. Obviously, his wife and kid are still around, but they're in a far different situation than they were days after, you know, a baby is born.
Right.
Mike's got a job. De'Aaron's got a home. Doesn't have an extension yet, but he's got a home. None of those things can be brought up anymore. So, Zach, you got to work. Malik, if Malik is still here, no matter what the Sacramento Kings try to do, no matter what Malik might have going on in his life off the court, bro, you got to play. Yeah. We can't keep coming up with these extenuating circumstances, excuses. We got to put those behind us. You got to start fresh. Starts with Doug and trickles down to DeMar. Domas, if Domas is mad about being here, it's too goddamn bad. You make $40 million. Go be a $40 million player. Go be an all-pro player. Go be an all-NBA player. Be the dude on this team.
I'd have to imagine, too. It's got to leave a bad taste in your mouth. It's like, yeah, nobody in the league wants you guys right now. Like, you guys kind of got to build yourselves up a bit, no?
I would think so. If you're not going around pouting and actually take it personal, yeah, that should be something that would be motivating or want to go out there and prove your worth or prove people wrong. I agree with you, but who knows? Like, I don't know. Not everybody has that type of mentality. I think you've said it before. Probably far less people in the pros have that type of mentality than we realize.
I mentioned a few minutes ago, I want to get back to this, the roster, but I don't want this to slip my mind, because I said a few minutes ago, I had a theory on Russell Westbrook that dates back, we're July, it's probably over a month ago at this point. Mm-hmm. When Russell Westbrook opted out of that 3.2, I think it was essentially a vet league minimum deal in Denver, I said, well, if he wants, I believe he wants to continue to play basketball. He knows exactly where he's going to sign. I was told directly, nope, he didn't. Didn't want to be in Denver anymore. Didn't want to deal with that. But no, when he opted out, he was sharp enough to know he had suitors, multiple suitors, but he did not have a particular destination in mind. Was also told when we presented the idea of, Russ's career is winding down. There might be things, maybe Indiana is a thing, maybe Milwaukee is a thing with the loss of Ty and Dame and so on, but bro might just want to be in California. Bro just might, maybe not California, bro just might want to be close to home. Mm-hmm. And turns out there's some validity to that. And there is interest with the Sacramento Kings. Obviously, everybody is aware of that. That's real. There is genuine interest. I'm trying to find out if those conversations have gone anywhere. I'm trying to figure out where those conversations are. I can't. All I can figure out, or all I know, is my theory on what was going on with Russell Westbrook a month ago was absolutely wrong. He did not have a singular destination that he knew he was going to go to. And right now, there are multiple teams talking to him. And again, according to Sacramento's definitely one of them. That's not dead because the sign and trade thing didn't happen with Detroit. That's not dead because Dennis Schroeder is here. It's not dead at all. Like, those conversations are happening. I'm trying to figure out where they're at. I can't, but I'm gonna keep trying. But the idea that he had picked out a team, just that was a assumption on my part, and it was wrong.
What exactly happened at the end of the Denver year? Wasn't there like the report that people were blaming him in the locker room, and then Aaron Gordon?
That was like, during the playoffs.
During the playoffs.
Yeah, that was during that. I think it was the OKC series where Ramona, Ramona, coincidence, essentially wrote a story on something we talked about. That Denver team, because one, shout out to the Nuggets, and we'll try to get to this at some point today. Their biggest issue against Oklahoma City was the lack of depth. They appeared to have fixed that.
They've done a great job.
Yeah, they have had I know Houston has won the offseason. Denver has done a hell of a job this offseason. But Ramona, the crux of Ramona's article was this team might go as Russell Westbrook goes. If Westbrook is having one of those games, Denver could absolutely beat Oklahoma City. If Russell Westbrook is having one of those games, they don't have the depth to make up for it. They don't have the guys to make up for it. They just didn't have enough depth on their roster to run against Oklahoma City. And it didn't fit the article. But Ramona wrote about a exchange between Aaron Gordon and Russell Westbrook from a third-party perspective. And Aaron Gordon, without being asked, said, that's trash.
That's right. He did it after one of the games.
Yeah. He was not asked.
Right.
He said that report is complete fabrication. The conversations between myself and Russell Westbrook, myself and anyone in this locker room are between me and everyone in this locker room. I have the utmost respect for Russell Westbrook, and part of the reason we are here in this position is what Russell Westbrook has done. And he shut his time down and walked away. Yeah. That happened in the playoffs. Russell Westbrook had a fantastic year last year. He was put into a position where I think he was doing good off the bench. He was put into a position where he had to start a bunch of games. That's where Denver really got rolling. I think Aaron Gordon was out, if I remember correctly. Gordon comes back. Russ goes back to the bench, and he just continues doing what he did. And they had a chance to, beat OKC. Couldn't do it. Ran out of gas. I think they got blown out in Game 7, if I remember right.
They started off strong and then just got destroyed.
Yeah. But what happens next with him, I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure. He's going to play. And there were times where, even as the biggest Russell Westbrook fan, I was like, I don't know where his next stop is. So when he opted out, that's part of what led me to the belief that, he knows exactly where he's going. His team, they did their due diligence. It turns out he just didn't want to be in Denver anymore.
He said, I'm getting out of here. I got a question. I'll ask a question. We'll get into it a little bit. Do you think we've reached, not just with philosophy and all this other stuff, but the rumors and it being so prevalent that the Kings want to move on from Malik Monk? Are they at a point where you have to move on from Malik Monk?
Absolutely not.
What does that look like for that locker room, though? Do you trust, I guess the question would be, do you trust?
Dalton Connect actually got traded and had to go back to the team.
But that's Dalton Connect.
I don't know.
You didn't have to play Dalton Connect, and they didn't. If Malik Monk comes back and you're asking him to play 25 minutes a night, are you worried that, not that you can't trust him, that's not the term I want to use, but where's his mind going to be? Where's his heart going to be? Y'all just tried to get rid of me all summer long, and now you asking me to play 25 minutes a night and play the right way and buy into Christie and all this other stuff. You got to be a professional.
So I'll go from a different perspective. I'll go the non-Doug Christie, Scott Perry's perspective, and I'll go Malik Monk's agent's perspective. You got to put that behind you, because if you're in your feelings, that's perfectly fine. You're one more team away from being a journeyman, and you need to establish your value. It doesn't matter if DeMar is here. It doesn't matter if Zach is here. It doesn't matter who is here. You are. If they have a role for you, you have to embrace it, because When we signed that deal with Sacramento last year, we weren't just thinking about the next 4 years. We were thinking about the next 7. Prove yourself to Sacramento. And if that doesn't work, prove yourself to the rest of the league. But it does you, Malik Monk, the player, no benefit to be in your feelings about what happened this summer. And as his representation, that's what I'd say. Like, we can't do anything about it. We were in a position last year. We made our decision. This is where we were going to be. We absolutely thought it was the best position. Obviously, things have changed. Go out there, embrace those changes, be great, and either you establish yourself here in Sacramento. DeMar is gone next year. Zach could be gone next year. You could be in an entirely different position with this organization 1 year from now. And that's the other thing about all of this. That's going to require more than 60 seconds. So we'll come back. I also want your response about how you'd handle this if you were Malik Monk going into next season. And I know we got some more calls. Hang tight. We want to hear from everyone. Buddha, that's you. Don't go nowhere, Buddha.
Buddha, what up, boy?
We got you next here. Phone lines are open, 916-909-1320. Steeler 1 KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I was going to talk about Jake Paul, but there's no need to. I mean, Chavez Jr. is who he is. Jake Paul, I think, got ranked by the WNBA as number 14 or something like that. So, whatever. There's not much to come of that. He was talking about taking on Zurdo. Good luck with that. He's mentioned somebody else. Good luck. I'll talk about DeAndre Walker. He fought on Friday night, and he got a TKO.
Hey, Brody, your mic was off.
It was? Oh, man. No 13th round. Oh, man.
Sorry, Michigan. I know that 13th round is your favorite. My bad. I had to put the juice away.
Is that the one time I catch it?
I asked some boys over there if they got any of those Kobe Air Force ones that just dropped.
Which ones dropped? The yellow ones or the white ones?
Mm-mm.
The white ones.
You know better. You know better. Man, as a shoot, Leezy, I think it's right here, bro. I think it's right here. Or I want to say Indiana, but I think the ask there would be too high. Indiana might be in a really weird spot. I don't want to see that. What you want to see that for? I don't want that.
Oh,
Stay in California, bro.
That boy Westbrook in the Garden, that'd be movie status. Westbrook in the Garden would be crazy when he does something good.
Yeah, we know how that movie always ends. Am I right, guys?
The hell? Who asked you about that? I was having a good moment with Russ and the Knicks. What are we talking about, man?
Just saying, there's always good parts in the movie, but it always just ends in the second round.
Securing, they might be legit. I think
I learned my
context to
lesson.
them.
They're legit.
Yeah,
Jake Fisher said it, so I learned my lesson.
No, I think they're legit, but I don't think the Kings are at the top of the list, are they? What Fisher said?
Close. I think they're close. I think they're
really.
I think it's them and
Jake Fisher. I thought said there's nothing substantial yet, though.
Yeah, he said the Warriors.
Yeah, with
haven't
Kuminga
said,
and the Kings. Yeah.
Okay.
I think Miami would. My guess would be Miami if they could work something out with Miami.
Yeah,
and he could. I think that's where he would go. But I mean, this is the second time outside of Sam Amick somebody's brought up the Kings and Kuminga.
Yeah,
Brent
I was
Siegel did it
glad.
before, and
yeah, I don't mind saying I watched Dave's clip, and I just thought there was context to what Sam said.
What are you doing with him?
Sam has actually been the least definitive on that. Like, I think Jake Fisher said something, Brett Siegel said something about it. And they've been more.
That might be true, Wyatt. That might be true.
Oh, also, are we retiring #King? I know you guys are legit insiders now, so.
Well, no.
No, we probably should.
King, well, #King wasn't a lie. It was just the most obvious. It was Dennis Schroeder plans to be the point guard here in Sacramento. #King.
Yeah, I got cute and tweeted that Russell Westbrook gift. I got home. I was like, baby, I think I made a mistake. Like my text went crazy. Jill's like, I'm so happy for you. I was like, whoa, wait.
What I thought it was.
Hey, they said they got some.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
10.5. Let's shout out Jaren Jackson Jr., who signed a 5-year, will sign a 5-year, $240 million contract. Gets injured the very next day.
Oh man, well, announced he was injured the very next day.
Yeah, I just thought about that too. I was like, when did that happen?
He announced. He let the team know he got hurt.
Did you fax over that contract, or was he present to sign that?
That man came walking in every step. Oh, ow. Hey, oh, God, ow. No, it's good. It's good.
His foot looking like Dak Prescott.
Oh, man.
Going to sign the contract. No, I'm good.
Hey.
I'm good.
Hey, Jaren, why are there tears streaming down your face? I'm just so excited.
Is that what says turf toe? Was he running routes with Vivek?
No, he might have been. Ta-ta. He might have been. Well, the other guy is gone. The other guy is gone. So the quarterback is gone. So maybe Jaren had to get out there.
Vivek is like Deuce on Father's Day.
Bro. He ain't
got nobody.
That video Deuce posts every Father's Day makes me laugh every single time. Every time. It's funny when the camera just slow pans to the ball hitting the ground.
Oh, and I feel bad for laughing because it's funny.
Hilarious.
It's hella funny.
Look, I grew up without a dad too. It's funny. It'll never not be funny. It's so great. Let's see what Buddha's talking about here on the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Buddha, what it do, boy?
Yeah. Yo, what's good, my good brothers? How y'all doing, man?
Good, man. How you doing? You sound like a little more chipper than usual.
Yeah,
you
like
what's up, man?
Like the edible ain't hit yet.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely up. You feel me? I'm definitely up. I wanted to say, KC, congratulations. Your boys just got DeAndre Ayton, man. Congrats, my boy.
They're not my boys, and I didn't even see that.
Wait, who? The Lakers?
That's what I'm assuming. That's what he's talking about. Those aren't my boys at all. Stop, Buddha. Stop. That's not my team.
But nah, I called in to talk Kings, man. Hey, shout out to Scott Perry, man. I see it's a lot of mixed feelings going on with his moves and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like he been hitting. At least he out there making moves. We had to check on Monty, make sure he was alive a couple times. So
that's true.
That's right.
Hey, brother, got a pulse?
All right, keep it moving. He making draft moves. He got Dennis in here. Dennis, he slept on. He got signed yesterday. He was in the gym for real right after that. So, like, he going to work. That boy going to work, and he going to get some of the playmaking that Fox left, because that's what really made Monk better when he had a point guard. So, I feel like that was the question that CJ asked a while ago with how can you get Monk open up? I feel like you need somebody like Dennis. He gonna get them right, you know. But yeah, man, let's just keep it positive. And I feel like Summer League, everything gonna go back, and we're gonna be excited.
All right, Buddha.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Buddha definitely sounded a little bit different.
Yeah,
this
he
time.
was.
Bruin seems pretty happy today, it seems.
Yeah, it's just, vibes are up for him.
Maybe
I
he
guess,
took the stevia joint instead of the was it indica, and maybe he just hit a different strand this time. Buddha, one of my favorites, man. But what he was speaking about, for those that didn't see that, Mark Stein tweeted multiple interested teams expect DeAndre Ayton to commit to the Los Angeles Lakers after he clears waivers today at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is about 9 minutes from now.
Hey, can we get that Austin breaking glass?
Is it worthy?
Yes.
I can tell by the stupid look on your face. It's not.
No, just hit the music.
No, it is.
What is it?
Sacramento Kings have signed number 42 pick. Maxime
That's not.
Raynaud.
God
That is.
damn it,
It's
Jimmy.
breaking news.
No,
They
it's
signed him 3 years.
Whoa.
3 years. $5.95 million deal. Typically, I wouldn't talk about this, but I didn't get a chance to talk about this guy because I was off the next day.
Show up to work.
Hey, I'm trying to relax.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to.
No, I hear you.
I'm trying to calm down.
There you go.
And not just jump out the window.
But go ahead.
But I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know how he was number 42.
Yeah.
I don't know how he was number 42. This dude's got a bag. I think it was.
See, hey, okay, you got to be careful.
I know.
No, you gotta be
I
careful.
put the phone down right now.
Jesse, out of the corner of my eye, Jesse, he threw his hand up to get our attention, but he had his phone in his hand, which is our signal for check your phone. And I looked back over and he put his phone down. I was like, hey, what is going on over there? Go ahead. Jump in.
Is there any truth to him like forcing his way to Sacramento?
You
talking about how he felt? I thought I saw that on Twitter and stuff.
I heard he said he wanted to go to Sacramento.
Yeah. Matt, I think it was Matt. Someone relayed that to us. And but you asked, I don't know how he got to 42. I know Matt was he was one of the ones who mentioned, one shortcoming he has is on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
He can do a lot on the offensive end, but defense, it could be a little.
Well, damn, I was gonna say he's Wemby's best friend, I guess. That was gonna be the Wemby stopper for KC. But
oh, there you go.
Workshop that.
7'1"?
7'1", yeah.
Hey,
and can shoot.
I think it was Jonathan Gavoni said it maybe the next day or whatever. He just, like, in one of his Sports Center hits, he was like, yo, the Kings look at him as a guy that could possibly be a starter one day. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah, he can. I think he's the truth. I look at him, his game reminds me of, I think the guy I'm going to compare him to has a little bit more of a post game, but I don't think he shoots as well as my man Max. He reminds me of Sengun. That's what I see when I see him.
Okay.
That's a
bad. You're doing a great job of not jumping out the window, by the way. No, you're doing a really, really good job of not diving head first out of the window here with Sengun references. It also means he's going to fold in the playoffs. Great. Great.
Well, look, I remember seeing him in college. Like, yo, this dude,
did he play with
He didn't.
He didn't. Okay.
Well, no, I think he did maybe last year. It
would have been 2 years ago, right?
2 years, maybe so.
Okay.
Yeah. I
can't keep track how many teams our boy is on. How many teams Andre is on.
just trying to keep up.
At this point, just declare for the draft so I can follow what you're doing.
But I remember seeing Max this year because he was. I just saw his numbers on one game. Like, he's averaging, like, at the time, like 20 and 10. Like 20 and 10. What the hell? So I kept watching throughout the season, and I just liked this game. I forgot about him once the draft time came around or whatever. And I remember we were at Baker Family Wines, and we were leaving, and it was like the Kings are on the clock. I was like, oh, let me see what I get. I wanted Proctor. And when I saw that, I said, oh, snap. oh, that's a good look. So then I watched the highlights more, and then I watched a couple of games. Hey, man, this dude, man. I don't know where he's going to be at to start his career. I don't want to say like rookie stardom. I'm not saying that, but
I did have a theory on that. Of course, you weren't here, so I was talking to myself a lot on Friday. No one was here to talk me out of this. With, I obviously didn't know at the time, but with Valanciunas gone, I think there's a situation. We certainly saw Domas and Valanciunas lineups at different points, but one thing people have been asking for when because I assume I don't expect Trey Lyles to be back with Sacramento. I don't know that he signed with anybody. I just don't expect him to be back here. It was always that, you need someone who can stretch the floor. You need someone who can complement Domas in a very specific way. Now you have potentially a big who can stretch the floor. Like you have a guy you could potentially put at 5 and pull defenses out and allow Domas to do what he does around the block.
100%.
And that's a very different dynamic than Valanciunas had. It's closer to what Trey had, but you are sacrificing certain things with the Trey Domas pairing down there. This, if it works and he can legitimately be an NBA player, you have a new way to open things up for Domas a little bit that he hasn't had. Not only did he not have him last year, he hasn't had that as a Sacramento King, period.
Right. Feels like one of the perfect guys to go next to.
Yeah, I found it. I found the thought of that fascinating. I don't know how realistic it is because we are talking about a second-round pick. But one thing that we have been discussing for the better part now of 3 days is, look, you can want to tank. You can want to acquire draft picks or assets, as we've just dumbed this whole conversation down to. That's perfectly fine. You have to manage them damn near flawlessly for it to work. Sam Presti has managed assets and the returns that he has got from star players like Russell Westbrook and Paul George brilliantly. You could argue flawlessly. Not many have done that. Not many can do that. Maybe you can't be as good as Sam Presti, but you have to be a hell of a lot better than anyone in this organization has ever been. And you have to hit on second-round picks. Especially with this goddamn apron and the salary cap being what they are, and the league apparently being scared now.
Terrified.
This is, people asked earlier, people have been, challenging us on this Malik Monk thing. It might not be a Malik Monk thing.
Right.
It might just be a league thing. And you outlined that earlier. So you have to hit on second-round picks sometimes. You need to find a guy who can play on your roster who you took in the 30s or in the Sacramento Kings case at 42. You've got to find those every once in a while. The Kings landed Keon. We'll see where that gets them long term, but I know everyone, certainly fans love him. This 42 it could wind up being something for you.
Man, I was super impressed with his game.
And another person who has to it's not just Scott Perry and the general managers who have to manage that asset correctly. It's Doug Christie.
Yeah.
It's like,
Absolutely.
yeah, like, one thing I think Mike, the New York Knicks head coach, was terrible at is he just didn't let guys make mistakes. And it was a constant, all right, you're out. No, you're out for the next 4 games. All right, man. Like, if this young man gets in there and yeah, it's a little rocky, but hey, what's Doug always say? Hey, just keep working. We're gonna get through this. Keep working. We'll get through this. Let him figure it out.
Yeah. And I mean, depending on how the season is going, and this may be an opportunity for him to learn on the job, learn on the fly, man. Like I couldn't, after I kind of dove into his game a little bit more and watched more of his game, I was just like, man, how's this dude here at 42? That's crazy. That's crazy because I'm not saying he looked like a number one pick, but he looked like a first rounder. You know, and I know the knock is defense or whatever, but figure that out later. Get help defenders around him for what he's able to do at that size on the offensive end. So that was a great pick. That was a great pick. It was the pick I didn't know I needed because I was like, oh, Proctor's available. Go get your point guard, all this other stuff. Man, I saw he came up as the guy they selected. I said, oh, I didn't know he was still around. Yeah, great job. Great job. I can't wait to see these guys in Summer League too and see what that looks like.
Yeah.
Apparently, Max, Neek, and Devin will be playing in Summer League.
Yeah, Devin needs to.
He does. Does that say anything to you about the team, the direction, the possibility of him moving on or not moving on?
No.
I don't think so either.
Trade him in Vegas if you want to.
You're gonna put you're gonna have Devin at what's the dam in Nevada?
Is it a Hoover Dam?
You're gonna leave Devin at the Hoover Dam.
First of all, what the hell is Devin Carter doing at the Hoover Dam? Fair or foul? I'm just looking. I'm looking at my timeline, and I was looking for Lakers news because it's 2:02. I wondered if DeAndre Ayton had signed. Bronny James being asked about LeBron James' future. Fair or foul?
Yeah, that's fair. He's on the team.
Yeah, I was going to say teammates probably getting asked anyways. But
People making a big deal because LeBron wore a welcome home hat today at golf. Doesn't mean anything.
LeBron trying to get out of there, bro.
Well, why?
Because they ain't gonna be no championship contender.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you can't sell me. Hey, LeBron, we got DeAndre Ayton. We're ready.
We got LaRavia.
Well, who?
LeBron went out of there so bad.
Oh man, I don't like this view of Brian Windhurst at all.
That's like the 10th time you've said that since the show
started.
Is
this bro. How he does his podcast? This is terrible. Come on, Wendy.
To be fair to him, it seems like they made them start using video.
Well, it feels like Wendy's on a webcam and he's just like, hey.
Look, is he closer now?
Man, goodness.
Brian Windhorst versus his camera has been one of the best. On this
man,
show.
And look, Wendy's getting his ass beat. Like if this was boxing, they'd have to stop the fight.
Somebody going to step in, throwing the
towel. Man, getting Apollo Creed and Rocky IV right here. Brian Windhorst is. Gosh dang it, man. Gosh dang it. So he was talking about the Maxime. Maxime getting some run next year would be so valuable for this basketball team. Because there is one unfortunate reality that the Sacramento Kings are facing, that the Sacramento Kings fans are facing, that the Sacramento Kings fans are really frustrated by. They're not the Warriors. This team's old. Levine is 30. DeMar's 35. Keegan's 24. Domas is 29. Schroeder's 31. That's probably your starting lineup. And that is, for the most part, that's an old basketball team. Again, I think there's guys on the, especially if the Al Horford signing winds up happening. You got a guy who's 38, 36.
Yeah.
30. How old is Jimmy? 37?
Yeah. That's old to me.
Yeah. It's old. It's older. I mean, the Kings got to be up there.
The Kings, so because the 30s and 28 to 30 is, I don't want to call it the prime, but 28 to 30 is like, maybe it's the end of your prime, right?
30?
Yeah. That 32.
Okay.
32. So like 28 to 32 is like the end of your prime. So I think they're an older team for sure. I don't know if I classify them as old though.
So we'll draw.
They're just like kind of a a mid-tier age.
We'll draw a distinction between old and older. No, I'm not trying to be funny.
No,
I'm serious.
Well, distinction between old and Warriors.
Okay, all right.
They're not Warriors, but yeah, they're an older team.
Kobe Bryant won his MVP at 28 years old. What did we say the end was? 32. Kobe was 25.3 points per game when he was 32 years old.
Kings had a top 4 as far as like I guess oldest average age in the league last year. I'd assume that's still pretty high this year.
It's got to be. Yeah, it might be older with the addition of Dennis Schroeder. And if you add Russell Westbrook, it's going to be even older.
Well,
wonder what Russ's prime ages were. I feel like DeMar, even though he doesn't get recognition for it, he's just been the same.
He has since he stepped into the league. It feels like, at least.
Yeah, a little switch for Russ. He was 32. He was in Washington, but he averaged a triple-double that year. I think that was the year he broke Oscar Robertson's all-time. No, what was the record? Oh, it was the triple-double record, all-time triple-double record.
Is it unfair to say that like the real team building begins after the season?
What do you mean?
Like I look at this roster full of players or whatever, like they're trying to unload Malik Monk, it seems, and Zach LaVine, it seems, once he's got a year less on his deal, you'll be able to move off of him. Like there's just like tomorrow will be 36, 37 next. There's just,
you're saying next year.
Like after this season that comes up, like that's when they'll really start building on this team.
Yeah.
I can't look at this roster right now and be like, yep, there's a future here beyond even a season or two.
So that's the other uncomfortable reality that I think the Sacramento Kings are facing is, like, I know we joked about a new team phrase, but survive and figure it out. Like, I would rather make the playoffs. I don't care that you don't have a future past this year. I don't care that a whole bunch of things will be in flux when DeMar's contract becomes partially guaranteed, when Zach LaVine enters the final year of his deal, when Keon Ellis, you've hit the point of what's happening here with Keon Ellis. Should it get that far? Where are you at with Keegan Murray at that time? Is Domas cranky? Like none of that matters. Figure that out next year. The fact is, if you're a rebuild person, a tank person, all that, you can't do that this year. You just can't. It's not realistic. If you are in the tanking crowd, it is far more realistic for it to happen next season. It's completely unrealistic for it to happen this season. Just as much as, making the playoffs, losing in the first round, I don't care. Do that. You're not a contender. This Sacramento Kings team is not a contender. They're not a contender this year. They're not going to be a contender next year. They might not be a contender for a while. So just make the playoffs this year and survive and figure it out. Just figure it out later.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you think that, I know there's always the people are upset about LaVine and getting him back and all this other stuff and him being on the roster. Do you think that would have been the case regardless, just because Fox wanted out?
What would have been the case?
They would have been in this situation.
Like whether they traded for LaVine or not?
Yeah.
No,
I don't think so. I think
LaVine is a big reason for it.
How wouldn't they be though? Because this how I'm looking. Sorry to cut you off. Fox was the franchise.
Yeah.
He was he might not have been good enough to take it, but
I got you.
That was the franchise.
Yeah.
You weren't getting the franchise back.
Mm-hmm.
So you were going to be in a perpetual state, or at least for a year, of survive and figure it out until we find that next guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like the LaVine deal kind of just handcuffs. He was like, yeah, we're stuck with him till like we can't trade him. Rather than if you traded Fox for a lesser deal, it's like some players and picks or whatever. Like you have more room to work with.
But with the league how it is, you're not doing nothing. Like you're not getting somebody. You're not getting somebody. That's how the league.
Yeah, you're not
that's
doing
where
it in
the
year
league
one.
is.
You're not doing it in year one, but like you're opening up flexibility. Like you can't do anything right here with Zach LaVine or whatever in this spot because like Zach LaVine's contract is here. Like it's just about having flexibility, whether you can or not.
I
Just-
understand the flexibility,
yeah,
but
keep that open for
but
yourself.
that's my point though. Nothing was going to happen anyway. Whether you have flexibility or not, like nothing was going to happen this summer. Whether you have LaVine or not. Say you just took Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson, and you had money.
But why not?
Because there's nobody available. What you gonna get, KD? You gonna get Giannis?
Yeah, maybe.
No.
LeBron?
I would have took Johnson and Vassell over LaVine. I feel like
that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but the state that this franchise is in, where this ain't the summer, you figure out next summer, would have been the same.
Yeah, the availability of players might have been the same. You might have been a little bit more comfortable in how you could maneuver it.
It'll make you feel better. But where you're at,
what's wrong with feeling good?
Nothing. Nothing.
He just wants it to be sad all the time.
Yeah, like
nothing.
come on, man.
It would have made you feel better, but your situation would have been the same. Like you ain't gonna get nothing done this year in this offseason. I don't believe.
You might be right. This is one of the strangest starts to an offseason I can remember.
Well, because even trading LaVine is still going to be difficult too. Like you still have like a year less and all that, but it's not like LaVine is a sought after player around the league or anything like that. So it's like even then, like yeah, sure you weren't able to do something this year, but it's still going to be tough trying to move LaVine. I feel.
Stephen McBride asked, would the Kings have been better off tanking the last 15 games and keeping their first round pick this past season? No, not in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not.
I wanted that Herter trade over because remember, Stephen, it just would have hung over the franchise for another year. I think the fact that it's over and they still got in the first round with minimal cost, got a player that by all accounts, Scott Perry's really high on. Obviously, he traded back into the draft to get him. I'd rather have that.
Yeah, and
I'd rather have that.
And I'm not even here to say somebody's right or wrong about that. I'm just my preference. Like you, I just wanted that to be done with.
Get put the Monty McNair era behind you, instead of having that stupid ass trade.
Hey, on my iPad, real quick before we go to break.
And by the way, everyone was moving out of the top 10. Once you got past the top 10, everybody was.
Yeah.
There were 20 trades. Or there were 10 trades over the next 20 picks. Go ahead.
On my iPad, I just pulled up like a random YouTube video, and it's like the greatest moments in NFL playoff history. It's like a 25-minute video because there's like no sports on right now. I just need something on, like how you do at the office at the house and stuff like that. And the play, we're about 14 minutes in. The play that they just showed was Tony Romo fumbling the snap on the field goal.
Oh no, was it? That was against the Seahawks, right?
Let me triple tap to about 30 seconds ago.
Oh, wait, you were a Cowboys fan. Wait, Dan, where you going? You were a Cowboys fan at that time, weren't you?
Look, Davis, right here.
Yeah.
Look, bro. Look, there he is.
And then the camera pans to Jessica Simpson.
There he is.
We'll be back. They might not be. Who knows?
All right, man. You guys can hear me now. Let's try a 13th round now. Let's try it now.
And that wasn't very nice, by the way.
13th round. Jermaine Man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to my people over at Phenom. You see what it is, man. Shout out to my man Daniel Liu as well. I was going to talk about Jake Paul and Chavez Jr., but there's not much to talk about. I mean, Jake Paul, he got ranked, I think, by the WBA. He's like number 14th. He was talking about fighting Zudo, and that's fine. We'll get to that when we need to. We don't need to talk about Jake Paul, but I do want to talk about Deontay Wilder because he fought on Friday night, got a TKO, I believe, in the 7th or 8th round, where it was a bad stoppage, but it was pretty much a matter of time. Deontay was about to destroy this guy. Yeah, good stoppage. I'm fine with it. But watching the fight, it had me wondering, can Deontay Wilder win the heavyweight title of the world again? Can he be a heavyweight champion again? I know Usyk is facing Dubois, and we'll see how that goes in a couple weeks. And I watched Deontay fight, and his problems are still his problems. He just has no defense. So you go up against somebody like Usyk, and he'll probably just pick him apart, but damn, Deontay wins this fight on Friday, gets another fight, maybe in 6 months. Feels like he's in line for a title shot. And if he were to be in line for a title shot, he's still Deontay Wilder. He still has the power in the right hand. Would he be able to do the unthinkable and win the heavyweight championship of the world once again? I think he's got a shot. I wouldn't predict it. I think he's got a shot. The other thing somebody asked was, do we still want to see Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua? That's emphatically hell yes. Yes. That fight gets scheduled today. Sign me up. I'm ordering the pay-per-view. Parties at my house. Yes, we still want to see that fight. That fight has history. I'd love to see it, but I don't know. Am I crazy? Am I bugging? Can Deontay Wilder in this heavyweight setting once again be heavyweight champion of the world? You tell me, man. It's Caden Caraway, 13th round.
NBA Guru, how are you getting Cooper Flag when the team that got Cooper Flag beat you in the play-in?
Wait, what did the NBA Guru say?
You wouldn't want Cooper Flag. What are you guys saying? Come on, guys. We would have had a better chance at Flag, man. How can you tell me a good pick isn't worth it?
Why do people always do this? Nobody even said that. Let me go back to this Tony Romo play.
Asshole. That legit hurts my feelings.
Poor Tony. He shouldn't even have been doing
there
it.
on the ground too with his.
And then he's like, "Oh no, let me run for it."
Tony's like the saddest quarterback of all time.
Poor Tony. But he said, he was a precursor to LeBron. He said, "I don't care that much.
Well,
my life is still great."
He did. Well, let's all find out together. What's Stanley talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. What's up, Stanley?
Yeah, I hope that made KC real happy.
Yep. Tell him, Stanley.
Stanley.
No, tell him, Stanley.
Wait, Stanley, where were you when that happened? Like, can you take us back in time when Tony Romo fumbled the field goal?
I was watching. I was at home watching the television. What do you think I was?
Yeah, what do you think he was doing?
What was your thoughts? Like, take us into that moment. Like, what were you thinking at the time?
I was crushed.
That's tough, bro.
What do you expect? Hey, what do you expect for somebody to be in a moment of failure? What do you expect for someone to be?
Yeah. Kenny?
I'm just trying to go back to the moment, man. I'm just trying to figure out what it was like.
You know what? I wonder, why don't you tell me what it was like when somebody stuffed your shot when you thought you were going to score, huh?
Yeah.
That didn't happen. Yeah. Well, when did that happen, Stanley? Ain't nobody blocked my shot. I got long arms. I had the Iverson. Ain't nobody blocked my shot when that happened.
Yeah. I'm sure no one ever has.
No, I'm a good shot. I have good shot selection. I don't take bad shots, and I have long arms. I know how to get it over the outstretched defender.
Me and Stanley don't believe you.
Yeah, and if I believe that, I want to sell him a piece of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah. I'm with Stanley, man.
Oh, Stanley, hold on.
Stanley.
I'm back. Now he tried to run after he fumbled the ball. I thought he was getting in there, man. That was crazy.
I'm going to disconnect your iPad from Wi-Fi. Appreciate you, Stanley.
Hey, funniest part is I slid Stanley's pot down or whatever, but after Kenny said that last part, I saw his little audio thing go back up. He was still yelling.
Shout out
Stanley. He's Hall of Famer.
Man. He is, man.
Absolutely.
Hall of Fame.
He is Hall of Famer, and I'm glad we got him because he was a free agent. He was a free agent, and
he was
glad he came over here.
Oh, you should have did the Jerry Jones impression too.
Oh no, he would have tracked down the address.
You would have started listening to Whitey if you did that.
You're so screwed when Jerry buys the station.
I don't
buy KIFM and fire y'all.
I don't mean to do this. This is the last time I'll do this. Because that video is still on. Not that moment, but the whole video.
All right, pal.
Yo, how crazy. We talk about it. It was like a circus and all this other stuff.
I'm gonna bring up the Zeke Elliott play next.
Oh, well.
Now that was funny though.
That was
Zeke Elliott play was funny.
They had him at center with no other offensive line.
Stupid play.
That was wild.
Imagine, I'm sorry, you want me to do what, coach?
All right.
Set Hut and then gets obliterated.
Set Hut
gets destroyed. That Tebow play was crazy. The Tebow in the playoffs,
touchdown pass.
Yeah. Considering everything that
Tebow mania running wild,
and
brother.
for him to make that play, I think
Beat
that was
the
one of the Steelers. Yeah, I think that was one of those situations where like the Steelers might have had like 11 or 12 wins, but because Denver won the division, they had to go to Denver. Denver had no business winning that game. And
Denver had no business winning about half of the games they won that season.
that was a wild time. I was kind of just completely disgusted by
I remember the
having to deal with it every day. But Tebow mania was crazy.
I remember the Dolphins played them that season. They were up like 15-0 with like 4 minutes left. Denver somehow puts
Miami,
up
right?
Yeah, Denver somehow puts up 2 touchdowns, goes to overtime, and they win. Like, what the hell just happened? Tebow's kneeling after the game again.
That was ridiculous. I remember. Wasn't that like his first start or something like that?
Might have been. It was something like that. Like, I have no clue what just happened.
You just reminded me. You just reminded me of how great the internet was when Cap started taking a knee, and then them Tebow memes would hit and go, "This is the only kneeling I do." All right, ho.
Relax,
Whatever you say.
Oh yeah, Tebow mania was crazy, man.
Those people posting those Tebow kneels are the ones who are in line at Rayleigh's right now buying a $400 bag of fireworks for America.
Oh, did you see that video?
Oh,
that was crazy.
God.
That was insane.
Yo, that firework factory exploding was crazy.
I thought like the initial start of it was like, oh yeah, this is pretty crazy. Like the warehouse on fire, whatever. And it's like, oh no, this is what they wanted me to watch.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I think Sean posted it.
Yeah.
Sean Cunningham posted it, and it like Sean does not waste tweets. So when he posts something, I'm gonna watch it. And yeah, that was crazy.
Man, I hope there's nobody around.
Oh God, I hope there's no one near that thing.
Already.
That was crazy. What they say, Jesse?
I said hopefully they evacuated that place already.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, because the whole place was on fire already. Like
Yeah.
it was already done with.
Man, okay.
Shout out Chris in the chat house too. Like Tebow mania was a thing, but then they ran into the
they
Patriots.
beat their
Yeah, that was belt to ass right there. That was sad.
Because people started to believe after the
Yeah.
they were like, "Yo, this thing is real." Patriots beat the brakes off them.
And then Tebow went on the Jets punt team after that.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Then you also have Tebow in the Mets. And
that's terrible, man. They West Side Kings fans said 7 people still unaccounted for.
There were people in that building when that happened?
I hope not, man. Jesus.
Oh, I hope that's not true for them.
And you see that.
Shout out to Sean Cunningham and KCRA for this one, but yeah, it's
in
just
Yolo County.
It just looks tough. Well, it doesn't look like a good situation, and then all of a sudden,
Whew. Wow. Yeah,
look at the fireworks show
that's
going
what I saw
on.
too. Yeah, the fireworks start just going crazy.
Man,
that was
awful.
terrible. That was terrible, man. Yeah, so I hadn't seen anything. I hope that people got out of there, but they're saying maybe people didn't. So prayers up to
I hope that's not
to
true.
anybody, man. Like that's just awful. That is awful.
Man. Nah.
Does anybody know where that is? The Yellow County, like
for those
Esperanza or something like.
I'm not here tomorrow, so we got to run this today because this is our 4th of July tradition.
Bang up, Terry. What it revert, Terry? What it revert? Oh, Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry? Terry, what you
What's up?
Hey. Every time. You know we gotta run it one more time. One more time. 4th of July warning here. Don't beat Terry.
Please don't.
Bag up.
Don't
Bag up, Terry.
Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry?
Put it in reverse, Terry.
Terry, what you doing?
It sounds like you doing Kenny's New York accent.
Crowd comes two different ways.
Oh man.
He's having a good old time with it.
Oh man. I gotta play that. I don't know that I'll be able to find it. I saw it on TikTok. We were talking about this on KSFM the other day. Don't trip in front of
don't do that.
Black people.
Don't do that because I'm definitely
Hold on, let me see if I can find the exact video I was watching.
I'm laughing.
Oh nah. Shoot. I can't find it. It was a TikTok video, but it sounded like my man laughing at Terry.
And then we always say you gotta if you trip, man, you gotta start hooping.
Yeah, you gotta turn it into
start hooping.
You gotta turn it into a jump shot or a crossover.
Hey. Girl, get a little Euro. Hey.
I was shooting jump shots all through. I
remember one of the things I did in the hallways of McClatchy High School is we'd be walking, down the hallway and you cross paths with somebody, and right before I'd hit them with like a Kobe crossover, just and they would jump. Hey! Thought it was the funniest thing. Just a minute.
We used to grab the overhang and act like we were dunking.
Oh, be careful.
Yeah, don't sleep. Don't sleep. And then it got to the point where we started setting people up. Like it'd be like, hey, Io, let me. Hey.
Oh no,
Io, let me holler at you for a second. Hey, you move over. Hey man, this weekend, and then one of the homies come through.
That's always funny. Oh,
every time. Every single time it was funny.
Always funny.
Oh man. We talked about what happened with Sean Combs earlier. Report out now. Diddy is denied bond while awaiting sentencing in his sex crime case. So he's going to remain in prison while the judge, because I believe the judge determines his sentence and not the jury. So the judge has not yet set a sentencing date for Combs. The maximum possible sentence for each of Combs' 2 guilty counts is 10 years in prison. So there's a variety of different things that come into play: consecutive, concurrent. How much of that 10 years will he get? My guess is a minimum. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he was in there more than 5 years.
I'd be shocked if he was in anything close to 5 years. Like absolutely stunned. James Ham coming up in about 30 minutes or so. We talked about this as there's a couple of these subjects we can save for when James gets here, but we talked a minute ago. Like, I think everyone is of the belief the Rockets had a tremendous offseason. Like, they have done a terrific job of securing their talent for years to come. And, of course, the acquisition of Kevin Durant. I'm going to ask you about a couple of teams, and I'll start with the obvious one because we mentioned them earlier, because I don't think much needs to be said. Denver had a terrific offseason.
They did.
They got beat up by Oklahoma City. I mean, they scratched, clawed, and survived to get to Game 7 before they just completely ran out of everything. But the biggest thing that team lacked was depth. That is corrected. That has been fixed. Now, of course, you lost Michael Porter Jr. in the process. Russell Westbrook is gone, but you've turned that into Cam Johnson. Bruce Brown, obviously Valanciunas is there. Tim Hardaway is there.
Mhm.
You were able to acquire some really solid players for David Adam's first full run as the head coach of the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, man. What they were able to do in moving on from Michael Porter's contract, flipping that into a good player like Cam Johnson. I think he's about the same as Michael Porter Jr. Maybe in a couple areas, one is better than the other. But you got off the contract, allowing you to get a guy like Bruce Brown. And then I look at Tim Hardaway Jr. as a guy that they definitely could use. And they needed another scoring option that was, for the most part, consistent. You know, one of the issues with Michael Porter Jr., you just never know what you were going to get. Tim Hardaway Jr. is one of those microwave type players that you can I feel like you can rely on for the most part with the offensive impact that he's going to have on these games. So you've got that guy there. Christian Brown, you know, he continues to get better and better every single year. Maybe you get a healthier Jamal Murray that could help. I don't put them on the Houston OKC level just yet, but they're inching closer and closer to being a championship contender in the West for me. I really like what they've done this offseason.
It's been awfully quiet about 90 miles from here. Well, we're in Roseville, so it's a little more than 90 miles. I'm looking at Jake Fisher video right here. The Miami Heat, I think, are probably Jonathan Kuminga's most likely landing spot. That's not Golden State. And to my understanding, the Heat are involved in several things as well. So he might not even necessarily be their top option. One thing that I don't think we've discussed a ton is what if Kuminga is just back in a Warriors uniform?
Yeah, I think that would – I don't know if that would be good for anybody involved, Kuminga or the Warriors. I think a fresh start is best for both parties. But it is a possibility. This is another sign, I think, of that market we keep talking about. You know, any other time, people would be lining up to take a shot at Jonathan Kuminga. But the repercussions of if that doesn't make you, you know, a top team immediately might be too great for a lot of teams to even take that chance.
Man,
it's crazy, man.
What a weird league this has turned into.
Yeah.
This, I mean, to the best of my recollection, has never happened before, where teams are like, like, I mean, you could make the argument. I wouldn't, but I think a lot of fans would. Kings fans and NBA fans. The biggest overpay we might have seen is the Dennis Schroeder one. Like, no one is over. Hey, look, Tim Hardaway Jr., look, we want you here, but this is what we can offer. This is where we're at. And I'm sure Tim Hardaway Jr. got that same offer, a similar offer from a lot of different teams. And that's probably the case with Tyus Jones and a lot of these different point guards. They're getting same or similar offers across the table.
Yeah.
And it is just I don't know if this is an anomaly or the future of the NBA, but this free agency period is unlike any one I can remember. Of course, you've got the complete opposite, the infamous Timofey Mozgov signing and the caps going up, and we've got money to spend free agency, to this where we're talking aprons, penalties, loss of drafts, loss of mid-levels, loss of buyout players. Like we have literally stepped into a world of the CBA that has never existed before.
Right.
And we're seeing the ramifications of it.
Yeah. I feels like everybody's super conservative, super scared to make the wrong move. And Jason talked about it yesterday. Jason Jones, the professor, talked about how it's giving these teams and these owners an excuse to not compete. You know, because don't want to be on the apron. Don't want to do that. Like, yeah, I it's the one thing Draymond was always right about. This is awful.
Yeah, he was right. Yeah,
is awful.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Draymond tried to warn us is the name of my new book.
Draymond tried to warn us.
He tried to tell us.
But he was right. This is a bad situation, and I don't think it's changing anytime soon. If ever, here's the thing about it. If the owners are okay with it, you think it ever gonna change?
If they're okay with
If they're okay with how to
Jason Jones was right yesterday. They want these aprons.
That's what I'm saying.
The
Like, it's
Timothy
never gonna
Moss,
change.
they are undisciplined when it comes to this process. And this is to police them as much as it is to do anything else. It's also, it also does legitimately create a more level playing field. We're seeing that for the first time. Like they have implemented so many things in the past that haven't worked. I'm gonna call them home teams, but your current team being able to offer more money in more years than any other team, with the idea of if a small market like Oklahoma City, has, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, they can offer him more than Los Angeles and New York and Boston and all of the big market, big spenders. Yeah. What we've learned in that sense is if someone wants that money, they're just going to they're going to push the trade a year early.
Right.
And it got obvious quick. This didn't work. This just absolutely didn't work. The aprons appear to be working, and they worked quickly. Yeah. And it's like, Joe Lacob, James Dolan, whoever wants to spend on their basketball team, spend. But there will be, and Joe Lacob, credit to him, I'll pay to be an NBA champion. And $200 tax bills, we're winning an NBA championship, we're competing for an NBA championship, I'll take it. But then you get into the $200 tax bill, and you can't sign a buyout player. You also can't trade in, there's very specific ways that you have to trade. Yeah, you don't get a mid-level, bro. Oh, yeah, you're going to do it a couple of years in a row? Draft picks, dog, they're going to change. And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, wait a minute. I'm not willing to do that. Right. There's always little ways you can finesse your roster when it's really expensive with buyout players, with minimum contract guys, with all of that, with mid-levels, biannuals, all of that different stuff. These aprons and the ramifications of those aprons have absolutely murdered that.
Yeah. And like I said, to the question, I don't think we're going to go back if the owners are okay with it. I think there might be some.
I got to believe they are too.
Yeah. There might be some minor tweaks to it, but this feels like it's going to be the NBA moving forward.
Also, we 10 years away. How far away is the collective bargaining? That might be the NFL.
Yeah, NFL's 10 years away. NBA is probably like 7 or 8. I think they have an opt-out in 28, 29 maybe.
Yeah, that's right. It's weird how you know exactly the years, but he's right. Opt-out 28, 29.
Opt-out 28, 29, but it's supposed to go till 31.
Is it a mutual opt-out?
I don't think so.
They both have the option
to. Yeah.
I don't know. That's mutual, or just like, hey, you can if you
want.
Yeah.
Both the NBA and the NBA Players Association can opt out of the agreement after the 28-29 season. So says artificial intelligence. Ooh,
so,
I mean that's a good chunk of time away. So this is the reality of the likes of the Boston Celtics, the New York Knicks, the Los Angeles. This is the reality of those teams that have. This is what Oklahoma City will be facing. This is, again, credit where credit is due. Draymond said you're going to be punished essentially for building your team in-house. If you hit on your draft picks, you're not going to be able to re-sign them all without substantial ramifications. Right. That's what Oklahoma City will be facing.
And when he said that initially, that's the one part that I did immediately think that's unfair. I was like, well, if they're your own guys, you should be able to go over the cap or sign whatever. Like you drafted these guys. Like you should be able to.
There should be exceptions.
Yeah. And like going to get free agents and stuff, that's different. But like the Warrior situation, Clay, Dre,
Steph, all those guys, like, yeah, they should be able to do what they need to do to retain those guys. But obviously, owners can't even trust themselves with their own guys. They can't even trust themselves that way. Do you think so?
Ayton did sign with the Lakers, by the way. DeAndre Ayton has joined the Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, he'll play LeBron a couple times a year because LeBron is get me out of here. Ayton in Moravia.
Lake Show.
Wait, whoa. You'll be gone tomorrow. That will be gone soon too. Thank you.
You won't. I bet you can't figure out how to take that key off of here.
I'll YouTube it.
How to remove hotkey from D'Lo's studio.
We are kind of like in the weeds of everything, and like not just me and you, but this fans are like, we don't like it. You think in general though, this will be good for the league to have
the aprons?
Not the apron, so to speak, but the ramification, what comes of having these aprons, having 7 straight years of new NBA champions, and the parity aspect of it.
I do think that's good. I think the likes of Oklahoma City and Indiana being in the finals, I think that's a good thing.
I don't, and not Indiana and Oklahoma City.
Okay.
I think you need the dynasties.
Oh, I don't think you need that at all. The NFL is built off of parity.
This ain't the NFL though.
No, it's the NBA. But why is that?
And it's built off of parity, but there's always the one team. Whether it's the Patriots or the Chiefs, there's always the team.
Mm-hmm.
And if the NBA can find a way to do that and still have the team, that
is it a team or a player?
NFL, it's a team. NBA might be a player. It's LeBron.
Well, wasn't it? It was Brady, obviously. But Peyton
Brady.
was a part of that.
Yeah, but it was. I thought it was the Patriots, and now it's the Chiefs. People want to see the Chiefs go down. Like, people were really happy with this past Super Bowl, and part of that is Mahomes, right? It is a player that you can attach to. Like you mentioned, Tom Brady was the player that you could attach the Patriots to, but they were just always there. They were the one constant. Other teams were moving around, and that's good, but they were the one constant. If the NBA can find, if it's OKC, that's great too. But if they can find the team that's always around, Wembanyama, and have the other moving parts, I think that's best case scenario. Best case scenario.
All right, we'll come back. James Ham will join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk Kings basketball and NBA free agency with our insider from the Insiders here. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. DeAndre and Luka playing together. That is spectacular. No. Please at least admit that Atlanta killed it with their pick. That should have been ours. Wouldn't that have been beneficial to us? Sure. Yeah, sure, but would they have done that? Would the Kings have done that? I don't know. I mean, it's presumptive to say just the Kings in that spot wind up doing the same exact thing. Different general managers, different philosophies, different ideas, different negotiation tactics.
Johnny, do it. You see it. Those Laker fans are going to turn on him so fast.
Oh, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, it's going to be horrible.
It's going to be bad. Right on, Bryce. Let's go, man. Good luck. Good luck, baby. Let's go. Yeah, Gregory, you might be right. You might be right. You might be right. Cody and is it Zed? Zaid? I don't want to say that wrong. Help me out with that. Looks like said, so I'd say said Zaid. Oh. But yeah, hey, shout out. Help me pronounce that right, and I'll do it on the radio. D-Lo, you give your dog CBD or anything for the 4th? Nah, Sprout. Sprout's okay. Like, Sprout's pretty chill. Like, she doesn't like that. She doesn't like the 4th of July. She doesn't get overly anxious. I'm gonna be out of town, which is I've never left on the 4th of July, but my mom is with her, so she'll be 10 times happier that my mom is around. But if it's bad, she just lies under my desk in the studio, and I can just kind of lay with her, and she's fine. I gave Smoothie, who's not with us anymore, CBD when we had to do long card trips because she would get really antsy. I don't know if it worked or not, but I wouldn't tell you not to. I'll tell you that. Like if the pup in the King's hat has a hard time, man, I'd definitely try it. Yeah, for sure, Zay. Yeah, whatever you need, man, hit me up.
Chris asked me after the trade deadline. I'll know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They're too hit and miss right now.
Yeah, she's pretty too. She'll just run over, see Scooter, then lay back down. All right, James Ham going to join us coming up here at the top of the hour. We'll talk Sacramento Kings basketball, which might just be at a standstill right now. At least the free agency portion of this. We're still seeing some little things happen around the league, but none of them seem to involve Sacramento.
No, and you're just your boy. He's on his way. He had to grab some snacks real quick.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's all good. It's all good.
He's sprinting over right now.
That is not a sprint, bro. That is a hustle jog. Like, it's all good, man. It's all right. It's like the bell went off and he just realized he wasn't in first period yet.
Class started 5 minutes ago, pal.
Let's go. Let's go. Hey, my man's had a tough day, man. He did the 13th round with no sound, so he just had to kind of.
Thought he had a great day. Lakers signed Ayton.
Well,
Mike Brown is a Knick.
Well, we haven't
shout
really
out to Mike
discussed
Brown,
much of
shout out
that.
to the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what this Lakers stuff is all about.
Malik Monk is still a king for now, I guess.
Yeah, I'm happy about that.
I don't like that they're trying to trade.
And he's watching Cowboy highlights.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm on to the best playoff moments at Oracle Park.
Okay, very good.
What about the best moments of the last 2 weeks at Oracle Park? Do they got a video for that?
That's what we got to do. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do. All right,
Throw
bro.
it off the backboard for me. I mean,
All right, bro. All right, bet.
shout out Jordan Hicks to a scoreless inning the other day.
No, just stop it.
Hit 100 on the gun 3 times, I
Stop
think.
it. You can have Jordan Hicks. You ain't gonna remember him in 2 years.
Jesse kind of feeling it today.
Oh, he's feeling great. He's feeling great. It's great. This is great.
Keep it real, G. And yet the Red Sox couldn't beat us. Yeah, I know. I was there.
Mike Brown. I have a question regarding Mike Brown.
Okay.
I am a Mike Brown fan. I'm just stuck on something. Did the Knicks search fall off so much that they went to Mike Brown? Or did the Knicks just look at what happened with Mike Brown in Sacramento as completely inconsequential and more Sacramento nonsense and just hired him?
I think Mike Brown was their guy.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I don't feel like he was their guy.
He wasn't their guy. He was. Yeah.
I mean, as far as like the interviews, like his name was there after all the guy that got turned down. I feel like his name was there.
Yeah, that was like 9 guys though.
But yeah, that was like he made like that. How serious, realistic was that though?
I mean, a lot of it wasn't, but he wasn't on the initial odds.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I
like,
don't know about odds, but I mean, as
list.
far as like once they got done getting turned down from everyone else, it's like, all right, now they're
didn't
going
they
to talk
say
to Mike
Borrega
Brown.
was the favorite?
Well, it was Johnny.
Oh, the assistant.
Yeah, it's not Johnny Davis.
Johnny Bryant.
Johnny Bryant. He was.
We have butchered that man's name so many times over the last month and a half.
Johnny Bryant was the original favorite. I do think the Jason Kidd thing was real. I think they really wanted him.
I think they really wanted a lot of these guys.
Jason Kidd. Well,
Okay, did they really want Billy Donovan? I don't know. That one was really bizarre to me.
The Knicks just got a bunch of coaches paid and contract extensions and all that. I feel like from doing all that stuff. Ime got an extension. Billy Donovan got an extension.
yeah, I don't know if Mike Brown was their first choice or like first three choices.
Is there a big difference between Mike and Thibs?
No, I mean, I think Mike is a little bit more understanding of using a bench and using guys like one of his.
Yeah, but what's the biggest complaint about, or maybe the second biggest complaint about Tom Thibodeau?
Is
the practice. Yeah. Like, what was the first thing guys like DeMar and Malik said when Mike was gone? Man, we got hour practices now. Man, we're shoot around, ain't going 2.5 hours anymore. Like, the things that they said without saying Mike Brown's name after he left were pretty clear. Like, I think they were more tired of listening to Mike talk than anything else. Mm-hmm. And the Knicks have put Mike Brown in a position to where he has to win an NBA championship.
Yeah, he has to.
He has to do something that he has not done as a head coach in his career. Mm-hmm. He has to go win an NBA championship. And not that Mike can't. I'm absolutely of the belief Mike can. But you don't have an option.
No, and especially with the way the Eastern Conference looks like it's playing out, the Knicks have to, I mean, bare minimum, have to get to the finals this year, if not win it all. But bare minimum, you've got to get out of the Eastern Conference if you're Mike Brown. It's a good problem to have though, because it means you've got good ball players. You got a good
team. You do, but man, expectations are tough. And those level of expectations are really tough. Mm-hmm. Mike's a good coach. I couldn't figure out if, and maybe the third option is they really like Mike. Mm-hmm. Like, that was their guy. Like Jesse said, maybe they really did like Mike. I just was like, man, did they just look at Sacramento like, Sacramento, give me a break?
I think,
and not worry about it.
I think that played a part. I think it definitely played a part, you know. And
will we be alive when this organization is respected?
I don't know.
How much time do you have?
I wonder that sometimes. Like, I seriously wonder.
I mean, it's not within the next 3 years.
I think we will. We will, guys. We'll get there. The Giants, the Kings will, they'll be a perennial playoff team, and they'll be a team that.
Will Ryan be married?
No.
Because you're never going to let her marry, right? That's right. Of course, never going to let her date. Like, she's got it.
Yeah, no.
Let's try this again. Will Ryan be driving? Can Ryan serve in the military when the Kings become a perennial? Keep in mind, Ryan's 2.
Yes.
Will Ryan
do that either? But
well. Yeah.
The
draft might be back by then. Will Ryan be able to buy alcohol before the Kings are a perennial?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she will. 20 years later.
Man.
Yeah, she will. I think it's probably difficult to see it right now, but I think the guy that's in charge of the front office right now will have a lot to do with it. I think he will change the perception and the fortunes of this franchise. I'm still a believer. Don't always agree with him.
Obviously, we've talked about that, and I'm talking about Scott Perry for everybody, not catching on, but don't always agree with early on with how he sees the game and bringing in guys and stuff like that. But I trust him. I trust his basketball knowledge. I trust his team building knowledge. I trust the relationships that he's built over the last 20 some odd years in this industry with NBA teams, with agents, to be able to have Sacramento looked at in a respectable way. So I think it'll happen with this group. It's a bold prediction. This group, this front office group.
Okay, because I was going to say what group?
This ownership, all this other stuff. This leadership group will be the one that gets them to respectability.
That feels awfully optimistic, man. But I hope you're right.
I mean,
I wanna.
the other aspect of it, though, too, and sorry to cut you off, is, and it's another way that I go about it is like I said, it'll happen. Like just because it hasn't happened with these other guys who aren't here anymore doesn't mean it's not going to happen with the new group.
Sure.
Like those guys that aren't here anymore might be some of the worst general managers this league has ever seen. Pete, Vlade, Monty McNair.
Mm-hmm.
They were the bottom of the bottom. So, like, yeah, I'm not saying Scott Perry's the best, but now you're bringing in somebody that has been successful in multiple situations.
Remember Monty's first off season?
Mhm.
Our first few months on the air. Now, in fairness to Monty, who we have relentlessly trashed now for months, it was a very odd off season.
Yeah.
In terms of timing and
I don't blame
him
him for
actually getting the job.
Yeah. I kind of don't hold that one off against him.
He really just kind of put his feet in the pool and hung out in the shallow end and then kind of walked his way down before he really started trying to figure things out.
Mhm.
I don't think Scott's taking I think Scott's wants to take a different approach. I just don't know that he can. This might wind up being the Hassan Whiteside, Glenn Robinson offseason. It sucks. Like Dennis Schroeder's already better than anyone Monty signed his first year. But he's in such a difficult spot because of where this team is at contract-wise that there might only be so much that he could do.
I hate to keep bringing this up. Please, real quick, put your phone on D&D so you don't get a phone call. But he did have an opportunity that I feel Monty didn't have, and he passed on it. When you talk about Trae Young.
Yeah.
Has been reported a number of different times that he was there for him. And Scott just wasn't a fan of having Trae Young as their best guy at that price tag, all that other stuff. So he's had an opportunity and he chose not to, and that's fine too. You know, maybe he doesn't feel the timing is right, or clearly the player wasn't right to make that move with Trae. But to your point, outside of that moment, that's probably gonna look a little bit like Monty's first year, I think.
Was Herter the second year?
Herter was like the third year. I don't remember. He didn't do much of anything.
So did he?
Year.
Okay.
Or what? Do I have that?
I can't remember what year it was that he, because it obviously so
he did.
Domas happened in the middle of the season.
In the middle of the second year.
And then Herter happened
the beginning
after that.
Yeah. Because the way I'm thinking about it, he had a whole year, a whole COVID year with Luke Walton. And then people were throwing up courtside.
Yep, that happened.
His second year having Luke Walton. Fires Luke Walton in the middle of the season on Mother's Day.
and then makes the trade.
Mother's Day.
And then the third year he knocked it out of the park, man. He did a fantastic
I
job.
remember where I was. I had run to Game Fit to pick up a painting from Jay Wada, Jackie.
Okay, yeah.
And I heading back to the car, and phone is going crazy, and I'm like, yo, what is going on? Look at the phone. Kings fire Luke Walton. Like, oh God, I'm 30 minutes from home, so I'm racing home trying to figure
Didn't
out.
you
All right,
hit
what do
me
we
up?
do?
I think I was in the movies. And I
Oh
did.
yeah.
I was with the family in the movies.
Yeah.
But that third year he killed it, man. He did a great job. Everything he touched, Monty McNair, that third year was gold. Kevin Herter, Keegan Murray was fantastic. Even going out and getting guys like Terrence Davis, he found him. He had Metsu on the squad. Like everything worked that third year. Malik Monk was his signing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everything was fantastic.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully this year isn't that slow. I mean, it's already not. Dennis Schroeder's already better than Hassan Whiteside.
And Lil Dog, Glenn Robinson III.
Yeah.
Daquan Jeffries, was that a signing or did he inherit Daquan Jeffries?
Hit the Quan? I don't remember.
I can't remember either.
I can't. Did we re-sign Daquan Jeffries? Yeah, I don't remember.
But
we had just made it a thing. We had it on the board, and
I was just not here. Jesse made the observation yesterday with Nasty Boy getting traded. Every time someone gets a nickname, they're gone. Hit Daquan, Little Magic. Who was the other one? Freeport
Metu. Yeah,
Freeport was gone.
Yeah.
And now Nasty Boy.
No, just to be clear, I didn't call him that. Welcome in James Ham of the Insiders, our insider here, also of the Kings Beat. Hammer, it's awfully quiet, man. Is it over? Is free agency over for the Sacramento Kings? And to be fair to the Kings, and to be fair to Scott Perry and BJ Armstrong in this front office, it's quiet around the league. DeAndre Ayton signed with the Los Angeles Lakers, but it is pretty quiet. It's for only being the third day of free agency. It's awfully quiet.
Yeah, I think part of this is due to the aprons and the salary constrictions that have been put on the league, and so many teams. Either you're trying to rein it in and fix it, or you're going, okay, we're done. There's nothing we can do. We're just going to go way above the apron and see what happens. So I think we're in a weird place with the league right now, especially when it came out, what was it, today or this morning or last night, that the league expects the salary cap to only go up 7% next year as opposed to 10%. It's actually pretty substantial when you consider that you give all of your own free agents 8% raises every year. And so you're actually going to lose value on most of those deals. So yeah, I think this is kind of like the calm, but I think it's going to be the calm before the storm, because we're going to know who and what this Kings team is more by Sunday when the moratorium lifts, because they still have time to finagle these, whatever it is that they're going to do or they're going to try to do, into like the Dennis Schroeder signing, because that deal isn't done until this weekend. It's not over and done with. So there is still, potential to maybe use your Kevin Herter like traded player exception, or use, like your mid-level in a different way. There's a lot of things that could happen between now and Sunday. I'm just not sure that I believe anything is going to happen.
Do you look at this front office as kind of being okay with that? They're okay kind of slow playing this offseason and weren't necessarily looking to make big splashes, or is this inability potentially to make moves something that may be frustrating them or something they didn't anticipate?
Yeah, I think that they've been stymied a little bit here. I think that there are players on their roster that are not just like easily tradable. There are players on this roster that you would think should be tradable that other teams just haven't found the value in. And I think a lot of times in order to make one of these deals that we're talking about, you got to just start throwing in the salary cap. I mean, throwing in the draft picks. And I'm not sure that the Kings are willing to do that either at this point, because let's be honest, if the season were to start today, is this team better than it was last year? Is it worse than it was last year? I think that you're in a tough spot, especially in a Western Conference where the Houston Rockets just became a superstar team. The Denver Nuggets just punched back like nobody's business and rebuilt a roster in an incredible way. And they just keep adding, and everyone's sitting there going like, oh my gosh, look at this. I mean, when you go into an offseason, you add Cam Johnson and you add, Tim Hardaway Jr. and you add Bruce Brown and you start filling out that roster again. Maybe you get Russell Westbrook back. Like a lot of these teams loaded up, and so far the Kings haven't made that move to load up. They've at least filled a starting level position, I guess.
You are not a Dennis Schroeder fan, are you?
Well,
guess
no.
is loud.
Yeah, it's not that I hate Dennis Schroeder. It's that, you talk about the head of the snake and all that stuff, and he's not that. And that's not a knock on him. But when you talk about that type of player, your number one guy who's leading everything, they don't bounce around the league like Dennis does. And whatever the reason, this is his 10th team in 13 years. So when you're trying to establish a culture and build a culture, culture builders, let's just Garrett Temple isn't nearly as good a player as Dennis Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder's a good player. I'm not saying he's not, but there's a reason why people like Garrett Temple keep getting contracts at age 39. It's because they when they get somewhere, someone realizes what they are and how much they mean to the value of the franchise without going out on the floor and putting up a bunch of points. And again, I don't know why it is that Dennis Schroeder doesn't stick anywhere, but that's, when you're going in and hiring people for a job, one of the things you look at on their resume is how long that they've been in every stop. So you got two different kids applying for the same job, and they both have 3 years of employment history, but one of them's worked for one spot for 3 years, and one of them's worked for 6 different employers in 3 years. You typically go with the one who's been in one spot the whole time, because there's something about that person that made them stick around, and there's something about that person that made someone else want to keep them around the entire time. And that's just a reality.
Okay, but to be fair, can I say the same thing about Garrett Temple?
Well, yeah, at age 39. Yeah, sure. You can say the same thing, but how long does he stay in one spot?
Not very long. Feel like a bunch of 1-year deals. And I love Garrett Temple. I think he brings great things to the table, but he's bounced around. Why wouldn't the Kings just have him here?
Garrett?
Yeah. Since he was here the first time, just keep him here because he is great. And
Well,
he is great
because
for the locker room, and he is a culture guy. So just keep him here. But him going from team to team that's not a knock on him, because we know Garrett Temple is great. It's not necessarily a knock on him, just like it shouldn't necessarily be a knock on Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, but the reason why if Garrett Temple moves around now, right? So again, after his time in Sacramento, yeah, sure, he's hopped around, but he played for 2 years in New Orleans, played for 2 years in Toronto. Garrett Temple doesn't give you anything on the court. Garrett Temple was a good defensive player at one point in his career. He was, all these things. Dennis Schroeder is still a highly functional NBA player that scores a bunch of points and who dishes out a bunch of assists. So again, it's rare that you see a player as good as him statistically move from one team to the next, to the next, to the next. And that's just, again, it's, for me, I don't even put them in the same category. like as far as like leadership and stuff like that. We'll have to see though. Like I don't have anything against Dennis Schroeder, and to be honest, I haven't met Dennis Schroeder. I don't hear bad things about Dennis Schroeder, but when you look at the career path for a guy that's this good to play for 10 different teams, that's different.
Yeah, but I think part of that is one. I don't want to turn this into something it doesn't need to be, but like we talked, like the Lakers deal, I think is a big reason that Dennis has been on so many teams. He found a spot in Los Angeles. He got some either his own big head or he got some bad advice from his agent, and he didn't take a very rich 4-year deal that was offered to him. It's kind of, he's just been kind of chasing ever since. And it's all like, he's always a guy people want. Like there's never any question, could Dennis Schroeder have a team or could he be in the league? Like he's a guy that teams want, to come in, and he's serviceable. But he's also at the stage of his career where once you get to like 28, 29, I don't know that you don't get those types of deals. Like you don't get long-term deals. And so it becomes, a 2 with an option or a team option or just a 2. And in the second year, we're not where we thought we were. We're going to move, let's start, picking this apart. We can move Dennis and him somewhere and do something else. That's what happened last year. Like, I don't think it really worked for Dennis in Golden State, but it helped them land Jimmy Butler. So like it's something that usually winds up working, but I think that's a big reason.
Even to stop before that in Brooklyn,
Mm-hmm.
like he was, like it wasn't his fault. They were like, like you're actually doing too good of a job for what we're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like we got to move on from you. Like that ain't have nothing to do with Dennis doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that's what you're saying, James, but I'm just saying like that didn't have anything to do with anything Dennis did wrong. It was not the situation for how good he was.
No, I get that. I just, and I get he's a stopgap. I get that. But what is your option after the stopgap? Like, how long is the stopgap? Because as of right now, you don't have the dude.
Well, that's the real
him.
question. Yeah, that's the real question is what's next? And it's probably not just for Dennis, James. It's probably what's next for this entire roster. Because my thing, James, with this group this year has been, I don't care what, like, make the playoffs, go to the first round, go to the second round. Everything's going to be different next year. When Zach LaVine is on an expiring contract and his money coming off the book starts to mean something else, when DeMar DeRozan's year is not fully guaranteed, you've got, the moment of truth with Keon Ellis. We don't know where the Keegan Murray situation is at. You're a year further along in Domas, where there's so much to me that's going to change next offseason versus this offseason. For me, I'm just using the phrase survive and figure it out later. Because there's just not much you can do right now, in my opinion.
No, I mean, that might be where they're at. It's just survive and hope that it gets better. But again, you're looking at a guy. I do think Dennis Schroeder was the best point guard available on the free agent market. Like you look around, I don't think that, he's twice as good as all these other guys because that's what he got paid as, which is a bit of a concern as well. I do know that there's that thing out there called the King's tax that you have to pay. But at the same time, when you got both the Jones, like one of them signed a 3-year, $24 million deal. One signed a 1-year, $7 million deal, something like that. D'Angelo Russell signs a 2-year, $13 million deal. The Kings paid good money. And, again, I think my biggest thing is like if we're going to sit here and we're going to preach culture and what you're trying to build and all that stuff, this just doesn't ring that this is the culture piece that you're bringing in to try to build things. What it does say is you're trying to survive. You're trying to get somebody who can at least start and man the position while you try to survive. And look, that's part of this. You got to find homes for some of these guys, but I think it's tough. Like for Kings fans out there, I think it should be tough to look at what they've done so far in free agency. I think everyone was so excited coming out of the draft because they had made some savvy moves. And then you get to free agency, and the first thing that happens is nothing. And then the second thing that happens is, they might trade Malik Monk for Dennis Schroeder. And the backlash to that was nuts, absolutely crazy by the fan base. And then
I noticed.
Then by Tuesday morning, it's like, hey, that's off the table. Everyone calm down. That's off the table. We're okay. And it's like, now you're left with, $34 million in point guard that I don't think anyone in Sacramento is sold on. And that's a little bit different too.
Maybe added to it too.
And then I asked Kyle this question the other day. Whose fault is that? Because Scott Perry, Doug Christie, all these guys did not come in and say, we about to revamp everything. We about to change everything this offseason. Watch what we do. They didn't say that. So,
no, I mean, there are people to blame. Kenny, there are plenty of people to blame. They just either they don't work here or they get off the hook because you can't do anything about them being here.
But even then, like, what can you do about the underwhelming start of free agency? Nobody promised you like it was going to be this explosion. Nobody said that. Me and Damian have said, I think you mentioned it as well too, James, on the Insiders. Hey, like we said this, man, a month ago, like, how do they change this whole thing? Like, don't be surprised if it looks a little bit more like last year than you guys are anticipating. And that was just kind of reading the tea leaves. Like, how do you move DeRozan? How do you move Levine? Can't move Sabonis. What's going on with Monk, Keon, and Devin? I don't know what the market is for them. Now, like, who? You're not moving Keegan. Where was this grand change supposed to happen? Free agent market is kind of bare. So
across the league.
Yeah. So
yeah, there's no money. I mean, I don't know if you guys caught the Brian Windhorst thing that he said. He said this is the single worst restricted free agent climate in the history that he's ever seen. So like Jonathan Kuminga wants like $30 million a year. There's no money for him. There are teams that would be like, okay, we'll take a flyer, but he's a base year compensation player. So that like really, really constricts what you're doing with him and makes it very, very difficult to actually make a trade with him. The Kings couldn't even do a Kuminga deal as it sits right now with, trading Monk for Kuminga and, him making like 26 to 28 million bucks and you give away Monk. They don't have any money to do that deal. They would be in the first apron to do that deal. So that's where you're sitting here like, how do you get better? And I don't know the answer to how you get better. But I do know that like sometimes you have to be aggressive and you have to be aggressive with your draft picks. You got to be aggressive with all kinds of stuff. But yet at the end of the day, you also have to make a realization whether the ownership wants it or not, this team probably has to be blown up before it can move forward. And that's where we're at today. Because if I'm Scott Perry, I'm really leery to give up any of my picks at this point. You give up your picks and you're a bad team, then you're a boob. You're the guy who gave away your picks when you were a bad team. And that's just a tough spot to be in. So like, I don't know, like, again, the answer here is to buy a time machine and go back 6 months and not make the franchise crippling move that you did. But even that, I don't know how that would work out in the end either.
Yeah.
I think that's a little.
I don't want to talk about him anymore. I hear you. Like, I hear you. Let me ask you something, Hammer. There was something I was thinking about this morning. What do you think Domas's trade value is in comparison to De'Aaron Fox? Is it now? Obviously, we don't know what De'Aaron's trade value would have been. I have a theory, but more, less, the same. What do you think Domas's trade value would be today?
Well, I mean, as of like where we're at today, after the draft, after the start of free agency, like it's tough to move a $45 million contract right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's just a tough thing. And even if you did, you're banking on speculative pieces way down the road. Like you're talking about next year's draft pick or the year after that. And, maybe you get 3 draft picks for him, 3 first-round picks, but they're going to be spread out over a certain amount of years. So anything you're doing right now would, be like it would be extremely difficult. I would have liked to have seen what De'Aaron Fox's trade value was this summer, and more than that, like not to belabor the same point, but I would have really liked to seen if he could have just got cooler heads to prevail and played out the rest of the season and then adjust accordingly this offseason. And if you've got to trade Fox, you got to trade Fox. But if you've got to trade other players, at least you're not dealing from a position where you don't have a starting point guard and you have to attack that position like first and foremost, because any good team in the league has a starting point guard.
My theory is it would have been ass.
You don't think he would have been worth anything?
No. De'Aaron. I don't think the market would have been what people think it is. Like, would it have been better than a Zach LaVine trade? Would it have been better than just an exclusive conversation with San Antonio? Sure, maybe. Would it have been 4 to 5 first-round picks? I don't think it would have been. For reasons, he's a $40 million player too, and I think there are a lot of executives around the league that see what we have often been frustrated with is, yo, it's cool you won the clutch player of the year award, but why does it look like you took the first 3 quarters off? Why does it feel like you ease into like 85% of the games? And I don't think I know I'm a hater. I get that. That's my label. But I don't think I'm the only one who saw it. In fact, I got it on good authority. I'm not the only one that saw that. So, again, I don't know what his market would have been. I just have a theory. It sure as hell wouldn't be what a lot of Kings fans think it would have been.
I agree with you.
No, I mean, that's possible.
You would have needed an Orlando. Mm-hmm. You would have needed someone to go, you know what we need to win a championship? De'Aaron Fox. That's what you would have needed, because that would have netted you a massive return.
De'Aaron Fox in 1 year.
Yeah, right.
Desmond Bane's
right.
on like a 4-year contract.
Right.
Like, we're going to take what
again, that eliminates draft picks. That eliminates almost all of your draft picks right there.
We talk about it a lot, and I think it is the perfect comparison. You would need somebody to look at Fox the way Toronto looked at Kawhi Leonard.
Right.
And I don't know if that team exists.
I don't know about that. No, because like, look, you're allowed to sit there. Like when you have a deal pop up for a player, when you're in the middle of a transaction, you can actually go to the other team. The team can negotiate with the player, and you can figure out whether or not he'd sign an extension there or not. So there is a point where, yeah, some teams he would say no to, but then other teams, again, if San Antonio was off the table, if San Antonio pulled themselves off the table, it would have been a different look. And so that's where you're like, so we can't say it's just, you're not going to get any of the picks and stuff because it's a 1-year rental. No, I agree. There's a good chance San Antonio wouldn't wanted him. I agree.
And after landing the 2, I mean, help me.
Yeah.
I don't know this off the top of my. He's extension eligible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I get the idea of getting through free agency first before doing that deal. Just saying.
No, he hasn't got it yet. No, I get it. But again, this summer.
But I'm a hater.
You would have had plenty of opportunity to make your case that he could stay with you and make more money than anywhere else. And then you wouldn't be scrambling for a point guard. You would be working from a point of just a better situation. And that's where I would have just waited. And again, how many shooting guards are on this roster right now? And how much money does this team have tied up in shooting guards at this point? So it's not easy.
A lot and a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Many.
Speaking of contract extensions, do you think the Sacramento Kings and Keegan agree to one before the season starts?
I hope so. Like we look at the Jabari Smith Jr. contract, what was it, 5-year, 122. That's less than $25 million a year. If Keegan got 125 over 5 years, or he got 140, that puts him more like around like 28 million a year. I think that you would have a conversation. I do think it's something of note that Keegan, and Dennis Schroeder all have the same agent. So at least you're dealing with somebody that you've been on the phone with a whole lot lately, and at least has a working relationship with you and wants to get something done. But I hate saying this, but if I'm Keegan Murray, I kind of want to know what exactly you're going to put around me and what my future looks like. The money is one thing, but like being a successful basketball player and being put in a position to succeed is a different thing. And, like Keegan has a decision here too. His value can continue to crater over the next like 2 years while he, sits there and tells the Kings, no, I don't want to sign an extension if that were the case. But at the end of the day, he's got to do what's best for his career as well. And you start a season with the starting lineup that's currently in place, he's a fifth option again. Like if you're Keegan Murray, are you like, yeah, sign me up? I know Keegan doesn't show emotion anyways, but if they keep asking you, hey, are you excited about this? And you're like, yes, I'm very excited to be the fifth option and play all the defense for a team for another season. I don't know that that's where I would be if I were Keegan. So yeah, it's kind of like a tough spot to be in, but I think he'll look at the money and say, I can't not take the money.
Yeah, you have to. Like
you have to take the money.
You sign your rookie extension. You can bitch and complain later. You sign your rookie extension and you start working your way to that third contract. That shouldn't even be a question from a Keegan Murray standpoint. The question from the Sacramento Kings standpoint, that's different. From a Keegan Murray standpoint, I don't think it should be a question. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball, more of what's going on in free agency, more of what's not going on in free agency. It's James Ham, our insider from the Insiders with D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Well, pray for Mojo. That's how it works. You sign that extension, Kings fans going to be mad at you in 2 years. That is absolutely how it works. It never fails. Never, ever fails.
Shout out Buddy Hield, right?
Remember when Kenny wanted to sign Buddy to the
lifetime
extension?
deal after a winter appearance?
Yeah.
He was in year one of a 3-year deal. I believe.
Yep, he was.
I said if he could play like this is how he can get a contract.
He did it once.
Well,
he did it one time.
He couldn't play.
Casey was ready.
I have, in all my time, I have never met a player who was so disgruntled the day after signing a massive contract as Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield could not get over it at all. He was like so infuriated with the contract that he got that he just couldn't get over it. And like it lasted for a year where he was like, anytime you'd ask him anything, he'd be like, well, my contract sucks. like, bro, you got a lot of money. You got a lot of money. I didn't get enough. Like, all right.
All right, buddy.
Sorry. I was glad he didn't get more money because, to be honest, it would have meant I had to wait longer for him to put on more jewelry.
Well.
Shut up, Dolo.
Dolo. I am hearing from one of our friends that I don't think Fox can sign an extension until August 3rd.
No. All right. Well, I'll tone down my hating then.
Well, haters gonna hate.
Seeing Wave Dame Lillard on the screen is just fucking bizarre.
Words you never thought you would say.
Wave Dame Lillard. Man.
Wait, I'm confused. Michael, what do you mean you think he's higher than the fifth option? The first option is like right now, it's probably DeMar DeRozan, second option, Zach LaVine, third option, Domantas Sabonis. Fourth option is the guy with the ball in his hands, Dennis Schroeder. The fifth option in the starting lineup is Keegan Murray.
Not better than any of those guys. Like, so that's where he should be.
Yeah.
Like, he's not better than any of those guys.
Actually, I'd make the argument he's better than all but one of them at overall, just not as good a scorer.
No, we ain't talking about his defense. We talking about offensive option. Like, I think Draymond better than a lot of people on defense, but he's a fifth option for a reason. He's not better than those people on the offensive end.
Yeah.
So, like, Keegan, we gotta stop treating Keegan with kid gloves, bro.
You know, Keegan Murray is to Kenny Caraway what De'Aaron Fox is to me.
We talked about this earlier.
I like De'Aaron.
No, you know what's interesting about Keegan Murray and me is I thought he was perfectly fine this year. I thought the role he played, what he did, his production was perfectly fine. I don't have the same expectations for Keegan that other people do. Like, oh, he should be averaging 18, 19. No, I don't see him as that player. I see him as the player that he is right now, and I think that's fine. I think that's a good player. I think that's somebody you give an extension that you have on your team. I don't expect him to score 18, 19 points a night. I don't see him that way.
Even if he averaged 15 a night, I think we'd all have a different opinion of him. And to average 15 a night, he needs just a little bit more opportunity. And to be honest with you, he didn't have opportunity last year.
They need to hit his open shots. He get 15, he could hit his open shots. He getting wide open looks that he bricks.
You traded Harrison Barnes, who averaged 8.9 shot attempts per game.
Hang on, Hammer. We're coming back.
All right.
A fiery debate
It's not
regarding Keegan Murray. Speculation from the chat is KC is a Keegan Murray hater.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yep.
I'm on here with
the
Dennis Schroeder hater and the Keegan Murray hater, and then I'm the JaVale McGee and DeMar DeRozan hater.
Oh, wait a second, Hammer. Your list of players you hate is long.
Yeah.
JaVale McGee is definitely no player's name ever discussed James Ham the way JaVale McGee. Every time JaVale would do something wrong, I was like, oh, Hammer gonna go crazy tomorrow. Hammer.
Well, luckily, it was every game, so I didn't have to worry about being consistent. Like, he just let it be. Every game, you're like, huh, I can't believe I just saw that.
God forbid I'm actually in the arena when JaVale does something wrong, because I normally stand in the same spot. James is on the clear opposite end. JaVale does something, I'm just looking over to see James's reaction.
Sean looks at me every time like, what do you got? What do you got? I know it's coming. Where is it? Like,
oh man.
Yeah.
What happened during the break was Keegan Murray was brought up, and I explained my thoughts on Keegan Murray. As much as people think that I'm tough on Keegan or I hate Keegan or anything, Keegan Murray did, for me personally, did perfectly fine last year. I don't know off the top of my head, but he ended up working to get to like 13 points per game, shot relatively decent percentages. I thought Keegan was fine last year. I didn't think he was a problem or anything else like that. I thought everything was fine. Where we don't see eye to eye when talking about myself and James or other Kings fans is their expectations of Keegan are not mine.
Mm-hmm.
They think Keegan can go, given the opportunity, can go to 18, 19 points per game. I don't see that from him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's that type of player.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's at right now is cool. It's good. It's something that you need on the squad. But James, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but like you feel like he's being hindered. I don't think he's being hindered. I think this is about who he is, maybe 1 or 2 more points per game, but I don't see it as if you let him cook and let him be a second option, he gets you that 20 a night. Like, that's not how I view him.
Yeah, like, I don't know what Keegan is going to be as a player. I don't at this point, but I honestly believe that a big reason why Keegan is where he is today as a player, averaging 12 points a game, 12.4 points per game, is about opportunity. And like, you know, again, this isn't every time we get into this discussion, it becomes that I hate DeMar DeRozan, and that's not the case at all.
Nah.
But when you replace a guy who averages 8.9 shot attempts per game and like 2.4 free throw attempts per game, and Harrison Barnes, with a guy that averages 17 shot attempts per game and 5.6 free throw attempts per game, those shots right there
came from somewhere. Those 8 shots per game. Those are 8 opportunities, and then another 3 possessions, maybe 4 possessions, where DeMar DeRozan went to the free throw line more than what Harrison Barnes was doing. So those are just possessions. Like, if you're going to give a guy 10 more possessions than the guy he replaced in the starting lineup, then where do those 10 possessions, those 10 shot attempts, those 10 free throws combined, all that stuff, where do they come from? And we got the answer. They come from Keegan Murray. And okay, it made life tough. You know, I would have liked to have seen the Kings invest in the 4th pick in the draft and let him ascend naturally, as players typically do that are drafted that high. And I think he's shown an ability to get better defensively. I think he's shown an ability to improve as a player and improve his body. What we haven't seen is a production on the court increase. And I think as much as it is Keegan's fault for not taking 1 or 2 extra shots a game, it's also on his teammates for not trying to bring him along, knowing that he is the future of the franchise, one of the future pieces of the franchise that you hope to build around.
Is there any thought that maybe, I mean, he is the team's primary defender often. Is there any thought that maybe what Mike wanted him to do at the start of last season, and really perhaps over the last 2 years, in terms of being the team's best defender, being their primary, guarding the primary scorer on the other team, like, it could have factored into some of the offensive woes he suffered last year?
Oh no, fully. It fully should have. It does, but it's also part of the same exact problem. Instead of going out and getting a 3-and-D wing, you went out and got a 35-year-old who doesn't play defense and who shoots 17 times a game. So again, if you want to improve your defensive side of the ball, you don't just ask Keegan Murray to do more. You bring in defensive-minded players. That's what you do. And so, like, it's an unbalancing of the roster, an unbalancing of shot distribution, and realistically an unbalancing of defensive assignments that created a climate where a young player wasn't able to fully reach his potential. And Keegan may never reach his potential. Like, and if he does, it might have to be like a Cam Johnson, where he leaves the team that he's on, he goes to a team where he's asked to do more, and he takes off. And then again, he might always be a player who caps out at 15 points per game. But typically when a player goes from 12 points to 15 points between their first and second season, and goes from being like an average defender to near elite defender in year 1 to year 2, they have more to improve and more to give and more to expansion that they can do on their game, because they've already shown that they're putting in the work and that they understand how to get better. That's like, to have a player take a step back like Keegan did, like, you can blame him some of it for, his personality and for him being not as vocal and stuff like that. But you also have to look at the circumstance he's in. And the circumstance that was a team that was highly successful and then wasn't successful at all. Mm-hmm. And he's running around trying to defend 3 people every game. So it's tough.
I like Keegan Murray. I think he had a pretty good season last year. I think he had a pretty good season. I could be wrong. I don't see what others see. Like, he's got this whole nother level to reach. There's a reason why, like, I just don't see it.
Well,
and he's
I don't know,
held back.
The held back thing I have trouble with, but another level, like, I do think he could be a little bit better than he is. I don't know if I'd constitute it as another level. I can absolutely see Keegan as a 17-point per game scorer. I can't. I don't. 20, upwards of 20. I don't know about that, but could I see him at like 16 and a half and 17 and like living there for years? Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I don't know why maybe it's what James has said. Maybe it is the acquisition of DeMar DeRozan. Maybe it's the loss of De'Aaron Fox. Maybe it's the acquisition of Zach LaVine. But here's the tough part, Hammer. Like, the Kings got, extension situations to deal with, and like, DeMar is still here.
Yeah.
Zach is still here. I don't know whether Keegan likes this particular roster, but I mean, you've got a change in the head coach. Like, there are a lot of things that are similar to last year. So sink or swim, dog. Like, you got to find a way to figure this out. Like, if all of those issues Hammer just laid out are in fact the issues, you've got to figure it out. And if you're going to be what you were, you're going to have to be a more consistent version of what you were. Don't give me a week of scoring 19 and 20, 3-4 times, a week. And then the next week it's 7. Like, don't do the KC. That's why we have averages thing. Like, no, just do that. Like, on it. DeMar is, for all of his shortcomings, for all of the reasons that he might not fit with the Sacramento Kings, he is as consistent as it gets from year to year in his career, from game to game within a season. If Keegan gives me that 13, 14 at that, I think the Sacramento Kings will be in great shape. He just doesn't.
Yeah.
Or hasn't.
Yeah,
So,
and I'd also say, like, how many times do we see him, like, go crazy in the first half and get one shot the second half? Like, either the
Is that
Kings
him?
offense, well, that's the question. Either his teammates don't respect him, the other team overly respects him and shifts all their weight onto him. The coaching staff doesn't put him in a position to succeed, or he just doesn't, he's not aggressive enough. But I don't think it's one of those things. It's all of them. And that's where the Kings have to work harder to get him more opportunities, because, again, he's the only, like, frontline starter that you have that's under the age of 25 or 26. Like, they don't have another frontline starter that's young. You should be putting a lot of eggs into this basket. Like you talked about earlier, like we were discussing on the insides. What if you trade for Kuminga? What if the Kings trade for Kuminga right now, but it's Malik Monk for Kuminga? Like, who's your starter? Who are your starting forwards?
I don't know. Like,
that's exactly what I keep getting. I keep getting chirp.
Well, it like who's involved in the trade, right? Like, who? That's a big part of.
Well, let's say it's Monk. Let's say it's Monk.
Who's better right now, Keegan Murray or Jonathan Kuminga?
Keegan.
Who's a better player?
In my book, without any question.
Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Without any question, Keegan.
That's not what I said.
No, that's what
I
said.
I said.
I said that. I said that. Yeah.
I don't even know what Jonathan Kuminga fully is as a player, but I'm tantalized by it.
Well, of course you are, but the idea would be to start
the unknown
a
is very
22-year-old,
yeah.
right? It would be to start a 22-year-old and a 25-year-old, and then the next question is who gets to tell DeMar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, if that's a player that they're hunting and they're sitting here, we keep hearing it.
Do you think that's real? Like, is that like? Obviously, it's real. I don't want to question the people who are reporting this. Is that an intense search by Sacramento, or an intense, not search, an intense discussion with Sacramento?
It would just take so much. It would be so complicated because of the base year compensation and the fact that the Kings don't have any room between the luxury tax and where they currently sit. That's why, again, like if you would have traded Monk for Schroeder, you would have been like roughly like 23 million under the luxury tax.
Yeah.
So if you did make a trade, let's say you traded like Jonas Valanciunas and Devin Carter and a first round pick or something for Kuminga, you could have fit Kuminga without going into the luxury tax or into the apron and all that stuff. It's complicated.
That's the frustrating thing with the Valanciunas is I thought and that's why I just can't get over it. Like, I don't think the Warriors are interested in Sacramento is because if they did, I thought they need a center. Valanciunas makes a ton unless they're trying to make a play for DeMar DeRozan and add 45 more DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis and add 45 more million to their deal. I don't imagine Domas and Draymond going really well, but like Valanciunas made a lot of sense to me. And so when the Valanciunas thing happened, it was like, well, all right. So they're out on Kuminga. And I guess this is somehow tied to sign Dennis Schroeder. So the Detroit thing must be off. So this is it.
Yeah.
And then Drew Eubanks. Sounds like a game show host.
I think it was Bob Eubanks, but yeah.
Is that who it was?
Bob Eubanks? It was the newlywed game.
Is that what it was?
I used to love that show.
Well, that's why Drew Eubanks sounds like a game show host, because Bob Eubanks was.
Yep.
Who hosted? Oh, it was Chuck Woolery. I was trying to figure out who hosted Love Connection.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Chuck Woolery.
Have you watched Love Island?
No, I can't do it.
Why?
I can't
James,
do it.
come on. Sit down with Mrs. Ham and some popcorn and watch an episode of Love Island.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know if I can do it.
It's a little wild.
It's wild, right?
There's often like, there are moments where I'm like, what am I doing?
Yes.
What am I doing? Then I realize, I'm just sitting here watching Love Island with the rest
Watching
of
TV, just
with the
watching
rest of
entertainment.
America. Just watching Love Island.
Just watching entertainment. That's all it is.
That's right. That's right. Anyway, like, look, we're not done here, I don't think. You know, but look, the Kings definitely have work to do. Or unless they don't, and they just think they're going to go into the season and win however many games they win, and it is what it is, and they get 1 year closer to some of these contracts being off the books. And maybe that's what this is about.
So let me ask both of you guys this question. Would you guys, and I'll ask the people too, would you guys want Scott Perry in this front office to do something just to do it? Because I only ask that because there doesn't seem like there's a lot that can be done right now. The league is the league. Everybody's scared to death, like we've talked about. Like, would it just make you feel better? Like getting Kuminga is almost like, oh, let's just do something to show our aggressiveness. Like it doesn't.
I don't think anyone.
It doesn't really work, right?
I don't think front offices pay well, with the exception of one very notable one. I don't think front offices pay a lick of attention to what a fan base thinks.
No, I agree with you, but I'm just saying, like, if they were to do that, just if they had the same mindset, well, we can't just be here and not do anything. Let's do something. Like, would that be beneficial?
No. To answer your question, no. But I also don't think they think that. Like, they don't. Look, we can't move. Like, if they do, we got the wrong front office. Like,
well, it's the same. It's the same thing we said about Monty and Wes. We're not asking you to do something just to do something. We're asking you to do something because your team's not good enough.
Well, sometimes we were asking them to do something. Like,
well, no, but like it's because you're
alive.
It's like you have problems. Your team's not good enough. You don't have X, Y, and Z. Like, go get those pieces.
The point is, what is there to do? The best damn point guard free agent was Dennis Schroeder. What is there to do?
I don't know, but Monty and West should be brought up on charges for what they did after Beam Team 1.
That's facts. If somebody can tell me, like, nah, this is the free agent move to make, I'm listening. But, like, Sark going to improve the team? Holding on to Valanciunas is going to improve the team?
I don't know.
No. I don't think there's a lot of moves to be made. That's kind of my right now.
Are the Sacramento Kings better right now today than the day that they got blown out at home by the Dallas Mavericks?
Yes.
Radio audience Hammer has a shocked look on his face.
They're a better team. How much better? I don't know. They could be one.
Maybe
they got a point guard.
Okay, yeah, but here's going to be the point that I'm going to keep going back to. It's not that they lack talent. Is that they don't fit, and they still don't fit. So, like, can they win 1 or 2 more games? Sure. They could also lose 5 more games. Like, that's where you're at. Like, you added another player who, might fit, but do you still have players that don't fit together on this roster? And so that's where you're going to come back to. I saw someone a few minutes ago, oh, you got to get Sabonis to defend the rim. No, you have to get a rim protector. Like, Domantas Sabonis. Domantas Sabonis can't go get longer arms in the offseason. Like, there are certain things that you can ask a player to do, and there are certain things you can't. You can't go out and find a guy who shoots 27% from 3 at the college level and shoots 55% from the free throw line and try to turn him into a 3-and-D guy. That's like a fool's errand. So, like, there are certain things that players can do and they can't do to get better. and like you can only maximize somebody's like what their skill set is to a certain degree.
Hell, they might be better prepared with the full coaching staff.
That's true.
If Johnny
That's
Cochran was here, he'd say, if it doesn't fit, you must amnesty.
You must acquit.
I think you must amnesty. I wish the amnesty clause still
I'm
existed.
telling you, every 5 years, man, I need to just bring it back.
It back.
Yes.
If it doesn't fit, you must amnesty.
And then we would really get to see if Vivek Ranadive is
So
cheating.
here's the real question, James. If you could amnesty someone on this roster, who would it be?
Oh, that ain't no question for James. We know
Is
what it
it?
is.
For sure?
Yeah, for sure. It'd be Zach Levine.
Oh,
I'd have a tough conversation with myself about who I could amnesty.
That's not who it would be.
Who would it be?
It would be DeMar.
That's what I
Why
thought.
would you amnesty DeMar?
He hates DeMar DeRozan. That's
that
why.
is exhibit A as to hating DeMar. He makes like the fourth less the
makes
fourth
20
amount of
25
when
million.
Keegan signs his money.
Yeah, but
fourth contract wise. Why would you amnesty? That's like amnestying Jerome James or Jerome Williams.
Or Jerome Williams. They ain't bothering nobody. We brought his name up twice in the last 2
Jerome
days.
Williams.
He was the first player ever amnestied. It was Jerome Williams.
Oh, really? Junkyard Dog?
Yeah.
I met him in Toronto waiting outside with fans for the finals up there. He's like, hey.
He seemed like a great guy.
When did you tell Jacques Vaughn you're not going to take that from him?
That was a long time ago. Yeah. He was coaching Utah. We can probably go back. We can probably go back. Oh, no. He was coaching Orlando.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he smarted off. Yeah. I think I had like a light, I don't know, it was like a fuchsia tie. He's like, oh, I didn't know like media wears, we're allowed to wear purple ties to support their team. And I just said, yeah, no, I did it because you played for the Utah Jazz forever. And like whatever.
Jacques Vaughn.
Yeah, I popped right back off. Yeah.
You
That was a
want
long time ago.
Casey wants the amnesty Domas so bad.
Hey, no, it would be. I would have to sit down and think about Domas or Zach.
But Zach, I mean, like, look, Zach is still going to go out there and like you can get frustrated with him, and he's not a great defensive player and stuff like that. But he's still like a year from now, you might be able to move him. And I guess you could say the same about DeMar too right now. But if you were trying to improve today, like I would have a tough time. Just because I think you could move off of that contract and actually open up some space to go get a player that might help you. Like if you could move one of those contracts, you'd have enough to like use $16.8 million of a Kevin Huerter trade exception and throw in a first round pick and get a really good player from somebody.
When does that exception expire?
February.
It's a year.
Although I wouldn't be shocked if the Kings use it in the Dennis Schroeder trade. Like if they actually,
yet,
well,
right?
no, it's not a trade yet. But if they use that in a sign-in trade, then it would reset the date on the actual value of the trade exception. It would drop down a little bit. I actually think there's a possibility they could have created another trade exception in the Jonas Valanciunas trade as well. Because I think Denver, the only thing they had was a mid-level exception, and the Kings had the Chris Duarte exception that Saric would fit into, and I think they traded basically a player for a player in exceptions, and that's how they accomplished that. And so when you do that, you send out a $10.4 million player and you don't take anything back, it creates a trade exception. And so there's a possibility they could actually create another trade exception there. They last for a year from their date.
Literally just give me a headache.
Hey,
yeah, it's complicated.
Before we go, I got a text message for you to chill out on Fox. Where do you think it came from?
Someone is texting you, Mrs. Fox, Mama Fox. Nah, man, don't do that.
She said, "Say it on air." She had a LOL.
Don't do that. Don't do that. No.
She had a LOL with it.
Shout out Mama Fox for always being there. We love you eternally. I'm gonna tell. Here's a shoot. You want to shoot, Mama Fox? You're my favorite. You are my favorite by far. Love you to no end. Oh man, good luck in San Antonio with the contract extension. All right, well, day 3 just quietly comes to an end. Well, I mean, is an end for us.
Shams is on fraud watch.
Oh, come on. James said Sunday, though. James said might be some work on Sunday.
Yeah, so the new league year starts Sunday or it starts Monday?
No, the new league year started July 1st, but the moratorium lifts on July 6th.
Oh, my mistake. So, and then that's when everything we've read
All
about
these deals are
that's
officially
when it becomes
signed.
final. Okay.
Yeah. And that's why you don't have the team giving a thumbs up that they actually acquired this player for signed this player for this amount of money, because the trade's not done. The signing's not done until it's done, until it's official on the 6th. So.
Scam Sharania. Man.
Did you see everybody earlier fell for the fake Micah Breen retirement from?
Yeah, I saw some. I didn't see it. I saw people fell for it.
Ramona and Mark Spears, they all fell for it.
Oh, come on.
Well,
guys.
we have to go. Jesse's making us end our show. The Insiders begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Gigantes.
That didn't sound too good.
It's not good. Nothing's good.
All right,
Mark Spears
y'all.
and Ramona Shelburne got on that tweet.
That's tough.
And then she had to correct Mark Spears right afterwards, after she got. It's not great. Oh boy.
Good luck, Will. 2 eye patches, baby. Let's go, Will. Let's get you 2 eye patches, buddy.
Let's chill with the Vamos Dodgers. Stop.
Man,
Shout out Ohtani, hit his 30th home run the other day.
That kid up in Seattle is raking.
Yeah,
wow.
Raleigh.
Yeah, Raleigh.
Hey, I'm going to a Mariners game, believe it or not.
Oh, big Mariners fan.
I am. Big Mariners Pirates guy, I guess. Going to see him on Friday.
That is a super nondescript game.
I was going to say, Paul Skeens pitched yesterday, too.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. What'd you say? What day?
He pitched in a doubleheader. He pitched the
Friday.
first game of a doubleheader.
Tomorrow. What's tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, not tomorrow.
He might get Friday. No, it's
Friday,
probably
yeah,
Saturday. Huh?
Yeah, probably
Yeah,
Saturday.
probably Saturday.
All right, man. We got to go. We love y'all. Appreciate y'all as always.